赛前访谈，我们有请到了来自 PCL 的3位选手，我们先请他们和屏幕前的各位打个招呼。
大家好，我是飘柔明明。
大家好，我是17的小五。
大家好，我是 JDD 的口罩姐。
欢迎3位啊。那今天是我们来到，对于你们来说应该是过了2个晚上了，今天来到第3天了。有没有在巴黎去哪些地方玩一下呢？
就逛了一下铁塔吧，然后坐了个船。
啊哈，感觉怎么样？
还好，还可以吧。塔是挺好看的，还晚上亮起来。
啊，夜景很好。
我也去了塔，但我晚上没去，我是中午去的，去的那个埃菲尔铁塔。
但感觉他们说什么巴黎很热，其实好像感觉风很大，
冷死了。
早上跟晚上很冷，只有中午会暖和一点。
他们说上周很冷啊，所以在这个城市逛了一下之后，感觉怎么样？和国内的一些城市最大的区别在哪？
感觉很别致吧。毕竟它的楼跟风格跟中国是完全不一样的。
认同。
OK， 小五呢？
就走在街上，跟国内的那种建筑物完全不一样，这是欧式建筑嘛，很好看。
有一些欧洲的这个风情在里面。所以这个会对你们打比赛来说有一些陌生感嘛？毕竟身处在一个完全不同的环境。
我会感觉比较新鲜，真的吗？对，感觉
面对电脑在哪都一样，
没什么陌生感。
但这次是说实话，就除了说环境会陌生以外，包括今年也是第一次在 EWC 打 PVP， 然后再加上游戏的版本最近有一些变化，所以说这次我觉得相对面对的一些挑战还是客观存在的。可以先请大家来聊一下，就是今年从 FPP 转到 PVP， 你们的一个整体的调整，我觉得就是在你们看来有没有到达一个自己理想的状态？
还好吧，感觉没有什么。
就
状态吧，
到你们理想的这个水平了吗？就比如说我打个比方，和 FPP 的自己比，你觉得就打个比方，我们全世界的这个选手排名，你 FPP 排名第几？然后如果换到 TPP 之后，你这个排名是更高还是更低了？
低了吧，好像。
低了。
确实，因为适应了，毕竟很长时间的 FPP， 因为突然转变成 TPP， 因为有些地形啥的，就是 FPP 是能支持，但是 TPP 是支持不了。所以就玩的相对来说很陌生。
那有没有你们在你们看来就是，这哥们儿 FPP 好像一般般，但是 TPP 打得还可以？
有不？
你们队不就有吗？算吗？你觉得？
这个其实 LPP 打得也不差
啊。
但是 PVP 我说实话，个人感觉真的是提升了它吧。它 PVP 整体水平我感觉比 LPP 要高的。
我想问小五，就是你看来，天天打 FPP 和 TPP 是同级别的选手吗
？FPP 我们跟他打过。
对啊，我就说你作为他的对手的角度上来说，当时 FPP 的话，
没感受到过，可能他当时在 CG 就是成绩不是很好嘛。没啥印象。
那是不是变相的会觉得说天天在 PVP 上面的一些才能还可以？毕竟你们可是刚刚拿了 NN 解说杯的冠军，对吧？
枪法很牛逼，很硬。
但其实我感觉我们队可能苏泽他可能 TVP 要比 FPP，就转变过来以后，可能他 TVP 会更显眼很多。因为确实，怎么说呢？
真的假的？我怎么查不此人了？
查不此人吗？
这么棒！毕竟是我兄弟哈，毕竟是队友，天天看的没毛病。TVP 确实要比他 FPP 要玩的好很多。
毕竟其实也还是要整个队伍去成长和磨合，所以看看金龙跟你在这次 EWC 的一个表现。那其他赛区的一些队伍呢？就你们有觉得，这个队伍怎么平时之前打 FPP 的时候一般般，这一次突然打 PVP 很厉害？
我感觉我知道有相反的人，
有相反。
我感觉 AL PVP 没有那个他的 LPP 厉害
啊。但相反的你可以聊。
还退死也是这样，
退对，
像什么像那欧美队伍，可能是因为他 FPP 比较厉害嘛，所以这种转变 PVP 可能没有那么适应。
对比起来确实稍微弱一点。
对，我感觉韩国，
那你觉得这个具体的原因是？就韩国普遍变强？
对，韩国普遍
应该都变强了点。
那你觉得就是从选手的角度出发，这个具体的原因是什么？因为很多就是从观众、从解说的视角来出发，我觉得可能没有那么的直观，因为毕竟你们是真正参与2个赛事体系的。
我感觉是赛区的问题，他有些人就是能适应 TVP。你像我们 PCL 那边其实玩 TVP 的也多，他有些人可能 LPP 就没有 TVP 那么厉害。
还有观点吗？
感觉欧美那边就是因为 就是
欧美那边相对来说都是第一人称，
对玩的枪法，真的是玩的枪法。
他们是纯正的 FPS，哎，纯正的 FPS。我估计他们没转 TPP 之前 ，FPP 是啥都不知道，没玩过可能。
就可能每个赛区本身它发展的过程当中的侧重点也不一样。欧美可能他们就偏向于
像
近点钢枪，
但像韩国，它毕竟是原始是 TPP，所以它成长就它变化会很快。
对，同样在欧洲，当时是在德国的 BGI，
对，
那一届就是韩国队拿下了 TPP 的冠军。
对，
哦，这个确实是。那这一次就有没有你们比较关注的一些选手，就是其他赛区的一些选手，就是你觉得哎，他可能会成为我们这次比赛一个比较大的对手？
没有关注啥选手，
好像基本没有，因为没有基本上跳点上没冲突，基本就不会去关注这个东西。
然后我呢也没有，
没有，
都更关注自身，
关注自己的队伍就行。
其实基本上也都对战过，跟他们也都打过，
都是老对手。
对，
但是分组每次会不一样，对吧？
这个其实还好。
你们对自己这次分组是觉得哎这个组还比较轻松，还是比较难打？
我没看，
都没看，
我也没看。
我稍微略看一眼，我觉得我 C 组可能是稍微有点不好打。
安觉你们这一组在你看来比较难应对的对手有哪些？
但我略瞟了一眼，好像就看到个17，好像其他就没有了。
啊，商业互吹。哎，那小五会觉得京东给你是一个强大的对手吗？
当然，必须的。
摸鼻子好像这个行为在心理学上我们
没有，鼻子今天有点不舒服。
哦，鼻子有点痒。对 ，OK，就其实你们感觉就 TPP 之后，我们赛区的其实竞争力也是有一些上升的，对吧？那你觉得我们赛区在 TPP 打得好的地方在哪里？
好的地方在哪里啊
？PGS1冠军
，Champion。
啊，你们当时觉得 PGS1为什么打得好，后面为啥一次排名比一次排名低呢？
反正打得有点顺吧。
哦，打顺了反而不行，就是喜欢有点这个。
后面慢慢的，我不知道为什么交流上可能出了点问题吧，就我整体配合上。
还有上一个冠军，
上一个冠军
哦，那你咋没有？
我没冠军。
说的啥刚刚？
我觉得你就可以说说像比如说天天和文博加入之后的这个整体对你们带来的影
响。我觉得他俩给我们队伍带来的就是很直观的一点，就是说我们在前点的突破能力变强了，对，拿分能力更多了。
那你的意思是这个小五？
我没有 Q 他俩。
但是变强的这个意思不就说明
没有，
上一代不
只是说就是说小北和77就是说实力是在那，但是就是偏向于他们俩而言，他们打法比较稳健，就这俩人比较莽。
对，然后你这个情商已经可以做解说了啊，我感觉
不是他们莽也有失误的时候，你失误肯定要会，就像稳健打法，别人只会说也会被说，你怎么打都会被说怂，然后你打的莽呢，别人说你怂，
对，
一样的，
怎么样都会有一些硬币的两面，对，都会有着不同的解读，战术的收益它不太一样。那 Code 呢？其实我感觉京东 Gaming 在联赛打得不错啊。怎么来到每次到 PGS 就是一个我们看来的一些问题啊，就是感觉你们首先打得很慢，
我头哥宕机了，
就是很多时对，而且你们还是就是共用过同一个车的这个关系，对吧？
但其实感觉阵容现在队伍现在最大的问题就是话太少了，就是大家可能平常个人的性格就是不是很像鹤群一样，就是就比较
你什么意思？你 Q 那 SS 就换了他一个？
没有，他是本来是因为换之前是有艺人在，但是换完之后就每一全是爱人，大家都不是很喜欢，
需要一些开心果。
对，
需要一个那个
氛围调节器。
那不我吗？
你是个蛋。
那你们听了鹤群在 4M 的一些就是放出来的一些语音，对吧？但是有时候表现在这个。
我觉得他是在进步的，
是在进步。
在我和他当队友的期间，确实，他相比于在 4M， 他成长了不少，因为他还在队伍里有所就是担任了一些职责，就是差不多。
所以现在是有些责任在身上，所以他更愿意去说话。
之前是宝宝位吗？
我之前是也不算宝宝位吧，
可能责任没那么重，之前就是。我经常听到选手说对队伍的沟通交流有问题， 像寇的刚才也说，就队伍里面可能没有这个，就是没有那个开心果的这个角色，这个对你们来说就在游戏里面体现的一些影响在哪里？就比如说你们的进攻可能会停滞，我觉得就是比如说，
但我觉得
虽然你们队伍里面没有开心果，但是不影响你们打的，就是可以稍微提速，在战术上没有什么，在我看来没有什么直接的因果关系。
但可能在队伍的，比如说在低气压的情况，在队伍打得不顺利的时候，可能没有人会说有那个想法或者说有那个能力去站起来去调节这个队伍的氛围。就是可能这是我觉得最大的一个关键点，因为低气压对于每个队伍来说都是很不好的表现。
就可能还是如果说你们开局就打得比较顺，
对，
往后都会更顺利。
对，因为开局它只要一顺起来，大家的交流上，大家的就是那个肾上腺素啊也好，就是什么都激发出来，它语言系统就会要比低气压的时候要好很多很多。
少了我脆哥，
那换一下，我把头给你，你把脆给我。
那我不给了。
但其实17的沟通在我们看来一直都是就在我们联赛里面是非常可以叫天花板的。
不是，也有
谦虚了兄弟，
客观来说
也有打不好的时候，打不好的时候就是说，我就说我自己，我打不好，我可能也会，就是说我之前能做的时候，我心情不好的时候做出来。就是这其实很能影响的一个队伍。
那你觉得他们这个情况，你有什么建议吗？
我打好了就行了。
那这样会有一个认知，就是我前几场我一定要打好。那这样的话反而更不平常心。
你不用那么去想，你打好了你自然会说的。
但其实我之前也说过第一把上来每一天比赛第一把是最重要的，因为它不仅能帮你打开手感也好，就是队伍氛围其他的能如果这一把打得不错，那你今天就不会很差。对，一般基本上都是这样，
所以还是想搏一个好的开局。
对。
OK。那说到刚才我一直会去提到京东打得很慢的一个原因，也在于在最近的版本做了一些调整，在圈型的刷新速率上，对吧？所以现在其实强制大家打的要比原来起码要快个30秒左右。我想对于这个新的版本，包括其他一些调整，像这个就是可交互式的烟雾弹，你们是怎么来看最近版本的一些更新的？
炸烟啊，
炸烟，
用车撞烟。
炸烟这个我感觉还是比较合理的。这个是可以的，因为炸出来烟刚好，如果有人在烽烟救人，你炸一颗雷嘛，你可能没把人给炸死，但你把烟炸散一样能打到。
你们会更倾向于现在用雷炸，有一个人专门去做破烟的工作吗？现在有做这种分工吗？
没有，一般看情况吧。
一般感觉前点雷，
一般大家都是标点烽烟了，再就
可能
一般都是集火雷上。
对，可能就是集火雷炸烟。
最近训练赛也都倾向于这样的打法，因为最近训练赛其实也在开这个赛点制的训练赛，对吧？但赛点制训练赛的冠军没出现在我们这
疯了。
对啊，没出现在我们这嘛。但你们觉得他们在这个赛点制能拿下这个比较好排名的原因在哪里？
懵的。真是，现在有个对面在送的啊，对，
有个20个，你杀10几个，那把是不是你杀10几个？
训练赛12个吧。
对啊，你杀嗨了，
拿了
看送了。
别的圈还有个装甲车送一副 M 4机，就应该是想提早下班了。
是这样想的吗？
可能是吧。也不是想送吧，因为感觉打开了什么事都做得出来，好吧，兄弟。
那你们这一次就是针对体积烟有像刚才他有说就靠雷炸，你们也是同样的这个策略对吧？
我都不知道只有比赛有这个东西，
可能交互了吧，可能特定的地形嘛，那比较平的地啊，能开车过去，进来车就往烟里滚就完了。
这个我们 EWC 有可以撞烟炸烟，
可以的，因为专门跟我这里专门写的。
对，可以。
那在玩也好啊。因为我在正式服，我记得它的这个功能一出的时候，我用车撞一下，你一点烟都没有。
它是
直接看完了，
这样两边散开，然后一下就合回来。
中间就是那1秒全空，你就能判断它在左边还是右边。
对。
所以这对你们的这种团战的策略应该会产生一些影响啊。就是烟雾弹，你们现在还会把烟雾弹的战术地位放到那么高吗？
烟雾弹肯定还是要重要，
还是高啊。
对，这个肯定还是重要的。
就现在可能投入要包里可能带更多了，因为雷炸烟，然后包括保载具，这些其实对这个作战的细节要求都更高了啊。
对防守更有利了。我说
一般我是5雷5烟。
5雷5烟。
对，因为我不喜欢配闪，因为我觉得闪没啥用在 TPP 里面。
然后接下来我们聊聊关于赛点制啊，因为之前一直说要改赛点制，包括咱们联赛也打过一次，那现在终于是要在实战一次世界性的大赛上用这个赛点制。你们对赛点制的看法是什么？
赛点制看法，就整体感觉对那种中部呀那种人都会有就是夺冠几率都提高了吧。
我是觉得，怎么说？因为它赛点制跟以往不同，因为它是必须要，因为以往的是必须要，吃鸡，必须要拿第1名才能截止，就是产生冠军。但这次好像不是6把，这次是打到多少把积分最高，也是冠军。
是的。所以这次赛点制你们应该都觉得信心还蛮足的。我相信对于选手来讲，一个新赛制的改变，大家都觉得自己是最有机会的嘛。那说说关于这一次的一个预期和目标吧。
进决赛。
目标放的，你刚才很狂啊，然后一聊到真正的目标，说个进决赛。
我觉得冠军进决赛这个词不好听吧，兄弟？
那你要干嘛？
你最起码前4啊，对吧你？
没玩，
你得冠军。
我是你的，我也先进过决赛，因为我说实话，现在这个游戏运气跟实力，我说实话真五五开了所以我说没运气的话，换谁来都进不了决赛。
在我们这儿，我感觉3-7开，运气7开，
反正你们也进不了。
你不是认同他，你就把他的观点解释了一遍，对吧？那你们目标呢？
我们可能
前3，
我们就进决赛就好了。
你刚才说他们俩太谦虚了，然后你也来进决赛，
不是？你是害怕我头哥宕机吗？
对我荣誉不一样，对不对啊？那我们是世界赛没有崭露过前几的这种队伍，
珠山脚下。
哎，我不允许说我这么兄弟啊，说我兄弟不允许啊。
OK， 好，那也感谢3位的分享啊，也希望大家能够真的是完成自己的这个想法吧，因为我相信你们虽然说目标是进决赛，但心里肯定还是奔着那个冠军去的。而且这一次赛制的更迭加上版本的一些更换，大家其实都很有机会，也希望能看到各位在比赛里面的一个精彩的表现。那以上就是我们这一次访谈的一个全部内容了，我们比赛里面见真章，再见了，
拜拜，拜拜。
All right, there's a lot going on here at the Esports World Cup. However, the greatest challenge yet is still to be ahead of Clinton, paper thin, as he now tries to challenge one of the biggest hurdles we may have ever seen here at the Esports World Cup. Without further ado, it's time to go. This is now rearing up for it. He's going to be gearing up for exactly the challenges and just to test the waters just a little bit here. Going to be approaching the first step here. See if he can do it. Okay, he's on. He's on. Is he going to be able to keep his balance those enough to be able to actually make this work? As he's going to be taking a few more steps here, moving up on forwards. He's trying to find a little bit of his footing once again. He's able to find it. Whoa. Okay, a bit of desperation there, but he's been able to stabilize. Not too bad at all. Seeing if he can really get his head in the game. Moving on forwards a little bit further here to be able to try and actually take this last step and see if he can be able to make it. Will he be able to do this here for the Esports World Cup? Yes! Oh, what a maneuver! What a maneuver! Oh, what a play by you. What a play by Clinton. Unbelievable scenes here at the Escalator World Championships. I want to get your thoughts about that performance.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough start there. You could see that, I really had to get a feel for the speed and the momentum of the stairs. Like, this is one of the most challenging events we have here at EWC, but we got there. We got there in the first step.
Do you think this is going to contribute to the club standings at all?
I mean, I don't know. I really hope not, because whatever team I'm on is definitely hurting after that performance. It wasn't my best.
Clinton, thank you very much. We'll join you for the next event in just a few moments' time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Porosaurus, and we had community members bring answers to what they would do if they were put in a battle royale type situation. What strategies would they use to survive? But we need to rank those, and for that, we're going to get the help of Team Liquid's Luke 12. All right, Luke. So here's the first strategy. Golden pickaxe equipped. Left click, left click, left click, left click, left click, left click. How do we think? Is that a good strategy?
I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting that, but that is pretty good. Golden pickaxe.
Why not?
Why not? I think I know what I want to save number S for, but I'd say this is a pretty good option right here.
We're putting it right in the
in the B.
Okay. All right. I don't mind that. All right. See this? Okay. I'm not going to. I'm not telling you what I think about it. Find some adrenaline pills and then hope for a glider.
I think this might be Cowboy that have actually entered this. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'll go D. You know, maybe you have a bit of fun, but
See,
that's
I like
about
that
it.
one. I feel like you're staying above the action, less likely to get shot at. Maybe, I don't know.
More likely to crash.
That's fair.
That's what
actually.
I'd say.
I'd be prone and not moving unless the blue zone was tickling my feet.
All right, I just don't like this person.
You know, I find that actually very ironic, considering you guys spend more time in the blue than just about anybody.
We don't like that, you know.
Well, maybe this one might work better. Tactical pack plus tons of first aid kits and an EMT. Hide and do fast heals in the blue zone until endgame.
I guess I probably should have switched those slots.
Would take. All right, well, only 2 slots left, so.
These are some good ones.
I'm just hiding until the very end, lol. I'm playing for the win.
All right, we'll go here. Let's see what gets number 8.
So what's the top spot? Dropping school and dying within 2 to 3 minutes.
That sounds about right. That's what every pro wants to do. That's 100%. All right.
Well, there you go. Well, there you have it, Luke 12 giving you what he thinks your best responses were for what to do if you find yourself in a PUBG type situation.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir on m'emmène la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais clé, jamais film. Trop pas big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pas j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la clé, laisse frémir. Nouvel état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. De part je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vif, trop fort.
What an amazing day here in Paris, enjoying the wonderful and just great looking Eiffel Tower. Going into day 2 of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26. A lot of these teams are going to be trying to hunt down VP because they had a dominant show. And towards the end of the day, we saw what started looking like the mortar show. Today, ladies and gentlemen, it's about teams wanting to stop VP from just making it impossible to catch up, as we do have the amazing people right here with me, none other than Godspeed and Toffees. But just to recap what happened in day 1, here's the STC recap.
Guys, it's Porosaurus here with Paper Thin, here to bring you the STC rewind of everything we saw yesterday, and there was a lot to talk about, Paper Thin.
No, there's a ton, and of course, we have to address the elephant, or should I say the polar bear in the room, Virtus Pro having what is, I think, the biggest day in PUBG Esports history, especially at a global event. Unbelievable stuff, 91 points. That is unheard of at this level.
Unreal stuff from them, and obviously it was highlight reel plays. behind them, Team Falcons, I mean, they had 60-plus points on the day as well. A fantastic day by anyone's standards. Gets a little bit overshined by how well Virtus Pro does, but Falcons still in a great spot.
Yeah, I mean, the Falcons normally would be really happy with that 60-plus point day, right? You're averaging over 10 points a game. That's usually what you need to be in the hunt for that championship. But Virtus Pro so far ahead. I'm very curious to see if that's going to change how the Falcons play today, if they're going to be even more aggressive, because we saw them start out the day very aggressive. They were looking for kills, and it did end up working for them.
Well, Virtus Pro in a position now where they can go hunting. And if they're going Falcon hunting, that could be bad news for the boys in green. However, we still got a lot of leaderboard left to fill up, though, despite how well those two teams did. In fact, maybe because of how well those two teams did, the rest of the leaderboard is very compact, and there's so much on the line with every game we play.
Yeah, you're looking at some of those middle teams that were doing well during the group stage to really step it up, to really put their foot on the gas pedal and get it going. Your T1s, your Myths, your Twisted Minds, teams that we know are capable of having big days, very similar to what we saw from Virtus Pro and Falcons yesterday, who could put together those monstrous runs. I mean, T1 even had a win yesterday, but really weren't able to kind of keep that momentum going throughout the day.
Yeah, Navi had a decent day as well. I mean, they're in third place overall, but when you're 50 points removed out of first, it kind of puts a little bit of a damper on the celebrations, right? Well, we also had a couple of teams that maybe didn't perform as well in day one, and they now have a lot of catching up to do, talking about your 17s, AGAL, teams that we had high expectations for, but they've only got 2 days left to kind of get themselves in a spot where they want to be.
Yeah, I really want to see teams really ramp up the pressure here today, go for those aggressive third parties, look for those fights. I felt that's something that Myth didn't capitalize enough on yesterday. Would like to see them continue to find that kind of level of aggression during the group stage that worked really well for them. It felt like to me they were pulling back too often, and I think a lot of teams, when they get to those finals, kind of play a little bit too scared.
So a lot left on the line to play for, but we're going to throw it over the desk to tell you more.
Thank you, Poro and Paper Thin, with that recap, because yesterday, honestly, nobody was expecting it. We were expecting it from some other squads, but it ended up being none other than BP. And for everybody watching, if you enjoy anything while you're watching this show today and you want to share it on social media, make sure you use that hashtag. What's that hashtag again?
EWC26, baby.
Damn right, and hashtag EWC. Don't forget to check out the website and the app as well. But now, talking about what's going to be happening today. The big storyline, yep. VP.
I'll tell you what, right now, VP, everywhere in the world, polar bears are an endangered species. Well, right now, they're also the apex predator because these guys outplayed, this feels like an incredibly high watermark. Is this possibly the best performance we've ever seen?
Yeah, so I think for any team coming out and just having 91 points in a single day with this level of international competition, at EWC no less, is just honestly unheard of, right? We've had teams get a lot of points in a day, you know, even regionally, probably surpassed, but 91 on an international stage like this is absolutely disgusting. And even if you see Falcons, who did have a great day, not even just a good day, a great day at 63 points, they still even feel inadequate. It's absolutely wild how many points VP got.
Yeah, to find yourself in a position on day 2 where 63 feels like it wasn't good enough is actually a wild experience. And I will say, you know, from an analyst perspective, sitting in the breakfast room, walking around with the players, there was a sense of, I don't want to say like listlessness or sadness, but a lot of those teams have a sense of like, well, I feel like maybe this is going to be a really hard thing for us to do.
Honestly, talking about that specifically, at the end of the show, we were talking about something too that I wanted to bring up today. And it's about those teams that are towards the bottom that just probably have zero chance, honestly, if we're being honest here, to make it and become champions. And we saw with AGAL versus Geeky. They ended up hot dropping, and it seemed to me like it was a bit of throwing in the towel by hot dropping.
So there's two things I think that come into play. A, if you're hot dropping because you're arguing about what you're going to have in your region for future PGSs and things like that, and you're like, well, I can't win anyway, maybe that continues. But I will say, on that note, when we talk about catching up, there is good news because of what VP has done.
Sure.
The middle board is stacked up. If you're in 15th place as the Vicious with 19 points, it only takes 1, maybe 2 superstar games to get up to the 40 and put you in the top 5. That is an insane amount of money on the difference. So all of these teams are able to really sort of take their own destiny today. And while they may struggle to get the ultimate victory, getting those club points and getting that bigger cash prize is definitely on the table.
I also want to point out that we are going to go to Smash tomorrow, right?
True.
And the thing that's going to be very difficult is you're going to have, if you're VP, you're going to have 15 teams essentially looking at you and being like, you know what? we're just going to put a target on your back. And then on the other side of that, the flip side, you're going to have VP looking at second place, probably trying to keep them pushed down. You know what? If the lobby's going to stop us from getting first, we can stop second from even catching up to us.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because tomorrow we do have this smash rule in effect. But that's until tomorrow. And if you don't know what the Smash Roll is, we'll just do a quick little recap. Today, what's going to happen with the Smash Roll is that whoever ends up being in first place, let's say BP just goes insane again, ends up with 150 points. Starting tomorrow, they will need to reach 10 plus. So they will need to reach 160 points as we're looking at the overall. Keep in mind, this is just an example. We don't know quite yet. This is why today is so exciting because that threshold will be set.
Yeah, and I think that is really puts the onus on VP right now.
Yeah.
This is saying, like, yes, VP is way ahead. Everyone's worried about it, but they still have to hold their ground. I recall your mind back to group stages when 4AM had a really good first day and got, I think, 4 total points or something like that on the second round. So there is a world where VP could let that lead slide and open the door for 1 or 2 teams to catch up, but it is a long shot. My job is to build hope, and I hope perhaps that we get a little bit closer here.
You know what? On the flip side of that, on the other side of you, I'll kind of try to take the hope away, right? VP has been grinding so much. Nixie specifically has been saying things like, you know what? Since the change, a lot of people are complaining about first person. I'm just going to put my head down. We're going to grind and we're going to put out an insane amount of hours into the game and feel good about it. That way, when we get to the actual competition, we're going to dominate. And that time has showed. They have put so much work in since this year. They've been so dominant overall. And now coming into EWC, that grind that Nixie and the rest of his team have put in obviously are paying off. And it's going to be a damn hard task to stop those boys.
It will be now for you guys as we're looking at the overall right now. Which team do you think needs to end up showing up in this first 2 games to even be within striking distance, right? We're kind of hoping, or some teams might be hoping that VP just does what Myth ended up doing yesterday, which wasn't the start that everybody was expecting out of Myth.
Yeah, I think our best shots, I think are Na'Vi and possibly Myth, right? Because we know that they can put up big numbers. Na'Vi had good positioning, but wasn't really winning the fights I wanted them to win. So if they can clean up their mechanics, I think they have a shot. But again, it's a tough order. I guess the only good news is there are at least, 12 teams that could possibly be that person?
Yeah, but I mean, T1 was another team that started off incredibly. They won the first game yesterday, and they have done nothing but taper off, and that's going to be an issue as well, because as we see the leads, even in front of them, like teams like Falcon, Na'Vi, we were talking about, Myth going ahead, that's going to create even more of a mental gap that they're going to have to try to get over just to catch up to second place, not even first.
One thing that we're currently looking at is just the insane mortar plays that we were able to see yesterday, because the last 2 games, mayhem. I mean, we were looking at that map. At one point, I even told you, Toffees, I felt like I was on the moon because there was just so many craters on there.
Right? It was insane. It was the most explosive game we've ever seen, and I will be honest, a lot of teams have sort of embraced a send meta because of the fact you can dig holes now, get aggressively towards the middle. And now, though, after what we saw in 5 and 6, I think some teams had to go home and rethink that, because it's not just about getting to the middle, it's about doing it at the exact right time.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, because when you look at the explosions and again the destructible terrain and how it works, do you go early? Do you send it late? Are you one of those teams that waits for the very end on edge, which we saw Falcons do in that game, and it's why they won? And was Traversely in another game, the Falcons almost got wiped, but then got saved because of a mortar when Myth got forward out completely. I mean, that was just absolutely insane.
And the problem is there's no right answer, because the right answer is what are the other teams doing, right? Because if too many of you take this, the let's go quickly strat, then you fall apart, and you got to figure out where am I in this list over the course of 5 games as it changes dramatically. To go with these guys, because you go game 5, too many people went quickly, too many people went early, they got massacred, right? Then you come back to game 6 where we see Myth coming in a whole lot later, and then boom, mortar in your face.
And that's the problem, because you're making adjustments, but then all the other teams around you are making adjustments on top of the terrain that's now being destroyed and other teams getting in the pockets. We've seen the pickaxes obviously come into play huge, which has created, I think, one of the coolest changes since PUBG has come out has been the destructible environment. It's created just points of interest and just for teams to survive where they just could not survive before at all.
It ends up switching the whole meta, especially towards the end of the game, and we have seen it. And I'm not going to be surprised, honestly, if we do end up seeing teams readjust 100%. And end up using the mortar even more. Today, it's going to be even more mayhem, as those teams, as I said earlier, they will be trying to stop BP. Now, you're continuing to see some of the mortar plays right there. I think if we do end up getting a montage tomorrow, it might be twice as long. You can predict that. You cannot predict how many mortars are going to be here. But one thing that you can actually do on the EWC website and the app is predict who you think is going to be winning, who you think is going to be performing good. I'm not going to put you guys on the spot of saying which team is actually going to end up getting the first chicken dinner because last time you guys got it right. So now I'm going to be throwing you a curveball and talk about some players that you guys actually think are going to be doing good. We saw Falcons yesterday. It wasn't just Tig. It was the whole squad. Kickstar, remember, he was the one that was able to kind of just kick him in the butt and kickstart that team.
Kickstar, if we're talking in terms like we're in Paris, right? So let's
Hello, friends. It is I, Porosaurus, and it is Mr. Avenger here, and we are getting ready to bring you day number 2. Obviously, the desk kind of talking about Virtus Pro and the things that we saw yesterday. Some of the things that we saw yesterday just felt illegal. I mean, they were so on fire.
There was record-breaking moments throughout the day, and of course, ending on 91 points, 2 points shy of what we finished in half the games is just insane, right? Twisted Minds winning last year with 93 points. So really excited to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table today, and also that makes it even more interesting, Paul, because you have this moment where second and third, first and second place is really close, but third place is kind of up for grabs. Like, with a good game even from the bottom teams, they're going to be able to come in and maybe jump up. And we have a really steep prize pool. It starts getting really fun once you get into that top 3, top 4 area.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about, okay, obviously, Virtus Pro, obviously, is the story of the day, right? The amazing performance they had. Falcons would have been the story had it not been for Virtus Pro. And then all the way down in third is Navi with 45 points. And
half of number 1.
Insane, right? Like, absolutely insane. But when you talk about it, right, like Navi, they have this hold on third place, right? 45 points.
Right.
When you look down to 8th place at 17 Gaming with 25, so that's about a 20 point there between third and 8th.
Right.
But you start looking at a team like Navi, it's been kind of feast or famine for them, hasn't it?
It has, for sure. I mean, again, they got one before twice, but still the games leading up to that, especially the game where Perfectix was able to do it, they still had kills, but for me it felt like a little bit rushed at moments where there are situations where it's like, okay, they realize that there's kills on the edge that needs to be happening because otherwise they're just going to try to drive into the circle and maybe not get there. But the time it takes often to wrap up some of these fights here, it delays them so much that they have no chance to engage in the later stages of the game. And yeah, sure, you kind of lock that down. It's the amount of time that they have. So yeah, I'm really hoping that they're going to be able to kind of wrap things up quicker and realize, okay, we can still win the game if we have a kind of wider rotation or something like that.
Yeah, well, looking at Navi, 45 points has been around what they've been averaging the last couple of days through group stages and everything too. So that's honestly really good. Like, you would never be too upset with 45. But we do have an interview with Mr. Calaris, so let's throw it down to him.
Hi, I'm here with Beamy here for day number 2 of the finals. Beamy, you Virtus Pro have looked insane. So talk to me about that first day. Talk to me about those results.
I mean, we just overall did got a lot of good rotations, and we just capitalized on the opportunities we had in front of us, and we also got a bit of circle luck with us.
Fair. Coming into day 2, I guess there's not really much of a game plan change per se. Are there any teams in particular that you're concerned about that may have given you a bit of a fright yesterday, or is it just par for the course here for you?
I think there's no specific team standing out to us for now, so we're just gonna play our normal game for day 2 and see how it goes.
Who just threw a really in there? Get out of here. All right. I couldn't hear who it was, but it doesn't really matter too much. So beyond all of that, I mean, how does IBI as a component of your team kind of factor in? When you're between games, what are you guys talking about game to game? I mean, especially when the games are going so well like that, what's going on? Or I guess when the games aren't going well, what's IBI giving you guys?
Mostly it's just like to make sure that we're focusing on what we worked on in scrims up to this event, like making sure that we play together, that we keep talking with each other and how like we have to approach these circles, and just all like just hold the pre-planning up, because that's usually like when we're strong.
All right, thank you very much, Beamy, one of the GOATs here. Thank you very much, and we'll let him get back to his team and ready to go for day number 2.
Thank you, Calares. And if at any moment we did end up freezing, that's the beautiful thing about doing this live and doing this from the Eiffel Tower in Paris. That stuff like that
It's a dream,
can't
man.
happen.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the three of us standing here doing a desk in front of the Eiffel Tower is probably something I never thought I'd ever do. So I just want to also give a huge shout out to EWC production and everyone for just making this happen. This is incredible. This is truly incredible. So thank you guys for making this happen.
100%. Now, when we focus towards the first game, a squad that I was kind of joking about groups. You convinced me on it. I know you have an idea who I'm going to be talking about. Shadow Esports came into the finals just barely. Honestly, just barely. We didn't expect them to do much. They ended up getting a win. That could be a squad that's currently playing with just no pressure.
They put them up there in 30. They got 30 points. They're in 7th place. And here, yes, this is exactly right. Everyone else is here to represent their squads or to their teams, their organizations. They're playing to win. I'm not saying that Shadow's not playing to win, but they don't have the pressure. So when every team is going, all right, we have to push this compound because that is the win condition, Shadow goes, maybe second's good on this one, because like every point that they go up is an unexpected multiples of thousands of dollars because they thought, I think, honestly, as an organization, we're coming, we're going to get some experience, and we're going to go home.
You also have to realize this is just, as you said, an incredible learning experience. The longer they stay alive in these games, they can see how other teams rotate. They can kind of adjust the way they're playing because none of us expect them to win. But at the same time, it's amazing that they're here because the amount of information that they're getting so that they can date back to their region once they start playing again, this is incredible. Regardless of where Shadow Esports ends up, I think this is a massive win for them.
And for VP today, are we expecting once again the same consistency that we saw out of them yesterday? And the reason why I asked that is because of Myth, right? I don't know when the conversation that we were having earlier cut off, but I do want to know, do we expect that consistency or can we see a bit of a drop-off of what we've seen so far from Myth, going from groups to finals?
I think so. I think with that grind set that they have ever since the meta changes to this year, I think they've just put their heads down and just been at it, and that's why they're so damn good right now.
I'm more confident saying Twisted Minds will grind up and work hard because they've got that. They've done it for so long. I did see Kiss get a little shook at PGC, and they fell off after that. So if Kiss can come out in the first game or two and show the Kiss we know he is, then I think that they may bounce back. But it's really going to depend a lot on him and how he plays.
I'm hoping that we end up seeing that Kiss. I'm hoping that we end up seeing Luke as well from Team Liquid. We got a chance to see some great plays out of him. Even Cowboy too. Twisted Minds, can they maybe do it to bounce back and become the back-to-back champions, or is today
25 points right now is what they're at?
Maybe.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's rough. I'm not a hater at all. They're an incredible team.
It's fair though. It's fair. Like they're currently so far behind. That's what I'm saying. Like today we would have to see a day that we saw yesterday out of VP, and you were even saying, Godspeed, that yesterday was record breaking when it comes to globals.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Steve knows Twisted as well, better than anyone. I don't know. What do you think,
Let me
Steve?
put it very easily. It's not about what other teams can do. It's about what VP might not do.
Exactly.
That's the name of the day today. Do they hold or do they throw? VP is the story. They're the team to watch.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 Finals Day 2 starts now.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue. Welcome to our second finals day of PUBG Battlegrounds. The 16 best teams in the world are waiting and ready to fight again on the stage here at the EWC Paris.
That's right. We said that their composure and their consistency would be tested, and teams like Virtus Pro and Team Falcons really stepped up to the plate. But can they keep their foot on the gas?
And I mean, not everyone at the start they were hoping for, and we need to check some teams because like Twisted Minds, Full Saints, AGL or Team Liquid, today, Bunny. They have to go big.
That's right. You can feel the tension increasing as we close in on that $2 million and, of course, this stunning trophy. My name is Barney Banks, and I'm your host alongside the awesome Looty. And just 2 days remain for our finalists. So join us in welcoming them to the Gadia City grid, starting with your current leaders, Virtus Pro!
Your reigning club champions, Team Falcons! Myth! Navy! T1! Your defending EWC champions, Twisted Mind!
Team Vitality!
Your reigning world champions, Food Sense!
Shadow Esports!
AGL!
Team Liquid!
The Vicious Esports!
GAM Esports!
Genji Esports!
'17 Gaming!
And finally, Geek Esports! The stage is set, the players are ready. Today, we're in for 6 more spectacular games.
Watch very closely as our teams adapt and shift their focus to what is most beneficial for the long game. There is a reason that these players are the best in the world, and we are about to witness something special. It is time for day 2 of the PUBG Battlegrounds finals at the Esports World Cup.
I think the top teams have a target in the back, because if someone doesn't stop them, these 2 teams, especially how they've been able to play with Falcons and Virtus Pro right now in the lead, they're gonna just run away with it, and it's gonna be a 2-horse race, and I hope we can avoid that.
You know, if we have an opportunity to win and we're at the threshold, we're gonna do everything we can in our power to win that game, but you know, you can't always control winning in PUBG, you just have to get as many points as you can get.
Just in time to avoid dying, and Kickstart takes them all down!
Мы находимся в достаточно хорошей форме, но пока что не можем это показать.
Perfectix is right there. He'll get 1, he'll get 2. Can he get any more? He sure can. Perfectix, he's gonna wipe Na'Vi all by himself.
Virtus Pro looks like an unbelievable complete package.
Just 1 more point here. Asses get found here, and it's gonna be Virtus Pro.
Someone's gonna have to stop Virtus Pro. If someone doesn't, they're gonna run away with the whole thing.
It's gonna be hard to keep the same performance, but we're gonna do our best, and we're gonna be out there for sure.
It is going to be a task to deal with Virtus Pro.
Я достаточно уверен, потому что мы всегда справлялись с сложностями. Мы же Twisted Mind.
We're here to dominate the lobby. The trophy is ours.
Ну попробуйте забрать наш титул.
Welcome back, friends. Once again, it is I, Porosaurus, it is he, Mr. Avenger, and we are getting ready for day 2 of these EWC 26 finals. It has been the Virtus Pro show so far. Virtus Pro show, that's fun to say. Virtus Pro show so far, but the question is, can they keep that show going?
Even if they don't, even if they just have a mediocre day, their 12 games lead and the amount of points that they're going to be able to build onto here is just going to still break records, right? So
It's going to be wild to see here. I'm excited to see how deep they can take it. And even though if they just focus on the kills, they don't need placement points, they're still going to break 100 in the first or second game, it feels like.
I mean, and it also feels like one of those things where when you do have a lead, that's that great.
Right.
And you're playing with no pressure, essentially, at all. It feels like things kind of tend to go your way in PUBG a little bit more often.
Yeah, and especially considering how much they were just laughing and having fun with it yesterday, alongside getting chicken dinners, alongside killing almost everyone in the lobby. That's just been next level. Again, we're talking about all of them has double-digit kills, 10, 12, 16, and 18 kills on the guys, with Nixie taking the lead here. Obviously, we saw Kiss in the group stage being able to also get 18 in 6 games, but getting 18 in the finals, with him also having 1 or 2 games where he didn't get much, is just an absolute insanity level that we're able to see here. So the performance from them hopefully continues today, because then we might be able to crown them on the 3rd day quite quickly.
Yeah. I mean, Nixie by himself right now would be in the top 8 just on kills.
Right.
He's got as many kills as Team Liquid and Gen G do currently.
Yeah, Shadow Esports is 14 kills, 16 placement points. The 14 kills is across all 4 members, and that is 7th place. So
wild, man.
It's just next level. It's unheard of. We're going to be starting with Wrangle. Of course, we're having 6 games today as we continue our finals in PUBG Battlegrounds.
Well, we are ready to start our day, and we are going to start on the grassy pastures of Erangel. You see all the boys are in the plane and ready to go. Pretty nice plane path to start things off. Should be pretty fair.
We are playing for $2 million and $25,000 as we're giving $25,000 to our MVP too, and it's looking really good for the Virtus Pro boys to be poised for that. We're going to be starting over to the northwest and going all the way down over to Novo here. So basically one of the easiest and best plane paths for all the teams to get into their locations. We have seen some hot drops that's been going on. I wonder if that continues today, though.
Keep an eye on that Nixie versus Lucarux for that MVP, because that might start getting a little spicy after today. You see all the smiling faces. Well, some smiling more than others. Work left to be done, though. As we said, that middle pack very compacted because of the fact that we've had 1 especially, but technically 2 point sponges in this lobby. So that's made it so that where 1 big performance here or there could do. Look at the mortar kills. Really? 6 mortar kills. Nixie, 4 for Tiggleton, 4 for Soul. Well, 4 for Soul in one
in one game.
One go.
In one shot.
One shot. That was the wildest mortar. Because I went back and watched it again. I was like, look, he's behind the building, has no vision. He's by himself. He just sends it. And first mortar, you get them all. It's absolutely wild.
Yeah, make sure you spread out when you see there's more.
Oh, we're doing this again.
We do go again. We run it back for AGAL and Geeky.
Oh my goodness. A little bit of deja vu from Game 6 yesterday. Well, we saw Geeky win it last time, and they look like they're starting off pretty well here. The pistol kill on the Destroy from EJ as the 2 flushes come in instantly. And AGAL now pinned down again. 2 in a building. They've got Park Pro in there with that VSS. Well, he's working on the outside. He's going to look through the window. He's going to spot out Delwyn, and that is going to be him going down instantly. Looking at the map to see if anybody else sees this going on in the kill feed, if they come over here to 3rd or 4th party the way they did last time.
Easy wipe here. AGAL is eliminated after just 2 minutes of play. Sure, Park Pro did go down to the nade, but that's going to be an easy rest. And it's not like yesterday, Poro, where we did see so many teams sniffing at it, because it became a stalemate in a long, long time. Also because how the circle played out. We do have a Yasnaya-ish ending. As we also had a similar area yesterday on the central map here on Erangel. And all the teams are going to be moving in. T1 is going to have a good one, considering how they're already setting up. Heather is dead center. Gen G's trying to move in as well. And Twisted Mind, sure, they did get pulled up on and got baited into some shenanigans with BP yesterday, where they left with 3 cars from their apartments and left Beamy behind. Beamy got 2 knocks of the 3 remaining members of Twisted Mind. So what a play we saw from them. There's some throwable kills here as well, with Heather and Type leading that. But Nixie, the top damage dealer, almost 3,000 damage. Beamy with 10 kills, 2,500 damage. And Heather, what a standout performance he's had so far as well here at Esports World Cup 2026.
We'll see if they can keep that train rolling. Like you said, very similar circle to yesterday, the final game yesterday, but a different playing path, right? So a lot of these teams just in different positions. Obviously, nobody in a position to really third-party onto that Geek fight. Geek didn't even give him time to third-party onto it and immediately hop in vehicles. They're going off back over to Overt's Mansion to loot up a little bit more, but you see Na'Vi and Boostic starting to lead their way over here from the south.
Most of the teams, there's like 4, 5, 6 teams that have somewhat prior to get in and research and get information in there towards the center. And I gotta say though, I'm a little bit surprised with AGL and GK committing to this, considering the amount of money that's on the line. $650,000 for first, $300 for second, $200 for third, $134 for fourth, and $100 for fifth place. Considering how close it is, you look at AGL, 23 points. We're talking only 22 points up to Na'Vi, and that is $200,000 instead for 30-some. Surely it's worth playing for to get the most out of every game. And now they lose a second hot drop here in Erangel. Sure, it's 18 games, but you know, 1/3 of our games is played on Erangel, and it feels like it's just not worth throwing a little bit of a lottery to take everybody to do a hot drop, especially against Geeky. They've been so concise with their and the way that they're approaching their games.
Yeah, we'll see if they continue that track. I mean, obviously we got a few more games to play.
Sure. Going
into that final game, though, we'll see what things are. We'll get a kind of a better picture of what that mid pack is looking like. So, opposite side of the coin, they win that hot drop.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, they're jumping up the leaderboard. So it's a tough call to be sure. But Geek, they're going to be happy. They're now right there, tied with AGAL, as we see Vicious making their way in from that northern side of the lake. They got Gen G just to their south, but it looks like they're avoiding each other for the most part.
And out of the 23 points GK now has, 8 is purely on AGL. It's extremely rare we see so many teams, just go head-to-head with outside when you're doing the hot drops. Now Shadow Esports in 7th place right now. In 7th place is going to net you that top 8 that requires you to get into that club championships that so many other teams are looking for. Twisted Minds outside that top 8. And it is crucial club points you need for the club championship.
Yeah, such a surprise there for Shadow. I mean, it was already a surprise to see Shadow Esports.
That's a special rotation right there.
Hey, that's fine. He's got it. He's good. But look, most of their games yesterday were kind of forgettable, not great, but they got a win, right?
Yeah.
And if you get a win, all of a sudden
against AGL as well.
Against AGAL, and if you get a win, obviously you find yourself now in 7th place. So really, I think that's what Shadow Esports is kind of is doing, is just try to make it to late game, keep your 4 up as much as you can. If you get in any early game fights, do what you can to keep everybody up, disengage from it. But they've got a plan, they've got a path forward that they're sticking to, and so far finding some success with it.
And AGL is right now 3rd in the overall club championship, so they need the points.
Yeah,
they are already eligible for the club championship, but to get in there and be able to win it, you need a win. And for sure, definitely think with that lineup, him as Delwyn, former champions of international tournaments. Delwyn winning PGC 2024 as an IGL. It's definitely a roster and a lineup that's capable of winning big tournaments. So let's see how far they can go for the rest of their campaign here in the final. Before tomorrow we start the grand final for sure. Oh yeah, okay. They've got some secret keys to open things off here. That's actually kind of wild. Let's see what they're able to get out of this one here, Port, because it's a rare sight to see. There's a Gillian here. There's plenty of loot. It's a C4. You're gonna grab that, put it in the car. What else did Shrimpsy get? He's probably also got a 3 vest from this secret room here. So going to be an interesting one for them, especially also because they're coming in from the southeast. There's quite a lot of space ahead of them. They leave quite a bit behind them as now the circle moves through as well. And you can see Gunnar as well. It's like, oh, what's in there? What, did we leave something behind we could have used? We could have put some stuff in the cars as well. Remember, guys, in the Dacias, there's 150 inventory space, and a grenade is 27. C4 is 35 capacity, so you can just fill that up and get that in. The circle was pressuring them, and their other guys were already moving in.
Yeah, that's an interesting situation. They've got Kickstart down on Military Island.
For a glider, surely.
It's got to be for a glider. That's the only thing I can think of. So, yeah, he's all the way down there. You see Tiggleton's going to find his foothold in just by Prism. But as you said, nobody really on that southern, southeastern side, so they've got time. Everybody just kind of centering up more than anything.
And they also know they're like not even within 8 or top 10 prior to get into this circle, and it could go anywhere. So why would they prioritize, rushing for that central? And with a western shift like that, Poro, right? Their play actually paid off. They now have to figure out if they're going to be swinging around on the northern side to get on the lesser populated side on the west side, or if they're going to go south around. So that's going to be an interesting one here. And with the amount of water that's in play, we might be ending up with a lot of water where it could shift still north and south and have quite the impact. So these compounds, these high ground structure, even the bridges that are around this circle here could be very valuable as rain.
That north side of the river is looking hectic right now.
Absolutely.
For sure. I mean, already 4 teams up there. Geek is starting to head that way as well. You see Virtus Pro making their way past.
Oh, wow. The 3-star in the corner is available, Poro. If they can get that, that could be an absolute banger game for them once again. They're locking it in already.
Yep,
Gam
like
is on the east. Yeah.
Good spot out there by Virtus Pro, and that's bad news for everybody else in the lobby. That's not a team that you want to see get put in farming position once again, but that's exactly where they find themselves as Falcons still moving in from that southeastern, more eastern side now. They've got Myth just in front of them, playing around Volcano, but no shots have been sent over in this direction just yet. Shrimsy kind of scouting by feel more than anything, as Beamy does get knocked by Clories. So Virtus Pro starting to figure out exactly where everybody is, where they need to be a little bit careful of getting peeked from.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they're aware that it's Gam. Our current last place team.
Shocking, to be honest.
Absolute shocker to me. There's star power on that roster. There's experience on that roster. There is international wins on that roster. Tanbu, remember last year, he was just an absolute superstar. And this year so far, we've not seen that level.
Well, to be fair to Gam, I think any team that is in 16th in this lobby, we'd be a little bit shocked because we just got so much talent in this lobby.
But you can also take it away. There's 2 things that kind of went against them. They lose their fragging IGL and Delwyn, and also it's a difficult way to get into this year here with so many changes. So we could credit that to that as well. Kickstart coming in here with a 3 vest, getting close to Myth, team that we also had high expectations to. And they're also in that big Myth pack on 4th place, where anything can happen depending if you have bad or good games. E-pick up is actually coming out for them. Falcons see that. That's going to be difficult for them to actually jump on that.
That's an interesting play there from Myth, because I don't even know if Falcons were aware that these 2 guys were down here. They were taking shots over towards Baron and Scappy, who were on the other side of the road. But as soon as that E-pickup comes up, it's just kind of a big flashing light bulb to let you know, hey, there's people here. And now all of a sudden the circle cuts back. It's going to hug down to the south. So all of that nonsense on the north is going to have to come to a head. You can already see Geek just throwing it in reverse. They're going to go back through Yasnaya, but now Shadow is over there. Vitality, they've got a pretty easy path on the western side. Team Liquid have already made their way across the river. They've got 2 over, but it's about to be a little bit dusty here as Falcons will take J Compound.
That's insane that that's still available to them for free here with the Southern Shift. So they're going to be laughing. And if I could pray for anything, I would love to see an either apps or school ending. That's so long ago we've seen those, and those are so fun. T1 holding down guard, and Myth sending it through. They might feel like it's worth to maybe try to breach some of the northern parts of the compounds, or even going into apps here right now. Twisted Minds obviously locked it down, but they're spread out. And
oh no!
Oh, that's rough. They might not be ready. That's a nade as well. Jacob's going to go straight in there. Scappy's going to hit him too. He's down half as well. They realize that there's so much going on already. Scabby flushes Kith. And then Jacob goes down to Petulins.
That's a really rough pull up there by Myth, but good work by Twisted Minds, learning lessons from yesterday after they got taken by surprise by Virtus Pro. And you see Na'Vi, they were playing around on the hills to the south, and they're going to use that opportunity while Twisted Minds is distracted to make their way into apps. So you see Petulin still left on top to make sure that nobody backfills. The rest of Twisted can see if they can finish off Myth. The utility not dropping the way it needs to for him, though. And now all of a sudden, apartments have become a little bit spicy.
And it's Too spicy right now. Smart by Na'Vi. It's the exact same play we saw from VP when we had a circle around the area where they pulled up on Twisted Mind because they had an idea that Twisted might be spread out all around the areas in apps. And this is why it's so scary. As we see VP and Team Liquid have a battle here. Pretty Curdy goes down for a flush as well. Nixie's knocked to Luke 12. And VP is going to continue this fragging power as they do. We know they have. Oh, knocks from this side as well. Gam involves himself once again.
Yeah, Virtus.pro going to be kicking themselves onto that one because they knew that spot. I mean, that's the spot that they just got knocked at just moments ago by Gam. And unfortunately, Lucaruk's going to dance around a little bit too cavalier. Will get knocked, but they will get Nixie back on his feet as Team Liquid now down to just Alo and Luke 12. Trying to hide through the smoke, but Nixie's going to spot him out. Gets the immediate knock. Not going to be able to get the flush as he's got to run. That is double blue zone grenades, and that's going to take him down. Well played there by Alo, and he should be able, or actually, yeah, it was Alo that threw him, so he should be able to get the res.
Third party.
But no, yeah, now the third party Vicious. They had to come over here eventually, and they've timed it perfectly and will find the flush, but won't get Luke.
Luke go down half, basically using his friend as a meat shield. Halo being flushed here to Tycon. This is a great third party for Vicious, but it's nowhere near where the next circle when we're dead center on the
got
apps.
your wish.
The rest might be able to come off for VP. Luke finds Pow, and now Team Liquid's going to be out with Pow's nade going on to Luke 12.
A tough start for Team Liquid there, and we'll see if Vicious can actually reset this. The good news for Virtus.pro is that they were able to get up here to Lucarux, get him back on his feet, but now they've got to make their way through Razak to get to this next zone. We see oh no, Gen G actually taking an E pickup into apps, and they're going to get everybody down on the ground. That is some smart play there from Gen G, just realizing that the likelihood of everybody being able to look at them from inside the apps was very low, so they make the high risk, high reward play, and it pays off.
Now Shadow is also sending it in. Vicious is rotating just behind VP, and VP crashed into the fence. They see people coming chase towards them. They get Tycon down. Dogma and Pow is trying to make it around. Dogma gets multiple members down as well as Pow is super low. More shots come in here. Can he connect onto Dogma?
Beamy has that sniper, the bolty in hand, waiting to see Duckmai's head just peek through the window. Won't find it, but you see the damage being done by that blue zone. It's starting to tick pretty heavy at this point, and this is kind of mutually assured destruction for these guys. As Duckmai will find one, he'll find two.
Whoa!
And then grenade is going to fall just shy. No, the last one is going to get him, and it's going to throw him even further out of the blue. Now Pow, the last player left alive for Vicious.
And they're actually going to end up getting a few kills from this as they bleed out. And even the 4 kills with Corexi getting that last one here, they end up at 95 points. It took them only 6 games and 16 minutes to break the record that Twisted Minds had yesterday. But Vitality's in a fight with Gen G, and Twisted Minds is right here with Myth.
But the good news for everybody else in the chase is that Virtus.pro is out. So you can try to make a little bit of a come up now as Gam tries to make the full send in. They're running into everything. That's not the time you want to be hitting that tree. Duck Shoes will get taken low. He'll get taken out. Wong F able to get into the door frame, but he sees the grenades come through. He sees somebody shooting at him from behind as well. It is just absolute anarchy going on in the apartments.
Scabby tries to get back up here in mid. Deeply involved in this fight here. 0 kills, 3 alive though, but their big star player, Kiss, is down and out.
And Falcons, meanwhile, still in J compound, just laughing at all of this. They see apartments just running roughshod. You've got the mortar set up. Oh gosh, okay. We saw what happened yesterday with mortars. If you didn't get a chance to watch, go back and see it. If you're a fan of mortars, you'll love it. As the C4 play in apartments. We'll see if that pays off, as there's a lot of myth in there. And there's no way that they can know exactly where that C4 is, so they've just got to run out. And Example knows it. He's going to put himself in perfect position to take down one. Scappy will go down to the C4, and now Jacob, the last player left alive for Myth.
What a smart play, the blue zone, to force them out, but the kills are getting stolen by Songjiang. GK is thieving. And as we saw the next circle pop, it still holds in Falcon's compound. Vicious is out in 12. GK is in, and we have absolute insanity going on inside the apartment complex.
Twisted Minds just shepherding Myth exactly where they wanted them to go. There was nothing that Myth could do about it. And now they are down to just one player who is hiding in the corner in the smokes. Just hoping to survive a little bit longer. A number of teams now still inside those apartments. Vitality, Gen G, Na'Vi, even Shadow have a little bit of a foothold. And you still have 17 over in school that have to make their way over. Meanwhile, Full Sense up on the hills to the south. They've taken a knock, but they've got to move in.
And they have to pull up on either one of the complexes of the apartment or go to GK or Falcons. Falcons on an edge compound. Makes no sense to do that. So either they're going to join the fun inside apartments or they're going to have to go to GK. Let's see what they end up doing. They have some riches on the southern side, out where the shacks are too. C4 onto Jexy. Jexy gets Chan down. The Ranta now joins the fight onto 17 as Kamals actually steals that away. T1's going to have a little bit of a path in here with the smoke, but it's going to be difficult because Falcon is just raining bullets towards him. Tickleton finds raining and Wenbo goes down to Levante inside the apartments.
Oh, that is just so tough for T1. Not really much you can do at this point as Ian at least manages to get to the shack. And Tickleton, oh, he's got so many mortars. He's just waiting for the perfect opportunity, and here they come. They will start to land. We know trigonometry is a thing. Let's see where they go. Just a little bit outside.
But all the damage is still being done and have been done, and if they're inside this concrete shack, they're not going to be able to blow that away.
While that was going on, 17 did manage to make their way from school. They did take out Shadow, but they took a lot of damage in return. Only 2 of them left alive here.
So this could be a defining game for the catch-up onto VP if Falcons gets a little bit of love. If a slight corner of the compound is still in this next shift here, this could be the catch-up game that they need. Ferris finds Flash. Yes, Full Sense has gone into the southern part we were talking about where the shack is, but it's difficult with all the teams coming in. Gustav is getting closer here. He's going to have some blue zones. He's going to be deploying towards T1 that Ian and Type is inside.
It's going to get a good bounce there for T1.
That's great.
The second one's right on top of where it needs to be. Type will have to run out. He'll get knocked a little bit low, but they do have dips to play, and that is where that destructible terrain comes in so handy. Keeping T1 alive a little bit longer. Next circle is about to pop. Let's see where it's going to go. Keeps the apartments in. But Falcons now have to move, so T1 is on the clock.
Twisted Minds, dead center in the corner app, so that could definitely be a proper abs ending. GK, sure, they're in right now, but they might have to run in the open with all the apartments still being in. Gen G, Na'Vi's going to have a fight. Vitality has 2 apartments ahead of them that they probably don't know right now is completely safe. And now Falcons is setting up shop here. They're going to be using the mortar to make some playable space inside this next circle here. Let's see where we land up. It's going to be playable, but there's not a lot of cover. There's no rocks, more than a few trees. It's going to be difficult for them to play here, but it is slightly uphill where they are shooting, so it's playable, but they're still going to have a lot of teams shooting at them, but they're going to have to jump into those cars.
Yeah, I think fortunately for them, they do have plenty of cars left, so they can kind of add to that hard cover. Gustav's going to send it on over as the next mortar will fall. They're trying to play around the shed, and those couple of dips that they've created for themselves, they know that Ian and Type are still there for T1.
Oh!
They are keeping eyes on this. It's long-range smoke. I think this is mostly just
more trigonometry.
Yeah, no, this is smart. This is keeping T1 concealed so that they can't just free farm shots on the Falcons while they make the move. So heads up play.
Straight on them.
So good.
So smart. I love that. Does take damage, does get knocked here, and that's what I'm talking about. Everyone is looking at them. All they have to do is just move a little bit. I think the rest is definitely safe here as we see more teams fight in the south side. Full Sense under a lot of pressure, and Spyro finds Gen G as that's the fight we were talking about that's bound to be happening.
Yeah, Tickleton back on his feet. Yeah, Full Sense down to just Thanadol. It's going to be him lying prone on his belly here for the foreseeable future, just trying to survive as Falcons have set themselves up a little bit of a fort. See if they keep eyes on T1, but T1, they're not peeking at anything, right? They're just trying to survive and hope that maybe, just maybe, the circle will pull away from Apps and onto them.
so they can live a little bit longer. Everybody just kind of sharing their apartments right now. You hear the shots being sent back and forth through windows. Gen G actually going to send Salute over to try to get a little bit closer, but Hackatory is right on top of it. We'll spot him out before he can get close.
Yeah, and Ferris on the top of the roof here has the absolute insane corner. Levante continues to put mayhem out with the MG3. Bean goes down 2, and Nate drops from Bean, takes down D, and Chan joins in onto the fight with Na'Vi. Huge fiesta going on here in the apartments.
This is a really aggressive push by Gen G. I mean, their apartment building was still in at the time, but they try to make the push over into Na'Vi, and as a result, they're going to take a couple of big losses there. I think Bean, or Soul rather, the last player left alive, Hackatory, they're going to get him back on his feet as the circle is going to land right on top of Apps. So Falcons, Geekay, T1 all have to figure out how they're going to get into this, while Twisted Minds is just staring daggers at them.
There's still one app available on that southeast side, but surely Na'Vi is about to be breaching and moving into that. GK also has the same timing, and this is where you have to realize and think, how are we going to approach this? Can we get a slither of this next circle? Or are we just going to have a fight with GK, because that's where there's some more points available. Utilities being deployed, that's going to do a lot of damage onto Falcons. They're going to try to get safe, and GK is already really close. So they're going to be spending all their utility to try to get some knocks onto Falcons.
Oh, if that gets into the shack, no, it's going to bounce just out. And GK's Songjang will get taken down. Gustav using the hard cover from the vehicle to keep himself safe. And they're holding GK at bay for now. EJ taking a lot of damage here. Twisted have now looked over in this direction as well. The smoke's the only thing keeping GK alive here. They're starting to run low on utility, you have to imagine, but they still have some left in the bag, and they're going to start sending it now. Shrimzy will get inside the shack just in the nick of time.
And now it's about reinforcing his stun grenades are coming in too. Sure, they lost a player, but they still have utility, and shots coming in. Parkpro gets Tickleton down now, and Falcon's gonna have to turn heads.
Just so many grenades in the bag for Geekay, and Falcons tried to survive the onslaught, but it was just too much in the end. Shrimzy will find one, he'll find two. Shrimzy staying alive, keeping Falcons into it, while Kickstart trying to provide him some support from range. Shrimzy is gonna go down to the blue zone in the end, and it is all done for Geekay. Kickstart, the last player left alive for Falcons.
And now surviving. Fulsen's going down as well. That actually managed to get another point for Kickstart here. Gives him sixth place. He's not inside. There's no more dips to crawl into. That was created by the mortars that they deployed earlier. And we're going to have a 5-team fight inside that apartment. It's home turf terrain for Twisted Minds, but the problem is you have some angry tenants that's coming towards you. And it's Vitality, it's Na'Vi, and it's 17.
He actually gets away with that.
Illegal.
That's insane. Okay, Hackatory manages to get himself over to the roof. Yeah, drop a smoke down. You got the rest of your boys are going to come on over. Kickstart will just donate himself over to the blue. Can't say I blame him. But Falcons do manage to collect a nice little stack of points. Not as many as they would have hoped, but the circles just unfortunately did not agree with them as Twisted Minds finds themselves dead center circle. Vitality and Na'Vi starting to creep their way over. 17 now. Kind of the one that everybody's going to be looking over towards.
And also the problem with this circle is it ends on the corner of the building that Twisted Minds has. But you cannot get on the roof with that. But Hackatory did some magic. He spread his wings and flew over to the second best, I would say, right now, area where he has high ground. And he's going to definitely try to get some damage done onto Vitality, as Vitality tried to defend this smoke push that 17 is right now doing. Xiaowu Chan is in there. Vitality has reinforced the western side. Quizzy is close.
7 grenades on Chan right now. Goodness gracious.
Vitality fans showing right now their tattoos for the support of the Vitality guys. They might have a fantastic game here. Shots come in. Example finds tons of damage onto Chan.
Starting to run low on ammo though, isn't he? The one mag left.
That's a great fort to deny any entry into this. Xiaowu finds Gedrux though with the Panzerfaust.
Forts can't hold off the Panzerfaust push, and both of them had one in hand. As now Tian looking for the next player from Vitality. He's not able to spot him out. It looks like he was able to retreat and rejoin the rest of the squad. So Vitality with 3 will play this one out as Gedrox does get flushed out by Xiaowu, and they just have the smallest little bit of this building that's still inside the zone. So they can at least put a pause on things now and see if maybe they can catch another knock onto Vitality.
Okay, so how this plays out is 17 dies to Vitality unless 17 does some magic. Then Na'Vi kills Vitality and Twisted Minds wins with a few kills. That does look like how it's happening right now, and that's what all the players realize too. They're going to try to maximize, trying to make the most of it. But now Na'Vi, they're trying to deny. They're trying to say, all right, our winning opportunity here is to push Twisted Minds as Vitality is trying to defend from 17.
See, all these teams have so much to gain from this one. Soul still hiding in the midst. He's going to find one. He's going to find two. Oh, the micro Uzi in Soul's hands is so dangerous. Boostic will take him down in the end, but will it be enough time to get these reses? You can see Twisted Minds already trying to capitalize. They're going to throw in the blue zone grenade, and it's going to be perfect. Na'Vi gets taken down. Boostic, the last player left alive.
You can't be waiting that long if you know you have a player within. That's so unfortunate for Na'Vi. I saw them pushing on to Twisted Minds and just leaving Soul behind, but no, they had to try to clear him. It was a little bit too late, though. Super unfortunate. Now down to just 3-man Vitality. Boostic solo and Twisted Mind with a 3-man. Boostic finds Levante. Vitality in a little bit of a rough spot here. They're going to have to push through the smokes, and they have not much time left.
No, they do not. Boostic does go down in the end, but Na'Vi do manage to collect 4 kills and a 3rd place. So not bad for them.
What?
Separate themselves a little bit as the blue zone comes through, but it's not going to be enough to take the tick down on Levante. But Lou in perfect position will spot out Quizzy. He'll get down to 2 HP, and they get the win. Twisted Minds come in huge to start off the day on day number 2.
What a way. Sure, you have some home turf circles here, but you have to deny and have to play around having so many teams in there. They did exactly what was needed. Well executed by Twisted Minds, our defending Esports World Cup champions from PUBG of last year. They started the day with 25 points.
They did indeed. Well, Vitality, also a big show up there. 17, also a big blow up. So, I mean, Na'Vi, although they managed to make it to the late game there and did very well for themselves, they were the only team in there with that had something to lose, essentially. Right. And that what they had to lose was that hold on 3rd place. Like, they had a pretty decent lead, but now there's like 3 or 4 teams, I believe, at the end of that we saw the leaderboard that have caught up to them. They've put themselves within range. So that race for 3rd is still looking very, very spicy. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro still get 4 kills. Even though they go out early, they still separate themselves from the pack a little bit more. Falcons kind of doing the same.
That's what you got to do. Some points on the board. Keep your averages high, and even 4 points. It's not a 0, it's not a 1. And if you keep that average up, and they're definitely going to be having those fights throughout the day, then still it's going to put it somewhere around 120, 130 at the end of the day. Plus the match points cut off for tomorrow. It's going to be difficult to try to catch it. If it wasn't for the circles, it did feel like Falcons had a great opportunity to do so. They realized with the Geek push, the most points we can get from this one is definitely trying to fend off Geek and get the points there.
Get to hear.
Good job. Expected when you heard in the comms, it sounded like.
Yeah. No, I mean, absolutely. And look, Twisted feels like they're expected to win every game, don't they? And I can't say I blame them too much. That's such a successful team that we've seen. And I mean, honestly, we've seen them have trouble holding those apps before. So we saw it yesterday. So doing a great job of getting that done here today. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be ready for match number 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Where did that gremlin go? Where's that gremlin gone? I really, really need to do my predictions on the EWC Play app.
Okay. Hey, I need this. I need to do my predictions. I need to do my predictions for Mr. Portal. Give it here. Yes, I got it.
They stole it from us. Stupid fat paper thin.
All right, guys, we gotta let you guys know what time it is. It's game time, baby. Let's go.
Hi, Caleros here at the Esports World Cup, and we've got some of our super fans for GAM for PUBG here. We're in the finals. So I guess my first question is, where have you guys all traveled in from? How far has it been?
Oh, it's quite far. Like, I have traveled for almost 20 hours.
Oh, wow.
But I feel happy to be here today.
Absolutely. How have you guys been enjoying EWC so far with the tournament, everything going on around?
You know, this is the first time I engage in a big event like this. Everything is so big, everything is so good, people, staff, everything. Yeah, I really enjoy time here. So excited now.
So, what do you think about GAM's chances? How is GAM going to do here in this final?
I feel a little worried. This match is very thrilling. So I think this team will be better in the future and this game. And I trust my team will be the champion in EWC PUBG Battlegrounds 2026.
Awesome stuff. All right, we're going to do a GAM time. On 3, 2, 1. It's GAM time.
I know they definitely had GAM on their pick'ems. And for whoever had Twisted Minds on their pick'ems as well, congratulations. If you haven't been able to go over there to the EWC website and the app, make sure you put in your pick'ems. And while you're at it, don't forget that you can sign up to your Esports Foundation Creator Program. If you're live streaming, or if you don't even live stream, just start live streaming. Why don't you? Sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Make sure you scan a QR code, which hopefully you'll start appearing at some point. There you go. Now we're talking, and you'll be able to earn rewards, and maybe, just maybe, we might interview you tomorrow on the final day. No promises, no trip for two. I'm still trying to figure out what trip for two means, but a trip to win was granted to Twisted Minds as they came out on top in that first game.
You know, we opened up the show by saying you can't count out Twisted Minds, and you can't, because this is what they do. They found a good way to win. They fought through there, and they come away with that victory. Also, worth noting, AGAL, who's in the cup race, elsewhere, is getting hot dropped still and wiped out before the game even really starts. They just need to go somewhere else.
That's a big problem. Yeah, you have to. I mean, you know how I feel about hot drops. I absolutely can't stand them, especially a team like AGAL where they're in the club championships. Just go somewhere else, boys. It's not worth it. I mean, honestly, you guys are currently sitting on 23 points. Twisted Minds was on 25 before that game. Now they're at 43. That was a big game for them. But the most important thing, obviously, is the fact that Virtus Pro fell early, but they still managed to get 4 kills out of it.
That's right. And when you look at Team Falcons, they were able to only get just 2 more points. So for a squad that we were looking to be able to close the gap even more, it's not going to be looking like that. For Team Falcons, they're going to be hoping that VP once again gets eliminated very early on. One squad that I was looking at, though, that was able to get some points was none other than Na'Vi, because today at the start, they ended up just being 46 points away from first place. So for those squads that might not be Falcons, that might end up being a little bit more towards that middle of the pack at the moment, they need to take advantage of this situation.
Yeah, look, I mean, we're talking about VP and they're so far ahead, but it does seem like they can bleed and go out a little earlier than we expected. And for teams like Na'Vi, who have been able to find their center, Steve, and been able to do so much work from their early game macro, this is, again, another good game for them. Did they win it? No, but they still made it to the end game.
I mean, you got to expect Twisted Minds to win this home circle, right where they drop. They're all set up. The good news for Na'Vi and Vitality in that situation is they're very practiced at this. They know exactly where Twisted Minds is going to be upon arrival at that location. So you saw Na'Vi come in. They sort of cleared the upper building. They were able to get some extra points on the board. Everyone else kind of knew they were there, but they're not as practiced at dealing with Twisted Minds in a heavily embedded position. So it's good news for everyone except VP, who, got caught by Vicious, got knocked out. Vicious paid the price, though. VP was if you kill us, you too must go. But that said, the whole crowd, not the crowd, but the crowd of players was very excited to see the end of VP, because it does mean if they can do that 3 more times, then everyone's back in the game.
VP, I like how you were able to perform yesterday, And I was kind of happy that you ended up getting eliminated early on because I want to see some of those teams just close up and we have an amazing finish tomorrow. That's just me being biased for some amazing storylines and just a nail biter because I'm usually a sucker for that. A team that you just mentioned actually earlier between AGL and Geeky. Geeky is actually winning that hot drop. So if you're Geeky, continue to do your thing pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, Geeky shouldn't change anything. If anything, they're the ones winning those fights. So why would they leave, right? It's really up to AGL and if they want to actually have a good tournament here at EWC or if they just kind of want to throw it away in Hot Drop, which I think would be a massive mistake.
Well, and if Geeky really is, like they hubrisly believe that AGL is an easy win for them. I mean, 4 points is 4 points, right? When a team is this far out in front, if you really want to win, you got to become kill stalkers. You got to watch that kill feed. You got to look for trouble. You got to go after those kills. So that's what I hope to see from these teams in 2 through 6 position is look at those kill feeds. See when Virtus Pro is weak at attack or see when any other team is limping and just aggressively hit those third parties. Hopefully play that edge. Look for those people to get caught on rotation and be the one that signs their death warrant.
And I'm glad you said that and you brought that up about Geeky because the more times that they're able to wipe AGL and get those early points, the more confident that's also going to build for them moving forward. So that's a dangerous proposition. Again, I would hope AGL would make the adjustment, but so far, it doesn't seem like that's been the case.
Looking at that overall, there was some squads that weren't able to improve on their performances. That's because we saw a bunch of donuts. Actually, I think that might be some of the most donuts we have seen on the last game. Hopefully, Myth, T1, maybe they'll start showing up, especially with
what is
having a hard turn. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, I know we're getting ready for that second match today. So let's send it over to Kalaris and Paper Thing on the stage.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
I don't have it. Oh my God. Oh, okay. All right. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Never mind. We'll talk about that later. We've got incredible stories going on here at the Esports World Cup already, I think it's fair to say. We've had so many great individual moments, apart from our acting, of course. So what's really been a standout to you?
Okay, so I want to first highlight Kickstart's 4 kills on Nanavi that he got on Miramar yesterday. I thought that was one of the most clutch moments of the event. We got to see that individual skill on display. And then just from like a personal bias perspective, I got to see Soul land that mortar onto Myth yesterday as well. That got all 4 with 1 shot. That was crazy.
That was pretty crazy. Navi's kind of been the victim of a lot of these moments, right? Perfectic's got a 1v4 against them as well. So these individual standout plays have been awesome. I'm a little bit out of breath. Running around, scampering everywhere. Nah, they're gone. But yeah, it's so. I think that's been fantastic. But the overarching stories, really, you'd be remiss if you don't focus on Virtus Pro looking as consistent as they do. But still, Myth, even though they're not having the easiest of times here in this final just yet, we saw them from PGS, from that group stage, look fantastic. And I hope they're able to kind of have that bounce back here.
I agree. I mean, it was so cool to see them, be so consistent so far this year, and that it's not a fluke. It is. This team is just that good, but they need to show it a little bit more here in the grand finals. Also, I want to talk about the underdog stories like Shadow Esports coming through, really impressing us all with a steady, well-balanced gameplay. Yeah, it's a little passive, but it's getting them deep into games and getting them points, and that's what's huge. They're here and they're doing well.
I think it's fantastic, and I really wanted to interview them earlier on. I couldn't get the translators ready to go and everything like that, but I really want to hear their perspective on being kind of the underdog story and how well they're doing so far. But anyway, my friend, I've got to go. The casters! The casters! The casters!
If I never see that again, I will be very happy.
Okay. I gotta get some props.
I have to see it every time I see it.
Yeah, I gotta get some props though. The acting from these guys have been next level. They're too good at what they do. If you're also able to act, there's some open theater opportunities for them maybe later on here for sure.
I know. I just it creeps me out every time. Well, we got one game. Oh, look at that. We got. I don't even know what that was. What was that? Do you know?
I don't know, but I know it's time to Tego, Poro. Let's get over to the games here as we are starting from that southeast side you see here on the map. And we're going to be going up to the northwest, so very pleasant plains today. Most of the teams are going to be able to get into that area that they want to, or at least grab a car. As we do take a look at the 64 players, 60 very concerned players right now, where the other 4 from Virtus Pro is just laughing still, considering the amount of points they've been able to put up so far in just 7 games. And I'm worried that if that continues, the averages continues, and the kills that they're able to get throughout here, they're going to have too much of a lead going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think after what we saw yesterday, I don't think you come in here thinking about first place, right? You just have your eyes on whatever the team is in front of you, and just focus on that, right? So, and we've already seen it, right? Like we've seen that middle of the pack start to compress a little bit more, start to get a little bit more doable. Na'Vi were in a great position in the last game to try to separate themselves a little bit more, make that a little bit more difficult for everybody in the chase. Weren't able to get it done that game, but now new opportunity on Tego.
And we are going to going south here, and that might be a little bit of a luck that GAM needs to get out of that last place. We do have a little bit of a hot drop here going on Kyungyong as T1 and Vicious have involved themselves with this one here, and it's outside the circle, so better wrap up fast before we are getting it. I want to say and talk quickly about the leaderboard overall quickly before we do see this, though. Liquid, 23 points. There's only 20 points up to Twisted Minds on 5th place. And on 15th, you get $21,500. On 5th, it's $100,000. You can more than quadruple your money by just having one good game. So that's why it's so crucial for all these teams in our mid and bottom pack that everything is still open, because our big sponges at the top in VP, Falcons, and now a bit of Na'Vi, they have taken away so many points. There's just so little left available for everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you talk about Liquid, AGAL both sitting there at 23, but even GAM in 16th place. One good game is all it takes to put yourself back in the conversation, to increase your payday. And to be honest, they're not in a terrible spot in this zone, playing up from the south side, playing around the coastline. As we check in with T1, they've managed to avoid each other for the most part now. It's really just a question of information gathering at this point. And I don't know if Heather is looking over there. I don't know if he spotted Simon T or just maybe they saw Simon T go into that building and he's just looking to reveal himself. But Simon T just lying prone on his belly, not wanting to give anything away just yet.
Could be a little bit of a stalemate here. There's no aggressive pushes. And obviously in a hot drop you often are aware what area, maybe not exact buildings, but what area that the players have dropped in. So it's very much going to be a stalemate. So let's go over to some of the teams that are going to be rotating in and talk about those, because Gen G here on a big Western rotation. They're going to be having both Team Liquid and Falcons likely coming in from the same direction. So it's going to be interesting to see how much further they can push this one here. VP, one of the worst possible circles for them. Lukaruk's now already going across that bridge. They need to get some information. And once he gets a little bit closer, he's going to see teams that are having called some emergency pickups already. Glory's fans here in the arena. Our PGC 2024 MVP. And of course, Tanwu, the top fragger from last year of PNC.
I think I can get Finzer to do one for me. I want a portrait.
A portrait? Yeah.
One up. Well, Gen G, we saw them just a moment ago as we check in with Falcons.
Another secret key back-to-back? That's kind of crazy.
Look, hey, they're taking their time. They're all the way up in the Northwest, right? They have no rush. No rush at all to get in there.
And the big thing is there's big chance in those secret rooms to also get an E-pickup. So that could be a play for them as well. So let's see how that rains out for those guys. And VP, of course, coming in. They're getting a little bit deeply involved here with the terminal teams.
We're back.
I don't know if... Oh, here we go. Okay, Vicious starting to engage, and Heather's around this corner.
Okay. Playing around the fence line. Not spotting anything. Just pre-fire.
Oh!
Wow. Type will go down to himself, but he takes down Simon T in the process. Now Heather goes down. Duckmite going down. So trades abound here for Vicious and T1. They try to figure out exactly where everybody is, but well played by both squads so far. Ian just managing to duck outside before that Molotov hits.
Yeah, now 3 players left standing here for T1. No heals at all on Ian. He's left on 22 HP. And Pao, he's going to have that M249 in hand and be ready for a potential push as they actually get the res up. So that's going to be big for them. It's going to be a 3v3 effectively, but they're even closer here, and Pao is shadow stepping towards the end.
Just doing his best. not reveal himself while getting a little bit closer towards that edge. But Ian, as he said, no meds to speak of. He's going to go ahead and play the wall. Just wait for Powell to make an appearance. But Powell being very disciplined on his own, raining, keeping eyes on the other side of that compound. So the offensive smoke coming out will again pause down for a bit in that fight as we check in with Twisted Minds, who have arrived in Buksan-sa.
Vicious.
And we're back.
Dogma back to a push here. Ian less than half HP on this corner with the AUG. It feels like Pau is aware. You've heard him step around this corner. Nades comes in though. Type is trying to help Ian get out of this mess. Oh, he gets hit by Tycon with the barrel. An easy angle for Tycon to get. The flush comes in too, and now it's down to just Raining and Type.
Really well done there by Tycon. We expect no less. Oh my goodness. That grenade landing right in his pocket. It does not manage to take him down. Duckmai will survive a little bit longer as Type looks like he's going to retreat a little bit further, and Raining is just going to watch the wall to make sure he can get away. As you see, Tanvu, actually it looks like Gam's going to run into Gike, so that's going on that coastline. Remember, we saw Gam in good position, and it looks like they were in good position to camp or catch Gike in the middle of their rotation. They're actually getting followed by Gen G as well, so we'll keep an eye on the south side while we keep an eye here on Vicious as well. Check back in with Virtus Pro.
Yeah, VP will be rotating on the northern side. There's actually quite the space ahead of them here. Type did find Pau. No more shots come in. And the Type is left to a little bit of HP as the other guys push in. Dogmai's going to jump out. Half the Type just turns with the MP5 and Dogmai goes down.
He's so good. Type, 432 damage here. And now Vicious finds themselves down to one player left alive, and it's going to be Tycon. That is a dangerous man. Fortunately, Type does have some heals for himself, but Tycon will take down Raining in the process. We'll see if he can get Powell back on his feet, as Type will throw the grenade. It's going to land a little bit short. That blue zone, no, that's a flashbang. Never mind. Type trying to see if he can reposition himself. He's just trying to cause problems, right? Don't give him the time to go for that res, but unfortunately, he just doesn't have it now.
All right, great. Let's see where this circle goes as T1 and Vicious is just involved in some mutual destruction. We do go north here. The vast majority of the teams is actually more south-southwest, so a lot of teams have to move, and Buksan-sa, that a big area that's just completely open here, could be an easy entry from these teams.
And Twisted Minds knows that Buksan-sa is free because they just came from there and left, so they know that unless they were getting backfilled, they should have a free place to play, as we get a replay of what Tanvu was able to do to Gike, taking down EJ, flushing him out as Kickstart back in the skies. Falcons, remember, coming in very, very late. They're coming in from the west, and they've got AGAL that are actually pushing right through them. So we'll keep an eye on that just in case they start fighting each other.
Team Liquid looks to be trying to get involved further in this circle too. Red zone here, AGAL and Falcons, two teams that's high up on the club championship leaderboard, is not trying to get involved here. Solalsi turns out and trying to get some shot, tries to pop some tires on Tickleton as his teammates turn around, and Shrimsy is on the other side of the road too. The AGL is just super aggressive here. They're trying to push around. Kickstarts shooting, lots of damage being done here from it. And it's really trying to get this disengaged, and the blue zone is pushing him quite aggressively. Delvin's car is so low, both on gas and on HP.
Seat swapping from the sky are the Falcons, as they'll look like they're going to disengage for the most part. AGAL off to the south, and the rest of the Falcons are just going to retreat back off to the north. You see a few parting shots being traded, but no harm, no foul, as Falcons will just make that long wrap up to the north, which could eventually push them into Virtus Pro. They have got a wide split on the northern side, nobody else really up there.
And wouldn't that be something to see our first and second place team currently here in PUBG Battlegrounds for Esports World Cup go straight up against each other. It's day 2, of course. We are playing a total of 18 matches if we don't get that smash rule in effect. But right now, VP is doing all they can to make it difficult for anyone to catch them. So once we conclude the day, we're going to put some points on top of it, and that's going to be the cutoff point for that smash rule tomorrow.
1v1 there between Type and Tycon. We'll check back in and see how that ends up as we're Currently looking at Liquid holding down the line on the western side. They've got 2 in the compound, 2 on vehicle, just hugging around the edge to see if anybody's coming in. Gen G is making their way in on the south side, just between Team Liquid and Shadow, and backfilling Full Sense. As we see, it looks like AGAL, after disengaging with Falcons, they do find an E pickup. They're going to pop that and try to make their way in as we wait and see where this next circle takes us.
Yeah, and that's the last kind of chance to do it as well, because the next circle pops, we go from circle 2 to 3. That's 1 damage per second, so they're going to have to rush in. We go with dead center here. Buxonsa is still in, but it's very much open terrain. Sure, there's lots of good riches. There's so many rocks around this area here, but there's not a lot of hard cover. A lot of teams are going to have to try and drive in or drop in into this area.
I see GK will get EJ back, and they'll get back up to full strength, while Falcons trying to come in from that northern side. Looks like Virtus Pro going to take those cliff sides just on the west side of Buxonsa, and they're going to get there just before Falcons does. But the good news for Falcons is that they have Kickstart in the air, and he's going to spot that out. As they were making their way towards that, they'll pull away, and they'll regroup and decide where to go next.
Yeah, they leave Gustav behind here. He's going to be the front point man to try to get some information from the ground. As it continues, Kickstar's going to turn that glider on once again. Vitality here taking some shots. We're on the south side, and Shadow Esports, Gen G rotating next to each other just behind GK and Vitality. They are spread out there. IGL is further north, and Soul gets involved with Vitality as Hello Might Bad goes down.
Vitality maybe a little bit too split up here as the circle collapsed. Weren't able to get everybody back together in time. They've got Gedrox uphill, and it looks like Levante and Quizzy will be able to escape the compound. So Gen G, with that knock and that flush, will secure themselves a spot in the zone to play, and Vitality will play forward with 4. It looks like Ferrist will get revived as well for Na'Vi. So Na'Vi back up to full strength. See if he can get a little loot for himself as well, as he's kind of scouting for the rest of the boys as they make their way in. But Twisted Mind's already in this position where they're headed.
And then it looks like they've dug out some Foxhole. Now they peek out, shots come in, and it connects quite a bit. Good Foxhole here for Perfectix, and he's around the tree. And again, it's a multiple effort from the guys, but Tulins gets it. Everyone is contributing towards the damage being done towards Na'Vi. They actually end up stopping just next to them as this circle gets extremely congested towards the south and central area. AGL has been able to get the east side of Buxonsa as VP has locked down the west and north. Team Liquid moving in behind on the west from Falcons, pushing them towards each other. And as we see, we're going to have potentially a fight between Falcons, Team Liquid, and 17 on that western side.
Yeah, it's starting to get really, really packed really quickly. But you see the wooded area that we're dealing with as Boostic will get spotted out as, once again, Na'Vi just running afoul of Twisted Minds. 3 men from T1 are back after Type wins the battle from the early game. And wouldn't you know it, Buxonsa completely empty with the exception of Delwyn from AGAL. So all 3 members of T1 back. They might be able to get fully looted up here in Buxonsa unless AGAL, and now the circle's going to go that direction as well.
Yeah, and Solalzi finds T1, finds Heather. Delwyn was aware there's birds in the sky. That's going to turn them around. They're going to be aware that there's just points available. Perfectix does find Hagatory flush here with a nade. So Twisted Minds trying to maintain control. This is going to be a difficult circle for everyone trying to get in from the western side. Twisted Minds realize that that is their perimeter to shut down. And that high ground that 17 already has, it's being called towards that. Little Rich is going to be another King of the Hill fight here as Falcons also gets involved here. There's going to be a huge fight on the western side. Shots already come out, and Batulins finds Zilghost from 17.
This could be a farm game for Twisted if they play their cards right. They've been dug in here, perfectly positioned. The grenade will come through, but not before the meds do for Batulins as the grenades start flying over from 17. They're not finding the mark, but Batu gets the double, and all of a sudden Xiao Wu is all by himself. He's got a UAZ and some smoke to keep him alive, but that's about it. Twisted Minds holding the line on the western edge.
Shrimpsy stolen Wenbo here as more nades come out and shots coming in too here towards Xiao Wu as he's disengaging completely. Shots connect as well. He's down to nothing and he's driving in blind.
He's not going to know what's ahead of him. He's going to drive straight towards Scam, straight towards Vitality. And he's going to try to survive for just a bit longer here on this rock, but it's going to be difficult. So many teams is aware because of the amount of noise he made as the car was driving in. Liquid coming in from the south too. They're going to have a fight with Gen G.
Yeah, Liquid completely disengaging for Falcons, do the full wraparound on the south side, but unfortunately the path in there is not much better, as it looks like Xiaowu will get the heal off, but he's going to get spotted out by Lu, so Twisted gets theirs in the end. Team Liquid will stop down and spot out Gen G just ahead of them, as Gen G is looking at full sense.
And that's the first team out in 16 minutes. We are still at 50 teams. EK finds multiple from Shadow Esports, and Luke 12 finds Bean, as we're talking about it. The southern side is going to have so many fights on multiple ends.
Big fights happening all around. Falcons trying to fight their way in on the northwest. They've got Virtus Pro, they've got Twisted Minds all looking over in their direction. The mortars are being sent by Virtus Pro. They're going to do some damage, but they're not going to get the knock onto Shrimzy. Another one falls. Falcons just have to keep eyes on the skies as we see Vicious Esports does eventually go down in the end. And of course, it's going to be E-End that gets it. Why wouldn't it?
Example finds Gustav as Falcons is being cornered by both VP and Twisted Minds. Mortars on both sides. Team Liquid finds a few flushes onto Bean and Salute. That's easy. Soul finds Gam. We're going to have so many fights. It's going to be hard to follow. We're going to focus on some of the most important ones, which is Falcons, VP, and Twisted Minds. Knocks are coming in and damage is being done here. Multiple mortars connect. 56 damage onto Gustav, and he's going to continue to bleed out. And now Twisted Mind gets involved in this one here, cornering Falcons up towards the edge.
Those mortars were sent by Twisted Mind, so that was the pre-fire, and now they're going to send everybody on foot, looking over the edge of these ridges. Not over peaking though. They're not full pushing, not full committing. They're just looking to see what they can see from their spot, knowing that there's Virtus Pro on the other side. So they're playing it very, very safe, very carefully. Virtus Pro doing a little bit of the same. They are getting shots sent into their back from T1's E-End, but it doesn't look like they're going to allow that to force their hand.
Yeah, just poking, just knocking at the door, trying to have an impact, trying to get those reses and utility used out. Gustav being on second res is having quite the impact here. Nixie getting picked up here by Corexi as they drive away. Shots damaged up, and he actually jumps into the back seat where you're a little bit more exposed. That's something that's also unexpected, so they're going to have to quickly switch over to it. VP still has a way inside and a foot inside the door on the next circle as Lukarux is set up, but Twisted Minds flexing out in the west, trying to corner and trying to hold down Falcons. They both know that it's teams that's worth to chase down, especially after Falcons has hit 70 points so far in this game.
Yeah, Falcons clock is definitely ticking, and Virtus Pro, they have nobody else in this lobby to really be concerned about other than Falcons, but Tiggleton will win that 1v1 against Beamy. Stays alive with 3 HP, but Nixie will spot him down, and that'll be it for Tig. Not flush just yet, but Corexi, that's the problem. E-End was taking shots into their back, kind of forcing their hand, and now Virtus Pro, they find themselves down to 2.
Lou steals Corexi even here now. Kickstart goes down to Nixie. Nixie gets so much damage done to him. Turns around, and Twisted Minds is third parting this fight completely. Shrimzy goes down to the blue, and now it's just down to Gustav. What can he do? Is he going to deny? Is he going to do something? Or maybe just go all the way north, try to get into the northern side of Buxanza. And maybe get closer here. Maybe he can do a drive-by. He has bandages. It's going to heal him just a little bit here, but it's going straight towards Lukarux, and he is ready for him. Shots come in and connect. Nixie gets Tickleton and Gustav on the bleed out, and Falcons is out in 12th place as VP goes up to 3 kills in this game with just Lukarux left.
And that's your primary threat down if you're Virtus Pro. Job done. Just take down Falcons. Don't let them get any closer. Lukarux now, everything else is just a cherry on top as Twisted Minds will pull themselves together, try to take him out in the end. Looks like they will have complete control over this northwestern side. Now the rest of T1, the duo of E-End and Reigning, starting to make their way down here as well. Doesn't look like they've spotted out Lukarux just yet. And Twisted from their south side, they were a little bit concerned about Myth, but it looks like Myth has now instead wrapped down towards the south where they're right on the doorstep of Gam. And good eyes from Lou. Will spot out E-End, gets a lot of damage in, but doesn't get the knock.
Lou calls coming in on the last day of play for it, and with this circle going away from everyone, this could be the game that AGL needs to get back into the fight. We do see T1 trying to fend off this. Nades come in, utilities being deployed towards T1, and Lukarux gets raining down. That could be another valuable kill to keep that average high. Perfectix seeing that it's VP is still alive here, and Ian trying to get the most out of this one here. Twisted Minds is running towards VP. They know that they need to try to stop them. He's on fire. Lukerux get into the smoke here, and Utility's being completely committed to this. It's a blue zone on top of Ian. It's going to force him towards Lukerux. That's an easy flush and kill for Lukerux, and Perfectix with a great spray down onto Ian, and T1 goes down, and Virtus Pro down in 10th place as AGL gets so much base on the northern side.
9 kills now for Twisted Minds. They're making a run for Navi's spot in 3rd as Gam will take down Myth. Only one player left alive, and that's going to be Scappy as the circle is starting to close. As you mentioned, AGAL, GK both so much to gain from this finish here. Twisted Minds, if they could just take out Navi, yeah, they will. Example knew exactly where to look for him. And that's going to be 10 kills now for Twisted as they continue their climb up the leaderboard.
You cannot count out the defending Esports World Cup champions of PUBG.
Absolutely not.
Twisted Minds with another banger game. There's 7 teams left and they already have 10 kills. This is an easy grab for 3rd place. And if VP and Falcons continue to have that fight on the top, that could be them just sneaking in and getting close, getting within inside that strike distance. Well, everyone is trying to avoid in the top. But 4 kills again for VP and only 2 for Falcons. It keeps them at bay. And GAM Esports is out at 7th place here. Luke 12 finds Tanwu 2.
Team Liquid having a heck of a run this game now. 7 kills, 8 kills for them as they hop up into 11th place. Put themselves a little bit closer. Twisted Minds going hunting. They're going to find Luke 12. Whoa. They're going to find Alo. They're going to find Team Liquid. Cleanly done by Twisted Minds, but they do take a knock. Batu's down. Lou is down. Full Sense starting to activate. Example, the last player left alive is Vitality is starting to creep down to the south and try to go get their own points.
I don't think they realize there's so many teams there. Example's going to go down to that nade. Surely from Levante, he does. And they go out in 5th place. Full Sense 2, Flash and Ticker's out. We're down to 4 from GK, 3 from Vitality and AGL. And everything just developed so quickly. As the teams in the south had so good controls as Mortars are coming in too.
See where they land. Looks like that might be close to center. I think that might be what GK is looking at. Position themselves in a spot around the rock.
Yeah.
They know that they've got...
They saw Ka.
Yeah. They know they've got a pretty full squad of Vitality. They probably... I'm not sure if they know that they're only down to 3 as AGAL, they get the little circle of there as it cuts back off to the north. So GK will have to make their way in. But those mortar holes looking like they'll probably go.
And they might have thought that car still had a player on it, so they're clearing it. Maybe their kill feed is not completely filled out here. Let's go through that match log to double check if there's other teams left alive. But it's just 3. And with GK being 4, they're trying to lock this down. They want to get the most out of this one here. That's also a great setup here. And GK with the control from the east, with only Delvin holding the far eastern side here. This is going to be a pretty easy entry for GK to get into that eastern side here as Vitality's developing their area on the west. Delvin, good shots here from the barrel. Does not connect enough onto the car. Does not pop any tires. Okay, there's a tire gone.
Only 1 kill for Vitality so far, but you can see where they are on the leaderboard. They stand to gain so much from this. As I mean, they have to know that Navi is still where Navi is, and Twisted Minds has been showing out today. Whoa. But Levante will start things off. Gets the knock on to Destroy. Not able to get the flush just yet, but they do have Gedrox in position, and it looks like Vitality is going to be active here. They're going to get aggressive and try to take down AGAL while they know they have a knock.
That's a great nade. That's going to probably connect. Oh, it didn't hit the tree. It went a little bit deeper. Gedrox close. That's a good nade from him as underhand here. More nades is being pushed, and this is just setting up everything perfectly for GK for a third party. They're running at this. Himas finds Gedrox, and Vitality's engaged in this one here. Gets the flush on him too.
A few more kills for GK would be huge if they can manage to get the win as well. 7 already in the bag, but this has been a slow fight developing here between Vitality and AGAL. Quizzy going to retreat back down to the south, leaving Levante all by himself up here to deal with the 3-man squad from AGAL. I'm not sure where Quizzy is going here.
It's going to be a bait.
Yeah, just trying to back flank, and I don't know if he knows. And yeah, Akan is right there. They're going to spot him out. That is an easy knock and flush there for GK.
Oh, there we go. It opens up. Levante gets some more damage done onto Delvin and how AGL is just completely aware of his location here. Full 3 gear with a Lynx and an AUG is dangerous setup for all the opponents going up against Levante. He's such a fragger.
Who managed to get Destroy back on his feet, and while this was going on, Geeke, they've just put themselves in position for the win. That's all that matters to this point for them. 8 kills already on the board, and they have just rocketed up the leaderboard. Win will put them right back into contention here as Delwin will get the final knock onto Levante. Another point picked up for AGAL. And can they pull off the miracle here? 3v4 versus Geeke.
It's going to be difficult, but they have him as. Got Delvin and they got Destroy. It's definitely possible for them, but they have the zone control. Probably have some of the good stuff that was in the crates. It's just around them as well as when Vitality was pushing. AGL was busy with that. No helmet for Destroy, but a 3 vest.
Yeah, hopping in the vehicle, it's really, they're just trying to bait Geeke into shooting or just revealing anything because they have no idea where Geeke has managed to reposition themselves. Now Park Pro right up front.
Oh, what a spot.
That's a spot and a half right there. There's no way that AGL spots him out. And Akan going for the western side flank, still staying kind of far behind, but you can see Geeke, I mean, they know they just have to be patient. Like, yeah. AGAL eventually is going to have to leave this spot. And they are in great position to capitalize the second that they do.
There's 3 more kills available. And to go from second to first is 4 more placement points. So 7 more points for them would put them on 52. Just 1 point behind Vitality, 2 points behind Na'Vi. I could really make a great argument for Geeke having a chance at that top 3.
It's going to make that race for third that much more interesting, and it might even start becoming a race for second. Falcons have not really been able to get the ball rolling so far today, and the longer they wait, the closer the rest of the pack starts to get to them. There's EJ. Looks like he's been spotted out. Shots coming in from
C4.
Oh, that's a C4 play. We'll see if Delwin actually uses it here. Looks like he's getting it prepped, and yeah, he's got it beeping. Where is that UAS going to get aimed? He's got the smoke wall laid down. Send it downhill. Hope for the best. Let's see how close they get.
Oh my God.
It will hit the tree, but it looks like Geeke already on the move. Will spot out Delwin, take him down. The C4 will not be successful.
They tried to nade it to disable it, but EJ pushed immediately off that. Delvin going down. Pakro finds it as well. That's going to be Geeke taking the win. And they take it against AGL, the team they have just been hot dropping 2 games in a row from today and yesterday. And they lock it down again. Pushing the challenge for podium.
I'm telling you, man, that Geeke versus AGAL storyline is starting to come pretty spicy, as it started off with the hot drop yesterday, and now it has turned into a leaderboard battle that I don't think any of us were expecting. But once again, Twisted Minds with a boatload of kills. They hop up and they are right on Navi's heels now.
And the mascot is in there for Geeke. Sung Jang and the boys have done it again. Been able to lock this one in here. Again, that was such a great game, so smart. And if it wasn't for Twisted Minds being so aggressive, they were the only team that was 4-4 alive. They thought that the liquid push was so easy. They thought that no other teams were close, and all of a sudden they had Vitality on them, they had Geeke on them, and boom, Twisted Minds were out.
Yeah, it was maybe a little bit of a misread, or maybe just aggression. I mean, they had already managed to get so many kills at that point. You know, they were just in farm mode as we see what the late game looks like. Hear that Geeke comms, get that 1, get that 2. They managed to also secure all of those kills as well, not allowing any of those to be donated over to the blue. So well done there by Geeke.
Absolutely, and all we can say to Geeke is Kamsahamnida for that great game. What a way to finish our second game of the day. We got 4 more lined up for you guys. Gonna be a good one.
That is starting to get really, really interesting up there at the top of the table. And all eyes now have to be on Team Falcons. Can they start finding a little bit more success? They still have a decent buffer. It's a what is it, a 12-point buffer on third place. But that was a lot bigger at the start of the day.
That's the thing, though. If VP continues to have this kind of high focus when they finally find Falcons. You can see how much they're cornering them.
Yeah, they're not going to slow down.
No, that's going to slow down, and that means that Falcons is going to be held a little bit. And then for third and down, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, Vitality, now GK, now Twisted Minds, they're going to make an argument to try to chase down that second place. And obviously a great idea from Virtus Pro is to stop that second place team, but if that's all they do today and only get those 3 to 5 maybe kills every game, it's going to make everyone else catch up to Falcons.
It is getting extremely interesting here after match number 2, but before we go to match number 3, let's throw it down to Caleris. That's an interview with Geeke.
That's right, thanks boys. I'm here with Park Pro to talk about that game as well as what's been going on so far in the final. So let's start with, in fact, this win that you were just able to get. Congratulations on that. Talk to me about the decisions you had to make in this game, especially going into, I guess, some of the final moments.
네, 박프로 선수 첫 번째 질문을 일단 전판 치킨 일단 축하드리고요. 치킨 먹는 과정에서 있었던 좀 일들이나 어떤 좀 결정 과정이 있었는지 막서클에 대해서 좀 얘기를 해주시죠.
저희 팀이 일단 남쪽 출발을 하면서 이재희 선수가 잘리게 되면서 좀 출발이 늦었는데 또 성장 선수가 동쪽에 팀이 이제 적을 확률이 높다 이제 콜을 해주면서 동쪽 시작한 게 도움이 돼서 이제 치킨까지 이어지지 않았나 싶습니다. 너무 좋은 결과가 나왔네요.
Yeah, started off with South. I think we had one loss, EJ going down early, but actually Songjang made a call that we don't have many teams in East, so if we got just positioning there, then we might have a chance. And I think that that call was actually very, very positive for us. So I think, yeah, in that sense, I think that call was the essential moment for us.
Yeah, definitely. It looks great. Thank you. And kind of a final question here to get things wrapped up. It seemed like coming into the finals, you guys had a bit of a harder time finding drop spots, and that has resulted in some interesting things going down. Can you talk to me about that and if it's been difficult for you throughout the games?
확실히 파이널 오시면서 좀 랜드마크를 좀 찾으시는 데 있어서 좀 되게 우여곡절이 좀 많으셨던 것 같아요. 랜마싸움도 있었고 여러 가지로 좀 처음 이제 시작하는 과정이 좀 힘들었는데 그 점을 좀 한번 얘기를 해주신다면요.
저희가 이제 아직 정해진 랜드마크가 좀 저희 팀이 이제 GK에 오고 와서 랜드마크가 아직 정해지지 않았다고 생각합니다. 근데 이제 저희가 자신 있어 하는 부분에서 처음 교전 때 랜드마크 싸움이 자신 있다. 그래서 계속 할 거다라고 알아주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Well, I'm coming into GK. I think we're not decided on the drop spots yet. So that being said, we're going to show a lot of hot spots more. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Should AGAL still be scared?
AGL을 무서워해야 될 것 같나요?
AGL이 저희를?
네.
저희는 일단 한국에서 계속 초반 싸움만 하고 있습니다. 그래서 자신 있습니다. 조심하세요.
I mean, we've been practicing all the hot spots, hot drops in Korea. So yeah, you should be feared about it.
Okay, 감사합니다. Thank you very much for joining me here. Of course, we now head on back to the studio here for more games.
Hey guys, it's Porosaurus, and we had the community decide strategies that they would use if they were put into a PUBG type situation. Well, we need to decide how good those strategies might be. So to do that, I got some help from my friend over at Team Falcons, Mr. Tiggleton.
Hello, everybody. I'm ready to pass judgment.
Pass the judgment. All right. Strategy, Tig. You get to rank this tactical pack plus tons of first aid kits and an EMT. Hide and do fast heals in the blue zone until endgame.
All right, look. Honestly, this might be S tier, but life is about, you have to have a code of honor. And this is just the worst of the worst, disgusting rat strategy. Immediately E.
Okay.
you know,
All right, no, your
immediate.
survival is not as important as honor. Apparently,
Facts.
is what I'm understanding.
Exactly.
Golden pickaxe equipped. Left click, left click, left click, left click, left click, left click, left click.
Golden pickaxe.
I mean, yeah.
No diamond. I mean, this is not a bad one, but it depends where you are in the circle. Like, this could be good. It could also be terrible. So I think I'm going to smack it somewhere. We'll give it a C.
Give it average.
Yeah, average.
Okay.
You know,
if you know, a lot of things need to go right for that to go
exactly,
right.
exactly. A little random.
I'm just hiding until the very end. Lol. I'm playing foe the win.
Foe to win. I mean, if you're looking to survive, that might be the tech. I mean, at some point you gotta stop hiding. But for the win. I respect that. I like that.
Okay. All right, so not
It's
like
not
all the
bad.
way up to the bad, but not too bad. But
I've lost to people doing that.
I mean, they were playing foe the win, man. You got to do what you got to do. So
Yeah.
find some adrenaline pills, and then hope for a glider.
Hoping for a glider.
Just
I mean,
stay above it all.
This would be the most enjoyable way to perish. As much as I want to say that
the best way to die.
Yeah.
All right, I know. Okay, well, it's only 2 spots
Yeah,
remaining, so
please, they better be good.
These better be good,
Please,
or
they
you're going to
better
be
be
in
good.
trouble. I'd be prone and not moving unless the blue zone was tickling my feet. I feel like you would rank that lower if you could.
Yeah, if I could switch these two.
Well, now you're stuck. See, now you really got to hope that this is a good one, right? All right, dropping school and dying within 2 or 3 minutes.
I mean, it's just based. It's just based. It's alpha. This is honorable. This is respectable.
Well, that's that's what's most important.
There's a saying. It's the big dog eats. All right, it's a classic.
Well, the big dog eats, and so if you're going to be honorable and win in a PUBG type situation that you find yourself in, you better go to school and die within the first 2 to 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I agree with Tig. You know, dropping school, dying within 2 to 3 minutes.
It was based. Yeah. He did say you have to do well on the 2 to 3 minutes of dropping at school, right? You just got to have the bravery, have the grenades to go there.
Gumption.
Until the circle starts tickling your feet, and then you end up having to move. If for some reason you end up surviving. But in this game, we got actually a chance to hear from Geeky as well, as they ended up getting the win. This is what happens, AGL and Geeky, when you don't end up hot dropping, when you actually decide to not do it, because we ended up seeing them both at the end.
Look, the problem for
AJL still is Geeky though,
Right?
regardless if it's in the first minute of the game or if it's the the last minutes of the game. Regardless, it looks like Geeky just has AGL's number. The problem is a lot of teams have AGL's numbers, even though they did manage to kind of skirt their way to the end game there.
It's almost like Delwyn in the drop chat said, "You can come for us," and they took that personally because even in the end game, it became this fight at the same guys find you at the beginning of the first and at back of the second. You just can't get away from them.
By the way, we're seeing here in the match report, Lou with the 5 kills.
Yay.
They ended up getting 13. Yeah, there you go. 13 kills total. This is good to see Twisted Minds wake up. And with that, if I'm not mistaken, I think that ends up pushing them to that 3rd place.
The longer the final is, the better Twisted Minds will be. That, when we move to these 3-day events, they tend to do significantly better. Again, as a reminder to everyone, Lou, who just got the kill lead, got off an airplane right a few hours before we started the last day of their group. So he had time to wake up. He got into the rhythm yesterday, and that could be it. I mean, it is still a very long journey for Twisted Minds to grind up here, but they were effective and they were active. They saw the fight. I actually think Falcons saw VP, that sort of engagement in that, it put them in the kill feed, and immediately Twisted Minds went, yoink. Okay, that's how we get to the top. We look for a third party against teams that are winning, we take them down, and then we get as many as we can on the way out.
Yeah, that was beautiful. As you stated, Twisted immediately recognized that it was just one member left of VP, and they just absolutely bum rushed Lucarux until they got him down, right? And again, this is another game where VP, although they've gotten a few points, they did not do exceptionally well they did yesterday. I mean, we knew they weren't going to mirror that performance. 91 points in a grand final day is just ludicrous. But the fact that they are slowing down significantly, as we stated, a lot of teams have their eyes on VP and they're not able to get going what they want to, or at least back as many points. I mean, half as many points as they got yesterday.
Yeah, one of those was Twisted Minds. This is why I wanted to bring that one up, because of those 13 kills. But then if we look at the opposite, right? If we look at Falcons, that is in that 2nd place, that is trying to close that gap. they're not being able to close that gap because even though they were fighting VP, they ended up getting eliminated very early on before VP, and they also got less kills.
Sacrifices have to be made, right? Someone's got to be the one to go out there and do it. Someone's got to be the one that says, we're going to push them, we're going to fight them, and even if that means I lose a leg, I'm going to come hopping into the circle as far as I can. Now, that said, they did it. VP set a record in a grand final or for an event like this with that first day performance, but if one team can do it, so too could another, theoretically, right? And Twisted Minds is looking like they might be setting something up.
And that's the issue. Twisted Minds is actually very steadily gaining a healthy amount of points, and they're climbing that leaderboard. A team that, again, we said would start slow, and they have so far. And then for the other teams, Na'Vi is trying to catch up, as is Vitality. They're making it towards the mid of the end game, but they're just not getting the kills, and that's because the teams that are coming towards the end, I mean, these end games are also getting so frantic because a lot of teams don't want to overcommit, right? Because they know how important it is to get these points. So you're actually seeing a lot of passiveness from teams that you normally wouldn't see. Like Myth is one of those teams my eyes are on. They are, I mean, after the group stage, it's been pretty much silent.
I got to get Ice Tab 90 with a bold prediction that VP will lose just straight up. Confidence on that.
Followed by VP got this.
Salamence thinks, VP's got this. So, I mean, either way.
I was clearly Twitch is up and running, so we got to know what you guys, which one do you think? It's one's for VP's got this, two if you think they let it slide.
That is a disgusting team. Well done.
They're just making up fantasy.
Agina, that's a nice team.
I mean, you even had today earlier on the Twitch chat saying, leave VP alone, man, feels bad. You just keep those comments going, and if you end up sharing anything on social media, use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. Talking about Myth, actually, that the first game today, 0 points. In this one, they were at least able to get 2 points, one of them coming from kills. We got to start seeing a pop-off performance here, either out of Kiss or somebody else from the squad. And I'm looking at something that happened with Falcons during groups. Like, they need somebody to just kickstart that team for Myth.
It makes me sad that we're saying, well, they got 2 this time, right? Because we go back to group stages where Myth was an unbearable force. If you go back to the starting sequences, they talked about other teams saying, we're the most scared of Myth. Myth could win this. We're really worried about them. And now what?
They were the #1 team that everyone had their eyes on, right? And even looking at Liquid, as we just saw, Liquid also, they're really struggling in this grand finals, and it is breaking my heart. But this also just goes to show you how difficult this lobby is, how good these teams really are, and how well they've adapted to the lobby. Because we saw in groups, some of these teams were kind of getting away with a lot of things that they shouldn't have, and now they're getting full on punished.
I do, in the case of Myth and Liquid and some of those teams that are being punished, I think it's because they're going for what they need to get back in the hunt. And that is a punishing thing to do, to send yourself into fights where you're like, I wouldn't normally want to do this. I wouldn't send for this high point position, but I have to because of what VP did yesterday. My options are not what they were yesterday. My plan that I showed up at EWC with is gone. I got punched in the face. VP broke some noses yesterday, and everyone had to come up with a new plan.
Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Damn right. Damn right. And right now, those teams are trying to figure out what that plan is going to be. Luckily for them, right now, VP is not just keeping going, punching them in the face, but I know they're going to be looking to perform a lot better in this next match, as we're going to be sending it to Kalaris and Matrim.
Yes, we are. Just want to talk about the points and how things all line up here for this, as well as maybe even also the club championship as a whole. But what's great about day 2 of the finals here, Matrim, is that we have opened things up a tiny bit here with Virtus Pro at the top. Not having the easiest of times to start.
I mean, yeah, a little bit. It's down into them and Falcons. Falcons not necessarily having the best day either, so that's allowing some come-ups for squads like GK, Twisted finding some successes in this one.
Yeah.
Because when we look at everything moving into tomorrow, the Smash rules I know a lot of people are kind of confused on. Remember, it's whoever's in first at the end of the day, then plus 10 points. And you can't get the 10 points in one game and then get the victory. You have to get the 10 points, and then the game after that, whoever gets the well, if they get the chicken dinner, then they win. And then everybody else has to catch up to that point total. So if we see VP somehow mirror a little bit of what they had yesterday and they can get enough distance, it could lead to a lot of fun tomorrow.
And of course, if you cannot actually get yourself that match point and then the victory down the line, you do play out the 6 games. So we would see the 18 games all play out. I'm of the opinion it's going to be very hard to get the win after getting that 10-point threshold. What do you think?
1, people are going to start hunting VP. 2, VP gets their points mostly off of consistency, right? It's not often a chicken dinner that we see them walking away with. It's like second place and a ton of points and kills and everything else like that.
All right, well, I'm going to send it on over to the commentator team here now for yet another game to get things rolling. Day 2, we're almost at the halfway point.
Yes, indeed, sir. We are one game away from the halfway point for today, and we've got 2 games in the bag. 4 more left to play, and Virtus Pro have been hunting down Team Falcons. While that hasn't allowed them to increase their lead, it's allowed a lot of other teams to start creeping up right behind the Falcons.
Yeah, that's the problem with this amount of game that's being played. And we're going to know, after this game, once we're done, we're going to be at that halfway point for the overall tournament. And potentially, if we do play all 18 games tomorrow, as you know, once we're done, we're going to have that top team. We're going to put 10 points on top of their points. So let's say Virtus Pro end on 120 today, or 130 today. If it's 130, we're going to put it, the cutoff is going to be 140. We're going to have a minimum of 2 games tomorrow, but it could go all the way to 18. As we do have this circle, all the teams and all the players ready, we're going to be starting from the north, going all the way down to the southeast. A little bit difficult for a lot of the teams to try to get into the usual spot. Difficult to get into Jamacera, to Monte. You're going to have to steal cars or go to some of those alt drops. We know that is in play for most of the teams.
That whole western side of the map really kind of cut off. Well, so far today, Twisted Mind's been having a banger. Geek also really showing up today. 33 points in 2 games. Not too shabby for Geek as they've put themselves right back into the mix.
Absolutely. If it wasn't for a bad day yesterday, then it would have been looking even better.
Yeah. I mean, look, how much of that is having to do with AGAL donating a few points over? But yeah, I mean, 8. Not even. Oh no.
Okay.
He
jumped over it?
Sure, let's go with that. Luca Rux will get back into the compound, and Spiro is just laughing about it like, whoa, I had him.
He's laughing too.
I know he was dead. Well, Luca Rux, the rabbit's foot in his pocket, will manage to live this one out a little bit longer, as Spiro will get a few parting shots sent over in his direction. This is all happening just north of Los Leones. In and around Los Leones is where Virtus Pro decided to go, and they've got Team Liquid over there as well. But it looks like Liquid are going to grab a vehicle and get on out of Dodge.
With a northern circle like this, though, it's going to be difficult for our teams in the south to get in there. A lot of them with this plane path here, with the alt drops that's going on, have already locked down space. And as we saw yesterday, Shadow Esports getting a great game. And right now they're dead center on that map. They can have another one. The team with not much expectations coming their way. Twisted Minds. And you know, when the power grid is not even inside the circle, you know it's a wild one. You know it's somewhere crazy, because power grid and Picado is dead center, and those 2 cities are out currently with a water treatment somewhat dead center circle here. It's looking good for DK to have a back-to-back game. And they are rotating straight into water treatment to try to get even more loot and lock down some of those central locations here. It's difficult though with water treatment, because you have so many high ground compounds.
Yeah.
And you have the gas station to the south, you have to the east as well. So you have to figure it out. Are we either going greedy here to lock down as much as possible, or we're going to try to keep water treatment to ourselves, or at least know when other teams are coming in. And now with 17, of course, in Picado, they're going to have to figure out what is their way of entry, because a lot of teams have already dropped out.
Yeah, it's. I mean, water treatment. It's kind of that same issue that Twisted Minds had, trying to hold down
exactly the same.
Right?
Yeah.
Like you know you can try, but it's just too big. At the end of the day, it's just too big, and you know that you're going to get crashed at some point, and have to deal with that. So we'll see how Geek plays this one going forward. As Gam. Long F getting a little bit close to Hansi here, and Hansi, he's got no idea, does he?
He's peacocking. You hear shots, but he's peacocking. There's no idea from Hansi that we already have Gam. And look at that, Doctors coming in now. That might be a bait here for him to run to the direction that Hwang F is in already. He's not. Okay, Hwang F is actually running a bit after him here. As Hansi is running, he might not be able to hear his steps. Hwang F is chasing. Hansi is trying to get disengaged from this, because they already have really good locations. Now shots come in, and it's a drive-by. Hansi's down to half HP.
Oh my God, this happens that quickly. You see, I mean, you saw Hansi, he was just running around inside the warehouse, peacocking, taking shots. All of a sudden, he hears just the faintest hint of a vehicle, and he's just like, no, I gotta go, and immediately runs to the car. And the second he gets away, he's just surrounded by getting shot at by GAM players. So that's how quick it can turn in lobbies like this. As we check in, Quizzy Going to get taken down by Gen G. And fortunately, Gen G able to collect that point for themselves, because I know, you know, one of my favorite stats, especially when we get to these points where every point is so important, is that plus minus, right? Kills that you steal versus kills that are stolen away from you. Right now, Gen G is -7. I have not seen a number that high. And look at where Gen G is on the leaderboard. 13th place. Before that kill, we're 31 kills. You add 7 to that, they're in 9th. And the difference in money that you get from that, the difference in club championship points you get from that is so incredibly huge. So it just goes to show what a priority these guys need to be placing on securing those knocks when they get them.
And looking at Vicious here in 28 points, just 6 more points. They're jumping up into 9th from 15th, right? We're talking from $21,000 all the way up to 37. You're effectively doubling the prize pool you're taking away for this. And you have a 3-way tie on 34 points. If Liquid gets one more, it's a 4-way tie. That's just absolute insanity how our mid-pack teams are trying to chase down each other. Lou is trying to get up here, but Simon T is already waiting. It's a straight and easy kill for Simon to get down Lou here. And it's not even central location, it's not even priority location, but Simon's just ratting it, trying to get that 1 point, and it paid off. Really well played by Vicious here to have an idea that Twisted Minds often do these high ground scouting locations.
It's absolute jump scare material there for Lou as well.
And Lou is such a big voice in the early game and mid game for Twisted Minds, so it's such a big voice to lose as well. Very unfortunate for them.
Well, Simon T gets a motorcycle delivered to him, at least, and yeah, that's I mean, additionally tough because the likelihood of them going back for that blue chip obviously pretty small. As
no chance.
Simon will be looking and seeing where Twisted Minds goes, feeding that information over to the rest of the boys, and they'll go ahead and make their way a little bit further into circle while also avoiding Twisted. So only a couple of teams still making their way in. Team Liquid, Full Sense, all the way down to the south. AGAL coming in from the eastern side, free and clear. But 100% playable circle means that, you know, the likelihood that you see a lot of early game scrapping pretty low.
Yeah, all the teams, they know what priority they have into this circle here. If you're early, you can get that center. If you're not that early, you're going to have to get info. You're going to have to take the scraps. And the most importantly is the teams try to get in and they try to get information. If you see teams that are in 2-2 splits leaving those compounds, that might be a playable area for you. So especially from circle 2 and 3 on, that's where we really see these teams having this pre-drive towards the center where you then can react and say, okay, we see a team leaving here. Let's try to take that compound away because that compound might still be good to play. All right, VP coming in from the south side. They are inside, but they have no information about who's ahead of them. So they're going to have to drive together as a car caravan. So if anyone peeks out, they can just straight pull up or straight drive by. So crucial, especially in the Nixie Corexi car. You have a front man gunner. Look at Na'Vi here. They're actually out. This might be a pull-up. It's a straight drive by. Hackatar finds Nixie, actually. That's a big name to take out this early. Corexi turns around. Spiro takes Corexi, and now the other guys have to get involved in this one.
Yeah, full-on pull-up IVP with no information, as you said, about what they're pulling into. With Na'Vi, fortunately enough, we're able to get at least one. Oh, that grenade not going to go where it needs to. This is the window by just that much, but Spiro will get taken down by Beamy in the end. So Na'Vi will lose 2. They did call in support from the rest of the boys. They were making their way over here. We'll see if they fully commit, but yeah, now the shots are going to come in, and it looks like Na'Vi will just play this one forward as 2.
That's 2 kills for VP. They now break in game 9, 100 points at 101. Wow. Absolute insanity here to keep that 10-point average up, considering what the 2 start of the games was today here. So, and they have a 30-point lead down to second place.
Look at this.
More than 40 points here. Gen G and Vitality, though, what a fight.
Crashing right on top of this magnet compound that we've seen get so much love in the past. Falcons were in here, but they have since moved off to the west.
Did you see that sign?
I did not.
I could not see that sign. That looked funny. Was that Calaris?
It might have been.
It was Calaris. Look at that. Who is he cheering for?
Yeah, it should be
He's joining in on the fans here. Look at that, he is. It is. I couldn't recognize him without his jacket and with the sunglasses on. Because all the lighting in here is already red and orange, so I couldn't tell it was him.
I couldn't tell it was him because I didn't see him eating fish raw and wriggling. But currently Falcons just kind of third-partying that Vitality. It's interesting, Vitality and Gen G actually kind of sharing this spot intentionally. Like they're not, they're laying the smokes down. They've got the throwables, but you know you don't want to just blow all of your utility right here because you know in the late game you're going to need it and you're most likely not going to get crashed again. So I think it's more just waiting for somebody to make a mistake, peek the wrong window, and maybe put a Panzerfaust right down their throat.
And also remember, in the group stage, like, it's very shareable. We saw Twisted Minds in the high ground there, the amount of points and kills and damage they got from that. But then inevitably, when they had to push the other side of the compound, they absolutely got roasted. So is it worth it to see if, again, as you said, it's a magnet compound. If we see a circle close to it, it might be worth just sharing, just for the sheer amount of kills and points you're going to be able from placement and from the kills you're able to get. Falcons actually is pretty deep in this circle too, with Kickstart being the front point man. They are fully aware of all the teams and players that's around them. Kick with an 8x and 3 vest. There's so much information readily available to him.
It's a little aggressive sending Kick out there. I mean, Falcons obviously have the compound just behind, but sending Kick out there to keep an eye on that Vitality Gen G situation. Will retreat now that Vicious has kind of paid attention to them, and now that the circle is going to pop again, it's going to go hard south. So pulling away from water treatment all the way. Magnet compound be damned. We're going back over towards Liquid and Na'Vi as we'll see if GAM actually commits to pushing any closer in. It doesn't, I mean, there's no reason to. They've got this compound to themselves, right?
I mean, this is a comeback game for GAM as anything, right? That Longhouse compound where Hongef is now driving back to is actually so strong. Liquid looking good too. Twisted Minds too. Vicious is driving as Vitality is doing so much to have an impact on that. Shrimpsy actually pokes Skwetrocks off the roof. Falcons also has to move, but they got quite the space southwest if they end up going in that direction. 17 Gaming in a greedy split, shooting at everyone, going through this trap that they have set up between Hacienda and the Barns.
It's a super greedy split from 17, keeping 2 inside Hacienda, and I think Falcons are starting to get a read on that because they've got to make their way in. So 17 better hope that Falcons don't figure out what's going on here, because then that would be a full 4-man crash onto one of the two ends of that split here, as Myth will try to make their way past Shadow, but Shadow sticks around, takes a few shots in parting. Myth not going to go all the way out into the blue just yet. We'll just get out of Shadow's line of sight, and Shadow will just hop in vehicles and start to make their way in.
Yeah, again, for a home turf circle for them, they're really not happy with this southern shift, Poro. And as you said, all these teams trying to rotate, trying to get in here. There's not a lot of space that's openly available to anyone. You're going to have to play the ridges on the southern side because all the compounds are completely locked down. And now here with Falcons are doing that rotate we were talking about on the southwest side. Quite the space ahead of them here. But they're going to have to drive in between the trap of Team Liquid and Full Sends that's still inside the circle, that have the compound and the high ground. It's going to be difficult. We're going to have to figure out where this next circle goes. And if we do get a southern shift, it's going to enable Full Sends and VP to have that high ground control where Liquid is shooting at everything around that compound.
Falcons doing just getting themselves another vehicle just in case they have to play in the open fields. Maybe getting an idea that that compound, the south side of Hacienda, is open. We'll see if they stick around there. As Vitality is doing that long wrap back around on that western side. They could get involved here soon, but Gustav separating himself from the rest of the boys, trying to get a read on what's going on to the south as we check in with Gen G on the north. I know they spotted out Shadow Esports, but they're going to take some blue damage while they wait to make the look. Shadow's not even looking. They're all eyes to the south.
Just straight running at them right now. Nadian hand comes out. Nade comes in. That's going to be a nade straight on to Hansi potentially. That's a great nade. Soul hits him perfectly. Hansi goes down. Easy flush for Soul. Gen G is destroying the dreams of Shadow Esports. They're hoping for a great game. D finds another one. Setsuna finds Bean, though, as it's being turned around.
That is absolute timing there for Gen G. But good pickup there for Setsuna to get at least one of the Gen G guys down. And looks like Jexi and Setsuna will hop back in those vehicles, start making their way down the road. But Vicious taking shots at their front. They're going to get shot at. Yeah. Is that going to be actually E-End that takes down Setsuna? So now it's down to just Jexi. And he is sailing towards no man's land. I don't think we'll see Shadow in this lobby much longer as AGAL getting peppered by mortars. Where are they even at right now? They have Myth just on the other side, though. But the good knock will go down to Baron. So Himas not going down without a fight.
More utility being deployed here from AGL as they have to commit to this defense as Myth is trying to sneak in. Himas finds Kiss. Lolc finds the flush onto Baron. And Myth is completely falling apart.
Yeah, it's been I mean, look, they've been average at best, but considering what we saw out of Myth in the group stages, we were expecting far more than just average. As we see Nixie, they've got eyes on. Why not send a few mortars over in that direction? We'll do a little bit of damage. Oh, almost gets Scappy. But fortunately, Scappy sees that Myth will lose Kiss as Duckmai will get those last bullets into him, and now Myth just happy feet, trying to avoid mortars coming from all directions as T1 has now crept up on their ridge line.
Gustav finds Getrox as Vitality try to rotate in. T1 with a third party onto Myth. Jacob goes down, and now it's down to just Scabby. Can he do something? Damage has been done. Type goes in. Scabby has a shotgun, though. Doc might find Scabby through the smoke, and that is Myth out in 15th place.
The shotgun through the smoke. We'll see if they can get Type back on his feet. Yeah, don't hang around there. Immediately picks him up and repositions as last players from Gen G are pulling into the north side of that T1 split. We'll see if they can hold the line there. AGAL, Himas, and Sololzi a little bit separated, while Virtus Pro now turning their attention over towards Full Sense.
Falcons continue to find damage on both on 17 and Vitality. Soul finds Type, and T1 is under an immense amount of pressure as Gen G has pulled up in the compound that they left to try to get points out in the open. Heather now, that's some damage done, but he's behind the little side here. It blew up on the stairs, so Heather's going to be able to heal off. Raining finds Himas, and that's AGL losing a big name here as Raining gets the flush on him too.
Seeing what Heather's been able to do in solo situations. We'll keep an eye on that. As Virtus Pro going to send the grenades over the wall here towards Full Sense. Get it in return as well, but the damage just not coming through for Full Sense as Belmoth will be taken down, and Tigger is alive just by the smokes. Thanadol and Flash have to retreat back to cover, but more grenades are in the hands of Virtus Pro as they fight their way down.
5 kills now. They keep the average stacking up. And now they realize, okay, next circle pop, we might have a play here. We can either third party or pull up on something. There's 2 members left on Full Sense. Are they going to go for the kill for a drive-by? Lucarux finds Flash. That's an easy pull-up for them. Tannel turns around, but Beamy gets him. That's Full Sense out by the grace of Virtus Pro. They're up to 7 kills.
And they're getting peppered from range now by Falcons. Actually going to finish off Lucarux through the smokes. Falcons just outside of zone right now. They know they have to deal with T1. AGAL does get eliminated in the end as Virtus Pro continue to reset. We see that helicopter coming through. That was an E pickup popped by Geeke, but ain't no way they're taking that, right? They still have to find a way inside the zone, however, from the north, as Falcons will get a little bit closer now to Team Liquid's compound. You see Cowboy on the mortar.
Cowboy, it's going to go for a defense here, 170 meters here. That could be a little bit too far, in my opinion, here. As they're only about 120, 130 meters away. He's going to go in lower. Okay, now he's going down. 130 could be around where they are for the further shots, but let's see if Falcon is ready for this impact here.
Falcons keeping eyes on the skies, but they're getting shot at from range by 17 as well, so they have to keep the happy feet on. Mortar's going to fly just a little bit too far. So no danger from those for the time being. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro going to send it right into Navi, and Navi is ready. Ferris gets 2 with a well-placed grenade, well-timed grenade. Beamy now the last player left alive for VP as he is down to half HP. Another couple of rounds coming in his way, and he will go down, but job done for Virtus Pro as they have now 7 kills sitting on 106 points. Here comes the push from Falcons.
Yeah, utility being deployed now from Falcons here. Blue zones. Luke has to heal, and now Nate's coming in to follow up here. That went out. It hit the other side. So unfortunate. Now defensive utilities being deployed here as well. The circle is still on top of the compound here, so they have plenty of time to fight here. You have to have the really well-placed utility to try to get those knocks.
Damage coming through on the Liquid, but no knocks for Falcons. But they at least opened the door. They're able to get in closer. Flashbang from Alo. He's going to go and try to turn the corner, but Shrimzy's waiting for it. He gets the knock. He gets the flush immediately following. So Alo maybe a little bit ambitious on that flashbang peak. The rest of Falcons will reset, have to remove themselves here off of that blue zone, but the grenade will take down Purdy Curdy. Now Team Liquid falling apart.
Great utility here, though, from Team Liquid. Now Twisted Minds is sneaking ever closer.
Yeah, they're getting here.
There are 4 kills now for them, and they get close to placement points too. T1 being out, that's 1 placement point for the top 8 given to everyone left alive. And now utilities being deployed from Twisted Minds. They know that Falcons is that next team to try to chase, as they are in 3rd place. Just 16 points behind currently. It is doable. Example finds Gustav. He drops a nade. That could be it's an immediate flush on him and does some damage to Kickstart too. The point man with the Groza and 3 gear.
Super unfortunate timing there for Falcons as Luke 12 will go down.
Drop shot
and flush. Cowboy will try to return the favor. Gets Shrimzy, but Kickstart is going to push with that Groza and will finish off Team Liquid as Tian will take down 2 members of GK. The Mortars coming alive once again.
And with the chase being now in play, the equal amount of kills for both VP and Falcons this game, but 1 more placement point. And this is the game where they can try to catch up. Now Na'Vi try to defend from the push from Twisted Minds, but Tulin goes down. And those teams are also always fighting. 15 points difference from 4th place to 3rd between Na'Vi and Twisted. Dr. Stott find equally here.
Love that. Falcons trying to keep pace with Virtus.pro, but also create separation for themselves from the teams in the chase right on their backs. We see more mortars being sent over towards GK. They were able to reset off of that first double knock, but EJ now down once again. Looks like they should be able to get him back on his feet, and they will. But they are still on that northern side of the zone. Absolutely no cover, just hiding in the fields for now, as 17 has found their way in. Vicious in a great position. Gam still in good position, but they are going to have to move here eventually.
Example still alive. I don't think Falcons is aware of his off angle. So unexpected. Nate being used here. That could get close to Shrimzy. Bounces right. Does a little bit of damage. 25. Wenborg finds him though. 17 Gaming gets Twisted Minds out in 7th place. We have 6 teams left now, and placement points start stacking up. Whoa, what a great headshot from Shrimzy.
Shrimzy just shredding him from range. And now they'll continue to make their way. They're actually going to make their way over towards the Gam side. So Tiggleton will get at least a foothold while Shrimzy is just making that mini do work right now. Almost 600 damage for himself so far. They'll hop back into the Bronco and go rejoin his teammates. While Gam, you see what they're dealing with. They send Tanvu on the other side of the road, and that might be actually what keeps them in this. That's going to keep Falcons pressured here.
And you know why this is smart? Because they don't want to go to Na'Vi to potentially give them points. Gam is not a team that they're directly competing against on that leaderboard. So I get the idea that they don't want to try and pull up onto Na'Vi. They have the information that but Gam has been here the entire time. They have all the utility they need to put pressure onto Falcons. Shrimzy goes down, and now blue zones and more grenades are being absolutely sent in the direction of Falcons.
Shrimzy gets knocked by the first one, but the rest of the barrage not able to take him down, as you see that blue zone grenade ticking. Clories getting a little bit more aggressive, keeping eyes over them as the mortars continue to fall on GK. They've somehow been able to survive in this wide open field whilst getting mortared. Another grenade will provide the next point of call for them to go to. Shrimzy back on his feet. Gam, the utility not going to be enough to take down the Falcons.
They have now survived the barrage, and now there is so much cover to be able to be played. 17 now. They turn their direction towards Vicious, and Tycon finds a nade and a knock with the FAMAS.
Just beautifully executed by Vicious, but the grenades in return will take down takes down Tycon very low as well. Lil Ghost now the last player left alive for 17. Shrimzy and the rest of the Falcons boys turn their attention over towards GK. Gam has retreated to their compound. Falcons get to stay inside this little ridge line that they've created for themselves, but Gam have to leave.
Yeah, Gam still has some cars. They want to get it in on one of the safer spots inside this compound here. Clara is considering, do we go deeper now? Do we try to take the ridge on the other side where Tanwu is already set up? 17 Gaming's out in 6th place here. One more placement point for the remaining teams left alive. Gam still on 0 kills.
Unbelievable that Falcons have been able to keep 3 alive this long. GK even more unbelievable as they're asked once again to do the impossible and make the run across that wide open field. And Vicious back up to 3 strong. And they are just staring over in that direction. The FAMAS will sing out, take down Akan. They'll secure their 10th kill as they continue to climb up the leaderboard. They are now in 9th.
Prime Tigan is back. Simon T, though, he does get the final shots. Glorious finds Songjang as both Gam, Vicious, and GK is having so many fights across each other. And the benefactors are Na'Vi and Falcons. They managed to survive for 1 more point. Top 4. 4 teams left alive. Gam is 1 man down, and now Utility is being deployed towards Falcons. Next circle about to pop here, Poro.
Look at Vicious just rocketing up the leaderboard. Now up into 8th after finishing off GK. Falcons,
13 kills.
13 kills and still 3 alive. They now have to leave their garage, though, and that is just nothing but wide open field. A little bit of roadside and a very small portion of Navi's compound still in. So Boostic and Ferris can keep looking in that direction as Long F will try to take out Falcon's vehicle. That might actually provide them a little cover more than anything here.
That was definitely the play that Falcons went for, to deploy a little bit of playable space, but yeah, it's going to be difficult. Both teams have to leave everyone. I think the last team, though, of Gam, or the last players, is Tanwu. They're in a pretty decent spot where Cloris is to shoot at Falcons. The question is, do they go for a deny here once Kickstart has been knocked with the Molotov? Is it even worth to try to send it in? Because it could be teams that you're directly competing against later on here, as Na'Vi could also maybe get some of the kills where Falcons is trying to deny the chase. 83 points, 22 points ahead of Twisted Minds.
Just keeping themselves separated from the rest of the pack right now, while also doing their best to try to do the impossible and catch up to Virtus Pro. Tiggleton, the last player left alive. He's got some hard cover. He's got the deployable shield, but Gam is 4 strong. They've managed to get the revive onto their knock player, but you see the damage coming through here for Tig. He's causing problems. The only problem for him is that he's not inside the zone right now, so we'll spray through the smoke, does some damage, but not going to get the knock.
They're aggressively pushing this one. Tanwu fighting on multiple sides. Wangif finding Kickstart flush here. That's important. Ferris finds Simon T. Na'Vi gets involved too, and they do have 2 members left alive. Clarice gets Vicious down to just 1 man standing as Tiggleton gets some shots towards Doc Juice, but he does go down to the blue zone here. A point denied towards Na'Vi and Gam.
All right, Gam managed to keep all 4 alive, get them across the road. Tycon has the Alm and a little bit of cover.
And a Famus.
And a Famus. That's dangerous stuff here, but Na'Vi, look at that. Boostic and Ferris up until the very end. Tycon will get the knock and not get the flush on the Tanwu just yet, as he's down to about half HP. We'll see if Na'Vi can make the run, separate themselves a little bit more from Twisted Minds, from GK and Vitality, as they have had a good game to start off here. Tycon will go down in the end, but Tanwu not going to be rezzed. Gam now in a 3v2 versus Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi has been out and aggressive on towards this one here. Docus disengage here with the fight. Shots come in and Ferris connects with the handball. An insane headshot. This is now the possibility for Na'Vi to potentially win the game. It's effectively a 2v2. Shot come in and connects. 3 Vest does get him a little bit low here, 44 HP. And they're under a lot of pressure. And Utility is being deployed. A fantastic nade from Boostic.
Beautiful grenade from Boostic, and Clory's now the last player left alive for Gam, as Na'Vi stepping up in the end game here. They've got 3 kills, looking to make it 4 and a victory. Clory's looking to do the impossible. It's not going to happen. Na'Vi get the victory.
And what a game. They lost 2 of their star players to Virtus Pro in that compound, and they're able to win this one here. They denied the VP pull-up. They ended up fighting each other later in the game. what a way for them to defend, to hold strong. With just 2 members remaining, Na'Vi is able to push through and try to chase down Falcons and hold on to that 3rd place they're able to get in this one.
Saw a little crack in the calmness there from Na'Vi as at the end there, they definitely exhaled and felt good about getting the victory. That was very, very close. What a tough game for Na'Vi that time around, but they managed to pull it out in the end.
But Falcons defend. They hold on to 2nd place. They get kills. They get placement. And as we see here, what just happened, Ferris with an insane shot. Having that last nade is just insane. Removes the shield, get the flush, get the knock. And it leaves Cloris to be the last man standing on. And even though you have MVP status from an PGC for 2 years ago, it is not enough to hold up against Na'Vi.
Sighs of relief for sure, but I mean, the story of the finals so far is still Virtus Pro. They still continue to separate themselves. Team Falcons doing everything they can to keep pace and keep themselves separated from the rest of the pack. But that is going to do it for the first 3. We've got 3 more left to go. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
It's the final day of competition here for TFT, which of course means we had to check in with Trab for a bit of a CC update, because at the end of it all, we're going to have a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's AGL versus Aurora Gaming at the moment. AGL sitting quite high up that leaderboard. They did just get overtaken, though, however, by Team Vision, who managed to get all the way to the grand final. So they've overtaken them by 100 points. They're trying to get their own back at the moment, but facing some fairly heavy competition, to be fair, from Aurora Gaming.
This is going to be big for the CC standings, because AGAL are one of those teams who need a win in order to be eligible to claim the trophy.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tough one for them, to be honest with you. They've kind of been back and forward, fighting out. They've had a tough run through the groups, tough run through the playoffs, so they're persevering at the moment.
Which means you're all going to need to stick around if you want to see how all this plays out, because it's going to be an important one. We'll check back in later.
Hey, Lutti here. I'm with Halo from Team Liquid, and I have some questions now. We are halfway through to the finals. So first question is like, it looks like your teams, you have some points with the kills, your micro look good, but every time you're dying a little bit early to the zone. Do you think there is a little bit of macro problem here, or do you think that you just don't have any good cycle for now?
I'd say we are getting pretty unlucky on zones, and we're also not playing too well, but we are still putting up kill points, and well, eventually we'll have our game where we are getting the shifts and we'll be able to catch up, hopefully.
So basically, this is like half through. Of course, there is points everywhere. Everybody's like thinking about what VP did yesterday and stuff, but how you feel, and what about the energy of the teams? Because you have to, to getting back to it, it's just a halfway through. How do you feel?
It's pretty demotivating having a bad day one, of course, but the only thing we can do is focus on climbing the leaderboard. We can only look up. So we take one game at a time, and we're hoping for the best each game, basically like that, Trying to be positive and friendly, not being negative.
Yeah. Is that any pressure representing America, because there is not a lot of team representing NA right now, or you're not thinking about it?
I'm not thinking about that. It's more pressure for wanting to do well for my friends, my family, people who support us and stuff like that, but yeah.
I mean, good luck. You can still make it, actually. There's a lot of game going through, so yeah, thank you for the interview, and good luck for the next games.
If Team Liquid wants to catch up, they're going to have to start doing a lot more, because right now they're 72 points away from first place. As if we do end up playing the 6 matches tomorrow, this is the halfway point of the finals, but we don't know if that's going to be the case, because we do have Smash Rule at play. This last match, honestly, I want to talk about the Sony story of the day, which is none other than BP just doing what they need to do to continue on this gap. At the beginning of the day, they had a 28-point lead to Falcons. Right now, after 3 matches, the lead is at 23 points. Yes, Falcons has been able to close that lead, but after 3 games, Not that much, to be completely honest.
The problem is, again, we said it in the last week. VP just continues to find points where realistically they shouldn't, right, Steve? And that's what's making them so strong. But yes, Falcons have narrowed it down by 3 points.
Yeah, okay, 5, technically.
Sorry, 5.
Right? But if you, okay, let's say you did that on every 3 games, you narrowed it by 5, they continued their gain of something in the ballpark of, I think, 3 per game. It would actually at some point sort of cross that middle line. The problem is VP can choose at any point to just go, all right, well, we're going to start hunting Falcons, right? And if they do that, Falcons become endangered. So their saving grace for Falcons, if they want to make this pursuit happen, is not just closing the gap on VP, it's also having Na'Vi and Twisted Minds continuing to grab points, because there needs to be at least 3 threats going into tomorrow if they want to control VP's ability to manage the Smash rule set. And I think that's super important. Now, I want to touch on something that happened in that game, because the entire lobby trusted the world champions, Full Sense Gaming, to hold VP out. They were outside the circle. They were on a low ground. Full Sense had the spot inside the circle, and they got forward, straight up wiped by Virtus Pro. Rolled over. And the entire lobby sighed in one voice because they needed that moment.
And they ended up giving VP even more points. Full Sense there with the big old donut. And I mean, to be honest, it wasn't just this match. If we ended up looking at the overall, that squad is currently all the way towards the bottom. Now, also the reason why I wanted to bring up Falcons, wanting to close that gap, because at this point, especially this match, I feel like it's a perfect example. Falcons had a great game, but then after the match, if they go and see what VP was able to do, VP still had a great game as well. So Godspeed. When you're a player in this situation, what is the mentality like? Are you now starting to get a little bit diminished?
I mean, you just have to focus on yourself, right? That's really the only thing that you can do when you're in a situation like that and you're doing really well, but your opponent who's ahead of you is also doing well. It's hard to just target another team, right? Especially VP, who's pretty much wherever they want to be right now. So you just have to just focus on your own game and hope that it's enough.
To me, the thing that makes a pro is how they handle the cons. Those bad moments, the tough situations, the bad mental, bouncing back and keeping the grind going forward. And that's what Falcons have. They've got Gunnar in the back room, and he's telling them, guys, yeah, it's 5 points, but that's 5 that we didn't have yesterday. That's 5 we're going to get in the next 3, and we're going to keep on chasing.
And I can tell you, the mental of the Falcons, even though they joke around, they meme around a bit, those guys have ironclad mentals. They've been here before. They've been in these positions. They've been playing competitively at the highest level for years now. And so, they're going to figure it out. But I will say a team that also has been really impressing me with the mental is Vicious Esports, and they are just going at it. Them also, I will say, Geeky. The confidence. Hey, we'll hot drop anybody. You want to come for us? Come on down, boys. We got more than enough for you.
Yeah, I think Geeky is out to put some regional dominance on the board and say, hey, you got to respect us when we go back in a few weeks to start up those new series again. Falcons has looked good, but yeah, Vicious has moved 7 positions today. And that is something we talked about at the start of the day. It is so compact because of the amount of mopping that we saw VP do yesterday, that middle pack is fighting for club points, as we saw, but also a massive change in their prize pool. And that's what you want. You want to make sure that you are getting as much as you possibly can. And at EWC, the biggest club event in the world in history, to be honest, you want to take every moment to represent your brand well. And that's why we saw that interview with Alo, or as Ludi says, Alo is beautiful.
Alo. Very beautiful.
He was still positive. They're keeping the mindset ground, because if you're wearing that brand, if you're wearing the team that says we believe in you as a club, you've got to represent, you got to work as hard as you can for them the whole time.
I will say that one stat that also is incredibly telling and not the best way, we saw that I believe Soul has 24 knocks. 19 kills. He is on the leaderboard, and Genji currently only has 37 points. I was speaking about this with James in the back. That means that he literally accounts for half of their points.
Yeah, and when you're looking at this overall right now, you have Geeky now. I mean, with the performance that we've been seeing out of them, those hot drops, winning them, and then also putting up great matches as they were able to win the second match of the day today. They've been able to jump up all the way up to 5th place. By the way, you were talking about that money, 5th place, 100K?
Yeah.
They're going to be quite happy about that.
You're right. So that's also, we're going to start to see that as we get towards the back end of this. Teams that are starting to shore up and say, I got to make top 5, right? Like, maybe my race isn't going to be a top 3 or a top 2, but I'm going to lock in that $100,000. You want to make sure you're in that race for 3 so you don't have to worry about it.
I mean, that's why EWC is my personal favorite event of the year, because not only do you have the implications of just not fine, you're not placing first, you can still get second, third, fourth, fifth, still paying out, but you also have the clubs to worry about, right? Who you're representing, who's here in the other games around EWC, and that is what makes this event so sick, because you not only have them competing for their game, but other games as well.
Now, I want to talk about AJAL for a second, because we saw Glitter sort of talking at the start of this about that Club Cup, and they need some points, they need to get a win. What really has to happen is they're in 13th, and they need to push up to 8th as soon as they possibly can. The good news for them, though, is it's still so compact in that group up to 5. They only need to pick up 15 to 20 points to move themselves into that top 8 position, which, again, that's sort of a success scenario for a lot of these clubs. So AJAL does still have a shot at doing what their club needs them to do, but not doing what we expected them to do.
And a lot of these teams, you guys just mentioned it too, it's so compact there towards the middle. There's a lot of money at stake. People that were talking about money last time, it was none other than Barney and Luti.
Hey, Barney, I have to tell you something.
What's happened?
Yeah, do you remember what I told about the zoo ID I have?
Ah, yes, the pigeons.
Yeah, I figured out it's really hard to catch, actually.
Yeah, Luti, they can fly.
Yeah, that's why. So I have a new ID now. It's a better one.
Oh, God. Okay, what is it?
I got it from Virtus Pro yesterday. They gave me the ID.
Okay, this is going to be good.
Yes, it is. Chicken this time. Chickens. What? Yeah, but everybody's speaking about chicken dinner, so I figured out I need to get one. And I get one now.
Oh, my, okay. Speaking of chicken dinners, so far today, Twisted Minds have got one. GK Esports have one as well. And, of course, Na'Vi with the most recent one. Okay. So, we've got 3 more maps to go, and it's still going to get spicy, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. But I mean, I love the chicken.
Yeah, I know. Zut alors. Casters, c'est à vous.
Do you think I can eat it? Oh, you speak French, buddy. You speak French now. You're Français. He's French.
All right, so much going into these last 3 games. Most notably, it's about setting the pace on looking into moving into Smash Rules tomorrow. But as you heard in that last game, it was an explosive crowd at the end whenever Na'Vi managed to complete that round. The reason why is up at the top. When we look at the club championships, because that's also something we have to keep an eye on all of this, Na'Vi is in first, Vitality is in second. In third, it's AGAL, who's having a terrible time. Other squads not going to be competing in this, so we move down to 6th place for us. Who's that? Virtus Pro.
Oh, man.
10th place is presently Falcons. To give you an idea on overall points, we have Na'Vi at 1750. That's where they're sitting up at the top of this. There's 1,000 points on the table for first in PUBG, 750 for second. So when we look at that, VP presently in 6th place with 950. 1,000 points would put them in first place if you exclude the points that Na'Vi could get. So if Na'Vi can hold on to a 3rd place, 4th place, somewhere in that category, Vitality still staying in that same conversation. That's why there's so many people now starting to show up, showing off all the Na'Vi and the Vitality stuff, because if we see Virtus Pro and Falcons stay 1-2, that is going to have massive ramifications for what we're looking at in the Club Championship.
It's pretty awesome that we're getting such a great battle here, not only in the game, but in all of EWC for these Club Championships. And here in PUBG, it's 3 of the best we have. I mean, it's like so many implications for how this shakes out.
And imagine the hate right now that GK is getting for what they're doing to AGAL. But that said, I love seeing it, man. Like, throw a little bit of banter out, have some fun, and GK riding it strong right now as we are looking centered up on test track for our circle. It's going to be Twisted Mind Na'Vi. Great positioning, but eyes back over to Stadium. It's Team Liquid and T1.
Oh, this is curious here. A fight that I wasn't expecting to see just yet.
I don't think Liquid was expecting it either.
No, T1 is kind of throwing a bit of a spanner in the works here. I mean, T1 needs to get something going. They've been sliding in the standings.
While these shots are going on, VC, I think, can hear this. They're putting Simon into a pretty decent spot. 17 is also over here with a little bit of bad blood against Team Liquid from what we've been hearing. But, it's going to be Heather. Spots out Purdy Curdy. He's going to go down. Not a lot of utility as high ground definitely favors T1 in their positioning.
Yeah, and you can see they're pretty aware of potential wraps from around the outside of the building, and Heather is just going to be locking that down. I mean, Purdy knows he's there. You can kind of see him, so Heather now doing a little bit of checking. Meanwhile, Raining heading up to the rooftops to try to figure out if there's anybody inside of the stadium. I mean, it's really difficult to go through the middle of the stadium proper, so a lot of it is going to be through the halls and passageways of the building.
to try to find your opportunity. Raining no helmet here, though, either, so some of those guns are going to one-tap him if, like, the AK or the barrel gets spotted. And for now, Purdy trying to scooch away to safety. Heather not fully tracking it. He's just kind of waiting to see if there's going to be any reinforcement.
When we look at the leaderboard, yeah, T1 is in 7th place with 48 points, and it feels like it's massive when we look down at Team Liquid down in 14th. But really, it's not. It's 34 points right now for Team Liquid. So just a couple of decent firefights can really throw this off. So T1 trying to vie for control over a position that could be useful for the remainder of the year. But on top of that, just trying to get the steamroll rolling, man. T1 was very aggro at the earlier sections of the games, and it just has been lost so far whenever we've gone into the finals.
Yeah, they haven't really found their confidence in their team fighting since the first match of the finals, basically. Ever since then, they've been kind of struggling. I am seeing VC now chasing 17 off screen.
Sure.
It's like one of those moments where we've seen this already in this tournament where so many teams are keen to try to get a surround on an early hot drop to try to, scoop up some of the extra points that are left over, and instead they end up bumping into each other.
Bro, we are presently just watching Tycon get his groove back, and I'm loving it. Jumps up into the face. Little Ghost at least managed to get the knock on Simon, who's having great finals of his own. But here comes the rest of VC. These guys are completely vicious. Pal's going to spot out Little Ghost, get the knock on him. They're going to continue to push along, and yeah, 17's trying to regroup, get back over here, but the timing is just so bad.
Yeah, Tian lands a pretty decent grenade, but he's going to take decent damage in response, so pretty even exchange there. But that follow-up from Duckby is right on point, and that's going to be another knock here. The flush confirmed as well.
Who's the roaming bandits that we've been seeing through the early game? It's GK. GK, here's this firefight. They're just on the outside of this. It looks like they were trying to rotate through this field, and suddenly they could find themselves with a perfect third-party opportunity as Gen G is setting up around Stadium. I think they've heard what's going on with Team Liquid and all that other noise.
Yeah, I think here as GK, it'd be better to get ahead of both of these teams in the next circle and kind of set up your camp from that direction and try to lock them out. Wenbo has Duckby for free, but the spray is awkward with the QBZ.
That was, you needed to hit that one in that situation. That's a massive problem now as he is revealed. EK has gone continuing passing by this point. So now 17 position revealed, getting punished and vicious. They came into this hot and heavy. They know that they have the man advantage. I don't expect this to stop.
Yeah, and for GK, you're hearing these shots, but...
Oh, that's how you do it!
Simon T2 getting in there, and Wenbo is down, and piece by piece, 17 is being sent to the lobby.
Just can't seem to find anything out of this one. Zhao Wu going with the hero stand. He's going to go down. It's Simon that manages to find it. And Vicious just on a come up right now. I love it. Rotate still going to be continuing for DK, and that puts him right on top of Shadow.
Yeah, and this is more of what I want to see from some of these teams is this early aggression, looking for those moments where you can get some clean points. EJ going to take Kamal's out of the seat. No hope there. Oh, Hanzi actually wins that. Akan is going to get him in response. So Park Pro did go down, but GK looking for that res.
Setsuna's just going to send it. He's got confidence in his aim, but he's going to put himself in a crossfire. That's punished, and now just one up for Shadow. Do GK want it? Are they going to chase it down? Looks like they know, and yep, they're going to go ahead and finish that out. GK early is just vicious, man.
Love it. I mean, this is what you need. Like, everybody that's in the middle of this leaderboard should be looking at the top and saying, look, even if we may not have a hope of winning necessarily yet, we still can get ourselves a lot more money and a lot more points for our clubs if we pop off here in these next couple of games.
Eyes back over to Stadium. As you can see, it is going to be T1 and Team Liquid all on top of each other, with Gen G still roaming around the outside. Soul's playing over to the northwest, while the other three are kind of moving more into a gatekeeping position, try to catch out whatever's going over here. The economy's gotten a bit better for Team Liquid. I'm not certain how T1's is sitting. We saw earlier not necessarily having helmets, everything like that. T1 has moved out of Stadium proper with everybody except for Heather, and I think that's just to kind of secure some more loot, get a bit better off. But remember, there's only 2 up for T1 as Team Liquid is kind of starting to turn this around.
Yeah, Luke 12 able to find 2 kills when we were watching some of the skirmishes off screen. So this fight can kind of continue for a little while longer. Now it's Gen G's turn to try to set up a bit of a barricade around this. Alo doing a little bit of peeking outside to see if there's anything going on, anything amiss that he needs to be watching out for, but not any players that are going to be visible to him just yet. Meanwhile, there you can see Bean up on the hill. I think Ian is safe from his vision for now. Seems like he's just tucked in and maybe Gen G's going to tuck away.
This is phase 1, so technically Team Liquid can hold out here for a little while longer. That tends to be their strategy whenever they get caught in these situations. Eat some blue zone, kind of wait out everybody else. I don't know how much of a commitment we'll see coming out from T1 or Gen G. Gen G could use a couple more points. Vicious making their rotate right now is going to be close to that GK positioning that we were talking about beforehand. Everything seems to be pulling a bit more test track as far as play goes, so Twisted not having to move much. Navi that we saw playing over in Neox Factory. Down to the south, VP, our leaders right now, are going to be next to Full Sense yet again, as AGL is just happy that they're not having to deal with GK early, but they are getting pretty close to him yet again.
If there's a fight between Full Sense and VP, I want to see Full Sense get a little redemption there on what was a...
I want VP dominance. I'm not going to lie. Give me the Polar Bears right now.
All right, yeah, that's fair. The Polar Bears, right?
I thought you were going to say because they're like around. Okay.
They're in the pole position.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you that one.
That's
One's
right.
all right. That one's all right. Myth, who are all still waiting to come alive, is down in the southeast while Gam's going to be regrouping with the circle the way it's popped. Guess what? More test track. Everybody knows how to play it. Everybody's seen it. We're losing a lot of the high-sided hills. They're still kind of in play, but that's why Vicious is going to be coming down. Falcons in no rush. They're over next to you, Lin. They are going to find the southwest pretty open in that pathing and a couple of hills to play around, but that is going to put them next to VP.
I hope this just goes straight into either the test track or the Neox Factory, or goes north. We see a lot of circles, or we used to, that went south of the Neox Factory, so it would be a lot more fun if we got something a little bit different. There's not going to be a fight there just yet, but Beamy already into a foxhole. Baron very, very close. I mean, this is a big, important fight right now. Myth pretty spread out. VP kind of as well, but they're going to be well aware of Myth's positioning. It just seems like right now nobody wants to commit any util. Here we go, Beamy.
Look at the trigger discipline. They wait. He's letting Nixie get into another point around the side, using the car, trying to force him back over next to their vehicle, which Beamy already saw. Tries to go for the double knock on it, not going to get it, but it's always so cleanly executed over here. Is now Bith. They're trying to get closer to Neox. They're getting punished. That opens up the other section of what VP already had set up and waiting.
Oh man, this is so nasty right now. Still are two players close to Beamy, but their grenades are coming up well short of where they need to. They're going to throw some stuns, finally getting the distance a little bit more dialed in, but that's a lot of utility wasted for Myth in this fight. And that probably gives VP some more confidence to try to start claiming some extra angles that are putting these two players in this hill in a crossfire.
VP just doesn't die getting 0 points. They're always going to find something, even if they go out early. So watch how they play this. It's just always so efficient. They have eyes on the prize every single movement that they go for. While we do see Myth regroup, I want to point out that Team Liquid does have Luke that's gotten out of Stadium. Heather's still kind of back over there, but I think it's just going to be a little bit more of a standoff, as that's just going to stay pretty Cold War for the time being.
Yeah, it's pretty insane how much space VP just bought themselves off of a couple good grenades and some good shooting to back the other two players, Jacob and Scappy, off a little bit of their angle so they can try to create that extra one, force the two players off. So really smart stuff. As per usual, you're up in the sky. It's the Falcons. You're going to be looking, but you have a ton of space yourself. I mean, the next thing that Kickstart would see if he kept going in that direction was Virtus Pro. Otherwise, there's no one else in the vicinity, basically, until you get to test track, and Gustav is figuring that out right now.
It feels like they might be trying to scout out for maybe some mortar positioning as well, as that always pays off big for them. Gustav getting in right next to test track. As you can see, it is VP Falcons with a ton of territory under their control. Genji's got the hillside to the north. Gam's just kind of playing around Neox Factory, using that lower side as, very interesting shift up into the northeast. Hard shift comes up, to say the least. Genji gonna love that, but we still keep in some of that hillside over into the northeast, kind of north of where Caloris is playing. I don't know if anybody's going to want to really play around that, so that puts Genji in this valley position that they can get a lot of control over.
Exactly. They should be able to split up here and have a lot of high ground to work with potentially. It's just how much are Bean and Clory going to contest for that area as they're being sent out. Yeah.
How many people are going to run straight into test track and Neox Factory because there's nowhere else to go?
Well,
Myth are wishing that they did because they're running into GAM now.
The funny thing is already a lot of teams did.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, it's already pretty packed. So if anybody tries to, they're going to be in trouble, I feel like.
All right, Myth, looks like they're going to try to bulldoze their way right into GAM. GAM is kind of letting this one go, but VP is tail-ending right back behind Myth. So if the path presents itself, VP could just stop third party, or they can just try to use Myth as a distraction in front of them. Geekay just trying to get closer to the circle, but Scappy's going to be the point guy, and GAM has just got so much control over this corridor over here. Now with Geekay DK crashing on the other side of GAM, specifically Glories, could open up a movement for Myth as Jacob's now starting to get punished by VP.
Yeah, Myth is unsure of what's going to be a reasonable vector of attack. Meanwhile, VP, because they've been patient behind Myth, could just kind of pick at Myth's backside, look for that moment to third party when they know that Myth is going to have to likely commit to a fight somewhere up on this side, or they might just keep driving north. They might be able to just get around GAM. GAM opts to go for a bit of a 2-2 split here, reinforcing their southern and northern flanks to make sure that wherever Myth goes, they're going to have some kind of damage to be put down.
I don't really like this for Myth. They're going to be stuck right up against the zone wall. Duck Juice is playing around over there, kind of watching the movements that are going to be happening. So if they manage to squeak by, that's just going to put them, Myth, most notably into Gen.G's positioning. Team Liquid has managed to touch the circle right now. It's going to be the other side of the hill, high ground for Luke 12. It's pretty close to Gen.G. Is Kickstart just taking a couple of pot shots at everything that's going on in test track because it'd be popping off over there.
Yeah, those are a lot of players that are up inside of the control tower for VC, and they've got a lot of kills on the Twisted Minds. It's just Perfectix and a Bush is all you're going to be finding yourself with for the team that's been on the up and up today. They're up to 61 points. They've been having a really solid day, but and especially given a test track circle, you feel like this is their bread and butter. But there's so many teams that clustered into this area early. It just got too congested for Twisted Minds to make any kind of move, it feels like, and they just got smothered out.
Looks like we have maybe a recall coming in, and I think it's the T1 players. Yes, it is. They're going to make a commitment drop right on top of Neox Factory. We're at least reigning in E-End. Heather is still over in Stadium, just having completed the res call, so I believe that Team Liquid kind of managed to get what they wanted out of it, but the question really comes down to, can T1 even make landfall over here? If they can, it's going to feel good, but they've got to loot so fast. As we've moved away from Test Track to Neox Factory, we're in that middle valley position just to the northeast of it, and that's going to be a dirty place to have to fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of rolling hills inside of this circle with a little bit of high ground from the Test Track facilities that are still in play, so actually pretty tricky for a lot of these teams. But Falcons, because of that high ground, you're not the high ground, the eyes high in the sky, let's go with that. They are able to find some value. VP losing players, Hakatori catching some damage, Beamy already removed from existence right now. Lukaruk trying to drive down the road.
This is big. They're managing to get in front of everybody in Test Track who's going to have to try to get out of it. The only downside is it's them and Falcons jockeying for position around that center point hill. While we still have 49 people alive, this is a perfect mortar area. You can already, I think, start to hear them going off in the distance. If you get to this point, yeah, it's pretty all right, but you have to assume that there's going to be maybe 5, 6 mortars coming after you in just a few seconds?
Yeah, it could be. Right now, it doesn't seem like any. There it is. There's Park Pro. He should be targeting VP, I would think. Let's see if he's got the...
Oh!
What?
What'd you hit?
Did you that hit? Did he hit it like something in front of him?
Did he hit his own hand? I don't know.
I'm not even sure.
I don't know if Park Pro knows. That science is weird. Physics do physics things sometimes, as now Full Sense is going to have to make a wrap over on one side of it. Falcons and Team Liquid going to be containing them, while it's going to be Vicious having a great spot in that northern compound of Test Track. So where do you go? Gen.G trying to get out of the high ground. And Tigger's running right up into the face of Luke 12. This is Full Sense, I think, coming into this blind with no idea where to go.
Yeah, Full Sense is just sending it off the backside of everything, trying to find some level of safety. Likely they're going to be maybe duking it out with Falcons there. Meanwhile, VP has to cluster up. They've run out of decent options as they're being forced out of every position, so they got to use these grenades to create some extra foxholes for themselves. Was there another...
Did he double load?
Is that possible?
I don't know.
I didn't even know
I've never tried it. That's the only thing I can think of. I have no idea what happened there, but all right, here's the explosions, and VP, no points so far for VP, so this is all Nixie just trying to stay alive. Falcons know who's there. They want him down and out, and they got the BRDM, and they are on the hunt. Vitality actually crashes the other side of it as well. All the squads in the hunt trying to find something for the championship, have eyes on the VP, and finally, VP don't find points.
Yeah, I mean, it took a long time. And now, as the Falcons, you got to be licking your lips thinking, we've got an opportunity. They're doing damage here and there. They're getting knocks onto Team Liquid, onto Full Sense. So a bunch of teams starting to crumble underneath this firing squad that they've created for themselves. Yes, Gustav wants to try to dig out some territory. They have a BRDM too. This is looking really solid for Falcons to get deep into this game and gain some ground on VP.
Bait and switch hard shift goes back down to test track, so VC in a great position, AGAL as well. T1 having that remnants of their players still alive, kind of hanging out over there as Twisted Minds kind of gets killed out in the position that they play from off the start. Over in the east, though, we've got GK that's going to be fighting for a position on top of Na'Vi, Gam, and Myth. Gen.G's got to come down from the hillsides they've been playing in the north, and Full Sense, who did manage to survive on their rotate, now also has to come down, and it's going to be contesting against Vitality's position and Falcon's position to the north and center, and BC that's just got a great compound to the south.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Na'Vi to clean up Clories. So Gam, again, continues to struggle. Only 2 kills into this game, only 34 points total. Full Sense looking to try to put some pressure from the high ground onto Falcons. But again, with that BRDM, with some of that extra little cover they have from the emergency cover and other things that they're going to be able to create for themselves, should be A-OK. GK trying to find some safety of their own. Myth has been beat up behind them, and they're getting tagged from the side by Na'Vi, who's on that eastern side. AGAL, VC, going to be able to continue to lock down the test track.
Here we go. Full Sense, not too many options to go. Looks like they're going to send it down into that VC positioning that you're talking about. Does manage to squeak out one position on the side, but the east is just, it's a game of chicken right now. Nobody wants to make a move into the circle, and it's getting scarier. Why Vitality is getting more and more cover. Sure, just keep trying to blow them up. They're doing a great job on just juking out all the explosions and finding themselves somewhere comfortable to play from. Falcons does spot out Belmoth. He's going to go down, and then Soul also managed to spot out Myth. So I think that Gen.G's just got to crash right on top of Myth. They've got to stop this, get the contain angle in, and that's going to allow Na'Vi to get in the circle over in the east.
Yeah, so you're exactly right, Matt. That is what Gen.G wants to accomplish. So they got Soul and Salute on opposite sides, and Soul has been incredible with the grenades, one of the best in the lobby with the explosives. He gets it done with the mortar, he gets it done with the frag grenades, and he's doing some damage up there on the outside. Meanwhile, Vitality has set up shop, pretty decent little defensive position that Hollow MyBad has created for himself. Na'Vi, very slow aggression, looking to pick up some of these points, but it's going to be Gen.G, Salute, Bean, and Soul claiming Myth for this one.
Gen.G trying to get a bit of a come up of their own. Keep eyes on Falcons and Na'Vi, opposite sides of the circle right now, but these are squads that are fighting to try to catch up to VP. Big potential coming up for Falcons, and they know it. They've got territory control, and really it's Full Sense, the closest squad next to them. Vitality, as far as club championship points go, they're in a great climb position. We can see that they're presently sitting in that safe 7th place, but it just takes a couple of kills. My God, Vitality just decided to stop a lot of what was going on over there. Bit of peace coming up from BC as well, as Vitality starting to get a lot of shots thrown their direction. I think they pissed off a few too many people.
Yeah, it is kind of tough when you're in those early center positions to lock them down, and that's why you got to give Falcons some credit. They did a really nice job with that. Salute should be dead here. Yeah, there's no hope of getting to that rock. Now, the good news is that Bean is going to be able to find the res. It looks like there's still just enough time, I think, to get that done. Hakatori setting out some pre-smokes, knows he has to make a move forward, knows that Gike going to be underneath their hill. So yeah, Gen.G does get their reses in, and Salute going to have to go for that first aid, but he's helmetless right now.
Full Sense is causing a problem for Falcons over in the west. That's how come they can't get too much territory control. That's open more over into the east for Vitality. So with these shots coming out from Gen.G, they need to get a knock on somebody from Na'Vi or Gike, one of the two of them, but it looks like most of their focus is on Na'Vi. That could be a problem because the way that these rocks are kind of set, you can see that there is a directed line right into Gike, but really Gen.G can't see it too well from this point. So if they wrap directly into the circle, they're going to get punished heavy. If they go to the west, it's either going to be Vitality or Falcons that gets a piece of them. Yeah, and this is what I was worried about. Gen.G is moving more to that other rock. That's going to put him very close to Gike.
Yeah, so Na'Vi has to make some decisions right now. You know, are they just going to continue to harass these teams that are on the edge to clear that out to try to take a more fair fight? But getting a lot of damage in return. They do have that Pico bus, and man, Salute, I thought he was going to keep dialing in on that angle, but smokes are down, making it a little bit tougher for him. Is hitting headshots, doing a lot of damage here to Na'Vi, so that armor going to be continued to be weakened up, and they're kind of thwarted from this attempt to clear out their northern edge.
AGAL also has to try to get in the circle, but it's going to be supervised by VC. They're probably going to be in some trouble in a second. A lot of shots coming out. You can hear in the distance going to be at them that popped in a car just trying to rotate past all this. Really, it's about can Na'Vi fight their way into the circle, because we're looking at the top of the leaderboard right now. Gen.G just might have to surrender these over into the blue zone, even though it's phase number 6, because there's just no path in. I mean, I don't even know if DK can get in, and they're still pretty close to the circle.
No, I agree. I mean, I think it's pretty much difficult for all these teams on this east side to cleanly get through. That's why Na'Vi has to turn their attention north. They have to try to create the points where they can. They know the position they're in the leaderboard. They know Falcons is still in the lobby, so they have to fight tooth and nail for every inch that they're going to be going further forward.
He's got it prepped. The way that Na'Vi are playing this slow, it is punishable. Not going to go for the first part of it, assuming somebody's coming after him. Park Pro's gone down. Looks like they're just trying to go for flushes. Do they know where Songjong is? Nade's starting to come up. Gedrox actually gets the knock on a Na'Vi. Follow-up Nade's coming up. Everybody's just getting demolished over here into the east. Gen.G survived for long enough to walk into the Falcons sight line.
Yep, and this is why Na'Vi had to go north, why they had to take these fights, because everything else is just dire. It's unbelievably difficult, and you can see why. Great nades, though, from Vitality, who's making a climb up the leaderboard, up to 7th right now. Full Sense sending it right underneath, but Pau might have an angle. No, not quite. Looking to try to get up there to find one. Tycon having to use smokes to give himself some leverage to get over to the top of this position.
Uh-oh. Circles popped, and it is abandoned that road that we were looking at just a second ago. VC in a lot of trouble now. Tycon, I think, is in the lower section. He's got to keep control with now this more aggressive Full Sense that you're talking about. Full Sense just couldn't find an angle onto Falcons, and that is a massive problem as finally Gen.G goes down, but big heart for those guys for staying alive in such a desperate situation. It is just Vitality, and I guess they're 5,000 dips that they've managed to have through explosions holding down the circle in the north. To the south, VC trying to get some control, but this is very open over here.
Yeah, it's quite the trench network that Vitality's been able to create over here. I'm sure some mortars earlier might have helped with that. More mortars I hear streaking through the air. But right now, Falcons have a tough decision to make. The great news for them, again, that BRDM's still there, so they can make the most of bad situations. Try to let some of these other teams fight. Try to thwart Full Sense from coming on this north side. Make them fight VC. Open up another opportunity to get into the circle.
They're all waiting right now for Vitality. They know where Vitality is. For Vitality to start having to take shots maybe at Full Sense or VC like you're talking about. If the Falcons' timing is great, they can use the BRDM to fight into the position that Vitality's been playing from, or they can go more of this Full Sense side, maybe take the fight with VC. Oh, but the positioning there just isn't good. Hello, my bad. Gets knocked onto Shrimzy. That's going to throw off all the timing. Denadol's also over here. He's going to try to get a piece, but nah, Levante says that's mine.
That was beautifully orchestrated by Vitality. Those grenades were right on the money. They took Shrimzy down quick before he could do anything about it. Tiggleton was just waiting in the back, and again, Falcons just not able to find the opportunity that they'd like to make a move in this circle. Finally, Full Sense going to be sending it in towards that western edge. Pau, Duckmai as well getting in there. Tycon keeping his eyes on towards the Full Sense members to keep them corralled.
Big blow-up opportunity for Full Sense if they can survive, but VC's just been on a climb and 13 kills and more counting. Oh, the Panzer doesn't quite connect. Levante trying to get the shots onto Gustav. He does manage to pick him up, and now Falcons nowhere to go. They just have to run right in between Full Sense and Vitality both. That is big for VC, who's got control of the south. Nades and everything just being thrown right out of Full Sense to keep some control on the angle, but Vitality now trying to leave their cubbies and on the hunt for Falcons.
Oh man, this is on a knife's edge for the Falcons. That BRDM is going to explode, so they're not going to have the safety of it to use anymore. Smokes are down to at least hopefully buy them a little bit more time. Tiggleton has the P90, so a pretty powerful gun to potentially fight your way out of this, but it's going to be tough to get it into play. It feels like Full Sense still clinging to life over on that western edge, but Levante doesn't want them to be there.
Here's the thing, everything's coming up for VC in the best way possible right now. They've got control of the south, they've got a hillside to play from, everybody's focused on the Falcons, and VC is just finding all of these kills. They're right back tied with Vitality right now, who are playing the northern section of the circle. We're in phase number 8. Circle control definitely favors Pau in his positioning for the time being, and the longer that Falcons stay alive over here, it's stalled out anything that Vitality can get going.
It's been a really nice hold here from VC. They've been able to encroach on some of the territory of Vitality, but again, that tucked in position of Vitality really, really annoying for all these teams to deal with. It's on top of a hill, which gives you so much ability to keep track of what's going on around you, put damage down, force these other teams to have to make moves out in the open or expend utility to try to create some space. If they want to create some dips, you got to throw some frag grenades or something like that as well. And as a P90 for Tigger, and he gets tagged up just trying to go anywhere towards those bushes, towards some kind of safety.
Okay, Full Sense doesn't have any options to the north. Vitality's doing a good job on control over there. They know Falcons are still alive. So Full Sense keeps trying to wrap down into the southern area, but two players are already set up for BC, waiting to pounce. It's Tycon, Duck My doubled up, waiting for an opportunity to just absolutely demolish anybody that walks through that corridor. Falcons, they're just trapped. They can't go to the south. They can't run to the circle. They're just having to weather this and hold the best that they can. Tig's trying to creep out and find more, but you can see it's instantly punished. Now Molotovs galore just being dropped on top of him. And that is just one cooked Falcon with Tig having nowhere to go. Kickstart in a ton of trouble. Trying to say maybe he can get more out of it. At least finds one more point, putting it in touching distance of VP.
That was a hell of a grenade from Kick. He did a ton of damage with it. Fortunately able to get the point for Falcons. Desperately need everything they can get here. So now Kick just trying to stay alive, but Levante not going to allow it. Has been an absolute menace. 816 damage in this one from Levante. 8 kills for Vitality.
Full Sense sandwich going on right now. Vitality to the north, VC pretty much in the center to the south. Full Sense right up against the blue zone. Exact same position that we saw Falcons trying to fight their way out of. They're going to go down. Now the real battle begins. Vitality, VC, so close on the leaderboard, 4th and 5th respectively. Just 2 points between. Vitality with the high ground. But again, circle control. Feels like it's VC on this side of the hill. Now Utility coming out. And you got to play this one safe because it also feels like Vicious has been playing with a lot more control of territory. They probably have a lot more utility, but the shots trying to find something. Tycon goes down.
Yeah, this is a really nice push from Vitality. It kept players pinned. They're doing a nice job, but it's going to be a response here. Duckmite down, one player spotted. This should be the end. This should be Team Vitality taking the win, and they do.
Massive for the club championship, massive for Vitality, and you can see massive for Levante and the crew. They are just hyped off of that one. This has been a come-up story for Vitality. EWC has just been great for them.
Yeah, we know that this team can pop off, and they showed it right there, really setting up a nice position for themselves in the middle of that game to lock down that hill and make it so difficult for the teams around them. You can see some frustration from the other players in there, feeling like maybe if one little thing had gone their way, but Vitality, the French org, has to be feeling great. You know, their fans loving it in the audience.
So much hinging off of what we can see going on with Vitality. Keep them in the club championships and their performances. Just, I mean, whenever, this is what I love about EWC. Whenever you see all these external factors coming up, it puts these extra little movements that we've got to see squads step in and find some really big moments for themselves. And you love to see it for a squad like Vitality. This is a squad that everybody loves. I don't know anybody that hates this squad.
No, and look at that. Levante giving some love to the fans there as well. This is a great little read here from Levante. Knows that Full Sense has to be pinned back there, and he's watching this bush. Nobody's moving, and he's like, they're probably just behind it. I'm just going to start spraying. He was looking for those little pixels out of place. Couldn't quite identify it. Didn't need to. Had the read.
Oh, and yeah, let's talk about, they got some circle love. No, they made a run to a position that was desperate, had to fight a squad that was already holding it, got control over it, then took control over all the territory around them. Falcons couldn't move. We saw Gen G having troubles. Everything that was going on the east, everything that was happening to the north and west was all due to Vitality. And so they controlled the circles, controlled the game, and just put themselves in a great point. Even whenever they were having to walk out of their controlled area that they had down into VC, the firing lines were just so good, and they were waiting. They knew where the enemy was.
Yeah, for sure. But it's a really nice job by Falcons holding on in that game.
But we also had a big game coming up from Vicious, finding a ton of kills inside this one. I think Barney's got us Vicious down on the stage.
Oh, here we go. We've got Tycon here joining us from the Vicious Esports. And to tell you what, that's how you turn a frown upside down coming into today, because Tycon, you were in 15th place with 19 points, you and your teammates, and now top 5 and you're fragging out. Why has it taken this long, from your perspective, why has it taken this long to find your rhythm?
Hiện tại bây giờ đi đến ngày hôm nay á, đội tuyển mình bắt đầu ở hạng thứ 15 với 19 điểm. Thì hiện tại giờ trong những ván vừa rồi thì mình đã nhảy lên hẳn lên là top 5 luôn. Thì điều gì đã khiến cho cái việc là mình tìm ra được cái nhịp độ của mình lâu như vậy?
Đến với giải đấu lần này thì mục tiêu tụi em là top 24, nên là tụi em cứ bắn thoải mái nhất có thể, nhưng mà tụi em lỡ chưa được vòng chung kết rồi, nên là tụi em vừa bắn vừa cười, nhưng hơn sao mà tụi em top 5.
So our goal coming to the event was just to chill out, at least that we can make top 24. But since we are here in the final already, so we're just chilling. And then somehow when you're smiling and you're shooting, you made the top 5.
Okay, that's a fair response. I like that. Now, you joined this team in April, so it's barely been 4 months since you guys have formulated this team. How is it gelling together? What is it like playing alongside your teammates? What's the dynamic like?
Mình mới vừa gia nhập đội của mình mới từ tháng 4 thôi, thì mới được 4 tháng thôi. Thì hiện tại bây giờ là mình đã bắt đầu bắn với lại đội của mình như thế nào, cái mọi người giao tiếp với nhau như thế nào?
Giao tiếp thì tụi em vẫn giao tiếp như những đội khác thôi. Chỉ có khác cái là tụi em thi đấu như những người anh em, những người đồng đội. Không có một cái lối suy nghĩ cá nhân nào, nên là đó là lý do tại sao mà tụi em làm tốt đến như vậy.
So we just communicate like usual, but our mentality is that we are soldier. We're here together. So that's why we make such a great team.
Keep that imagination high and keep on smiling, because you guys seem to be smashing it. Well done. Thank you so much, Tycon. You guys are Vicious Esports, absolutely flying up the leaderboard in the past few games. Really impressive to see. We're going to have so much more PUBG action coming back right after this.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
All right, we're here at the EWC Parkour Challenge. Now it's time for the incline slab. Kilaris up to bat. Let's see what he's got in store for us on this one. All right, he's making his run. He's got up there. Oh, the arthritis fakie. He lands it. He's done it. He makes it. That is a huge win for Kilaris. Paper Thin here, bringing you another event from the EWC Parkour Challenge. Kilaris going to attempt to go for the Gamer Gear lift. Let's see what he's got going for us. He's coming in. Oh, the interesting. Oh, it's so heavy. It's too much for him. Can he pull it through? He's trying. Oh, okay. Just goes in. All right, we're back here, EWC Parkour Championship. One more event to go. Kilaris, can he pull off the old man army crawl? We're gonna have to wait and see. He's going under. Pretty good, pretty good. He's rolling. Good technique, good form. Slides through. He's up. He's through. He's done it. He's got it. The EWC Parkour Championship. Done really well here, Kilaris. Kilaris, I want to get your thoughts. I know you're winded. That was a tough one. How did it go?
Oh, I needed to get some big points on this one, but I think I did enough. And I just want to say thank you, Mama.
What do you got to say to your fans out there?
Everyone who believed in me. This is for you, man. This is for you.
He's done it. Emotional stuff here from Kilaris at EWC. What a performance. What a performance.
I believe in you, my Ginger Hulk, just like I believe these teams will be able to start catching up to VP, and it's happening, baby! Sorry, VP fans, but VP, with that donut, a lot of teams were able to step up Vitality, but we're gonna talk about the new Sony story of the day, which is none other than the Vicious, being able to jump up all the way from 15th to, I believe they're currently in 6th place, or actually 4th place if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so you asked me earlier, how is it that you get into the mindset? How do you keep that mental strong? Just do whatever the hell Vicious did today. Honestly, coming in from 15th place with absolutely almost no points, and now making it all the way to the top 5 5 is truly a monumental day of play for those boys.
The Siren's call of $100,000 can do an awful lot, Godspeed, as they've managed to get themselves up there as they ground into 5th, looking good. Double-digit kills in backs-to-backsies is pretty impressive, because that means you're not just catching circles and getting lucky. It means you're putting the fire to the road. Now, I will also say, a big one for me, as I said at the start of the day, it's not always about how well everyone else does. It's really about how badly VP does. You know what I mean? Like, they're the ones who could drop this ball. And I'm not saying it, it is kind of a bad day. 106, it's only 9
15 points on the day.
Is it 15?
Yep, 15 points on the day, sir.
Oh my gosh. So 15, I mean,
it's okay.
I thought they had 97, I'll be honest. So 15 points is better than I thought it was, but it's still less than 5 per game. It's not what you want because they wanted to have that big lead going into tomorrow.
And I think another team, honestly, that we have to talk about on their rise is Geeky, man. They came swinging in those early hot drops when they initially had to fight AGAL. That probably built a hell of a lot of confidence. We saw that interview, and now they're continuing to build the success. It is honestly impressive what them and Vicious have done.
The thing for me is we often, and I think you're a proponent of this, is don't hot drop. It's almost never a good idea. Geeky came in and proved to us that if you can find the person who allows you to just take points off,
you're going to win every time.
Exactly.
Sure, go for it.
You know what? So that hubris, and it does this other benefit. I've noticed in PUBG that if you have a good fight early and you can kind of keep parlaying that as you move through the map, you tend to do better in the late game because you're hot, you're warm, you feel good about yourself. Building confidence. So I do think the fact that they tested themselves early and then made the push has actually been a huge help for them.
Yeah, and I mean, I got to go back to the Vicious. For them to continue on this form, now we're starting to see a little baby VP from day one in the Vicious. If I'm being completely honest with everybody watching, with the Vicious, I'm hoping that this consistency continues on as we head into the last 2 matches. But we are expecting something out of VP here. 15 points is just not going to be cutting it for that squad, considering that they ended up getting 91 points yesterday.
Right, and and it's one of those things, if it was any other team, I'd think to myself, I'd be like, that's why you can't pull the strikers, that's why you can't play defensively. But I don't think they are. I think they're just getting caught, and I think more importantly, everyone else knows how far ahead they are, and they're not letting them get away with it.
Yeah, and I mean, even teams like Vitality, right, who won our last game, coming in and able to control that Engen circle and make sure that they were the last ones. I mean, their zone control from the north was very impressive, and Vitality is still going to do very well as long as they continue to quietly amass points. They haven't been necessarily very loud in their point gathering on the day, but they're still making that climb.
On the head-to-head that we had there, we actually ended up seeing the amount of kills that Vicious has. They have 36 VP. The only points they've been able to get, those 15 points, have been through kills. They need to start finding themselves a way to get into the later matches as well. But yeah, for the Vicious, 36, 47 points total today, and we still got 2 matches to go.
Can either of you tell me what happened to Myth?
Well, I mean, sometimes a myth is proved false. And so far, it seems like it's going that way today. I don't know. I do think there's maybe some headspace if they had a rough day yesterday, and we don't know what their bounce back potential is. We haven't seen them not out in front. This is our first time really getting to see that outside of PGC. Again, we didn't have Jacob at that time, but they weren't able to pull it out. They underperformed, and so maybe that's it. Maybe when the pressure's on and they don't get a good foot forward, they have a hard time catching back up.
I mean, but they need to. They still have games. They still have tomorrow, regardless of how these last couple games go. Again, Smash may be the saving grace for a lot of these teams that are currently struggling. We still have yet to see, but so far the teams that have really kind of come up on the day have been Geeky and Vicious. I mean, hands down.
Yeah, and if we're talking about Myth, we have to mention T1. This team has been non-existent. This is actually the first time that we're mentioning throughout the day because the team has not been able to do anything. And I hope that we get a chance to see the overall just to showcase where the Vicious currently is because they have just not been performing. We were talking about Heather. We were talking about Superstars. Remember, when we were talking about Superstars, they're currently nowhere to be found.
I mean, just how they started yesterday, we thought, oh, this is it. They're going to go big time, right? And they aren't. They've slid off that first page. And you can see when we look at this right now that it is Virtus Pro on the top. But now Vicious has cracked up into that top 5 and is continuing to climb.
Yeah, and I think for T1, their biggest issues are starting to happen around the rotations. They're having issues settling into a spot where they could play, whereas we saw them successfully in the group stage, even the first day of the finals, even in that first game that they won, it was early positioning, early macro that got them there, and they're just having trouble finding their footing completely.
And we're looking at the overall now. Team Falcons has closed that gap. to 13 points. It's happening, Falcon fans. For everybody that's putting Falcons there in the pick'ems is currently working. Make sure you do the pick'ems as well at home. But I mean, Navi has been able to perform well. They're starting to catch up in the Vicious main storyline. The Vicious actually has more kills than Vitality and Navi that are ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Vicious is in a position where, I mean, if they can do what we saw VP do yesterday and get even close to it, then they are back in the race. It's feasible. It could happen. It's crazy that it might, but I've never seen anybody play this hard for 2 games.
Yeah, and then another team as well to mention, there's Twisted.
Yep.
You know, they're generally a team that should be starting to get their stride now. The slow start thing, that we gave them enough games, they're still struggling to find their footing as well. And that's, again, this mid-game for a lot of these teams, for a lot of these rotations, now that a lot of teams are adapting, they're trying to go earlier in their macro, it's actually causing a bigger jam, which is why we're seeing teams like Twisted, why we're seeing teams like T1 start to struggle in that midfield game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think if you're other teams, you almost want to not mess with Falcons too much on that mid to late game pushes, because you want to sort of keep them chasing VP so the VP can't lock it out tomorrow when that smash rule goes into effect, because if they get that smash rule effect, you said, they'll just start targeting number 2. If they're ahead by 20 or 30, they're going to control the entire map, and the option to win just isn't there. So I do think if Falcons get close, it may shift that entire paradigm.
And that's what I was going to ask you, actually, because we were talking about this at the beginning of the day, too, when it came down to what VP was going to be doing. If they did end up the day with the huge lead, there was rumors that they were just going to maybe end up gatekeeping that second place. But right now, with the way that the leaderboard's looking into this next 2 matches, they need to make sure they widen out that gap even more. They cannot allow themselves to have more donuts. If not, we're going to have a different first place going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's hard to say that, like, why VP is like, I don't feel like they're necessarily getting targeted specifically, right? These are things that are just happening in rotation, happening naturally as the other teams are starting to adapt. And we talked about it. That's what happens when a lot of teams have now focused their attention to you. Not consciously is like, hey, we're going to go after them, but hey, we should be aware that VP might rotate by us. Hey, VP likes to come here. Hey, VP did this yesterday, right? Those things make it very difficult for a team once you're once you're in the lead to keep that lead. We always say it's very easy to take the lead. It's almost not impossible, but it's very difficult to keep that lead over the course of 18 or as many games as we have.
It's just the way PUBG works, man. If you think about it, if Full Sense had been able to hold VP on the line 2 games ago, that difference would be like 8 points right now. So it is one of those things, you never know what's going to happen, and that's why you got to do what the Falcons did. Come out, play hard, put your best foot forward, and never say never. And that's what all about PUBG, because we came in today thinking, oh my gosh, Seven, this might be really boring, it might be over, but it's not, because that's the way the cookie crumbles. That's the way the parachute opens.
You told me PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 is going to deliver, and honestly, day 2 finals so far is definitely delivering. And talking about money as well for the viewers, when the Vicious started the day, if for some reason, let's say they ended up the tournament in 15th place, they would have gotten $21,000. Now they have pushed themselves up to 4th place, $134,000.
But that's the thing, and that's also why this event is so amazing, because yes, first place is awesome, but every single placement is a significant bump in the prize pool.
Well, let's see who else is going to be moving up. I was expecting 17 Gaming to deliver. That's a squad that is currently just not delivering. And as we're getting ready here to the 5th game, not the final game just yet, we still got 2 more before we end up finding out what the threshold is going to be for the Smash Zone tomorrow. And for the Smash Roll, I believe we have an interview.
10 games down here at the Esports World Cup, and we have got ourselves with Lash K from T1. So my first question, or my only question, is how do they think the 10 games have gone so far, as well as the team's performance as a whole?
이제 10경기 정도 남으셨는데 지금까지 T1의 지금 퍼포먼스와 그리고 앞으로 이제 T1의 좀 개선점은 어떨지 궁금합니다.
일단 조금씩 저희 팀이 준비한 거를 좀 실수들이 많이 나오고 있어서 좀 제대로 해내지 못하고 있는데, 이제 조금 아직 남은 라운드가 좀 많기 때문에 이것만 저희가 실수 보완하고 원래 하던 대로 하면은 충분히 다시 공격적이고 잘 해가지고 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we showed a lot of initial mistakes in the process, so we didn't show what we have prepared. So that being said, we'll have to fix our mistakes during the later games, and then we'll show our games and we have what we have prepared for.
All right, well, thank you very much, Kantamnida. As you can take off now as we bring on the Tab to talk about Twisted Minds, even I should say, to get things going. So, Tab, obviously, for Twisted Minds at the moment, kind of doing all right here today, I think it's fair to say. But overall, across these 10 games, what's it been like for Twisted Minds and your thoughts on it?
So yesterday was pretty shaky. Like we saw that there is a lot of situations with individual mistakes, and also for today it's like more positive. But overall, we had the good zones and strange situations, and Battlegrounds will always decide like who will a winner, who will like not win. So yeah, but we are confident on today. Like there is gonna be 2 more games, so we'll see what's gonna be, and yeah, we are ready to win.
Thank you very much, Tab. You can take off now as we bring on our last member here, as we're going to talk to Alrain from NAV, who has put up a pretty damn good performance at the moment. I think maybe you're in 4th place after that Vitality victory, but after 10 games now, how are the NAV boys feeling? How are you feeling about these games?
We are pretty lucky with the circles, to be honest, and we're trying to make the most out of it. And so far, it's around 70 to 80% of the performance we could have had. So we keep working, and I hope the circles will be on our favorite furthermore.
Thank you very much, Alrain. Good luck in the next games.
Love the rapid fire coach intersections that we get there, just to kind of get a breakdown of everything that's happening inside the round. But we've got 2 games left on the day, and it's all about setting pace when we look at it. Yes, okay, we have Falcons that's starting to catch up, closing the gap slowly, steadily against Virtus Pro, but also everybody else trying to claw back in, seeing if they can get close enough to Falcons to give themselves a position to strike it first tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a moving day for a lot of these teams, and one of the teams that I'd really like to highlight is the Vicious Esports. They put up 47 points already today. I mean, they are having a really, really good day. Like, if they keep that up here, get themselves into kind of competition for one of those top 3 spots, potentially even, anything is possible with the way that they have been playing. And it's time to Tago, Matt. We are ready for map 5 on the day.
I mean, you nailed it. I was wondering where my boy Tycon was at, and finally he's coming back alive over there. So playing paths over next to Oyang, going to end up around Owen Sauce, so it should be pretty okay. Everything going to be on the table.
There's a chicken on screen. I had to make chicken noise.
No, don't you start doing that looty thing. Don't you do it.
Oh, sorry. He's gotten into my brain. It's his fault.
It's all Ludi's
You gotta blame
fault.
him. Yeah.
But
sorry, Barney.
I blame Barney.
Yeah.
It's always easier to blame Barney. Like, blaming Ludi just makes you feel bad because he'll look at you with sad eyes.
I know. And then Barney is just like, well.
Barney just lets it roll up shoulders. Like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
mate.
exactly. Yeah, he's like, okay, dude. All right. Pretty fair plane path, kind of down to the southwest side. It's going to make it a little bit of a stretch to get up to like Yongchun. So that does cut out a little bit of where T1 would normally probably like to drop. So Hapo going to be over towards the west, and everybody else kind of in fair play for most of the map. You know, Falcon's going to have to drive for a bit to get to the airport. But everything else right around where they normally would want to go. It's going to be school area for Shadow. And that's about where the circle ends up. It's sending itself south again.
Big for Navi. Look at that. Prime position, whatever they want to play from. Already got a center control position if they want to go around that. Remember the squad that's just continuing to try to catch up to Falcons. Falcons going to have to much later rotate going for that airport and then having to work their way back in. Yes, the east is going to be easy for Falcons to kind of navigate, but there are a couple of hillsides whenever we look into like the northwest of Oyang, where Myth is presently playing and Buksansa is, that kind of create some problems in rotating into a circle like this specifically.
No, you're right. It can be really kind of tricky in some of those paths that teams are going to want to take. Gustav showing off a little bit for us.
Yeah.
Love it. Get some air, my friend. Give us some of those bike moves, if you will.
Can we talk for a second? Because Falcons has an IGL changeup, right?
Yeah.
With Gustav. And Gustav now having to play catch-up and make calls and everything else like that against VP, who played so dominant yesterday. There's a lot of mental effort that goes into it. I know Gustav's a great player. I know he's been around for a long time. But that's a big burden to suddenly throw on somebody's shoulders, and it feels like it's working right now because he is managing to work with Gunnar and the rest of the crew and close that gap.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think, Kick really gave a candid interview,
most
the other day.
mature interview I've ever seen in esports.
He's just like,
I
look,
loved it.
I don't take feedback well, so it's just not really working out in this current iteration. So it makes more sense to have Gustav, who likes to play that aggressive edge game. You've got the talent on this Falcons team for it. If you could create those edge scenarios for yourself too, it also tees up stuff like Tig's mortars, things like that all kind of coalesce into these big games.
And re-unlocks Kickstart and his firing capabilities. Like, we saw a clutch capability coming up from Big yesterday. keeping themselves inside of all of this. So I know that everybody wants to know what's going on.
Don't land on the roof. Oh my God.
Flip it.
Oh my God.
Oh no. You see Xiao Wu just stare at it. He just stops and he's like, you are kidding me.
So you have to be careful with these. This is let it know.
It's allowed, Xiao Wu.
This is take it out. Yeah, take out your anger on it. But this is why you actually have to be really careful with these care packages, is because if you don't call them in like with a little bit of difference, because they don't just come right underneath where the flare goes. It has a radius of about 20 to 30 meters, I want to say, that it's going to land in. So you have to be really careful with where you shoot it up at, because things like that happen.
I think that's more unlucky than if it had landed on the roof. Maybe if you like landed on the roof, you can figure out some weird thing to do.
Yeah, you can get up there. Like you can get another vehicle and like get your way up there if there's a it depends on the building, of course, but there's ways to get on a roof. Like there's always a way, even a motorcycle, vault or something like that. But this for Huang F, if he hits this shot, he's not going to look at it in the right direction. I was really hoping that he was going to go for the Car 98 banger.
I mean, Gem's got a great position in the circle, playing to the northwest of Song looking into position on Navi other side. This is why we saw Shadow kind of roaming around. Good start. I mean, squad with Shadow, I was super excited when they qualified. Setsuna and the crew, I mean, love them, but this is definitely more of a learning experience. They did get their victory yesterday.
Yeah.
So there is still some more on the table, and it's not like they're entirely out of it. They're still in that pack that 10-ish points could work for them and put them back in the middle of a lot of this, but yeah. I just love, you can tell the hands come off the keyboard the moment he kind of sees it for like, what?
We've all been there, right? Where just something happens where you just can't help but stare. Delwyn getting punished. It's a little bit of a tap spray. He takes himself out in the end, but now there's another fight going on here right now. Heather getting the work done. He's getting tagged up, though, by Himas at range. Is going to be able to get back to the safety of that US, but the feet are sticking out. It's another headshot. Destroy driving by. Takes down Heather with a little help from Himas.
Just on the hunt right now. T1 rolling right through AGAL, kind of saving Shadow, who was at a really desperate situation. Jexy's still kind of in a bad spot, as he also has Himas right on top of him. T1 tries to just retaliate into a really weird spot against Sololzy. Sololzy's just going to try to cut it across. Jexy's just going to thank everybody for the work. AGAL is eliminated, and Shadow's just thanking their lucky stars in that one.
Yeah, and the reason that T1 is so keen on committing to this like wagon fight with the cars is because they want to try to get those blue chips potentially as well, but maybe the safety not going to be there. I'm not sure if they were able to scoop them up or not. They might have had just enough time to, since other members of AGAL were fighting Shadow. Meanwhile, Geeke, we see that they are no strangers to fighting today. EJ tags a little bit of damage into Clories here just to send him away.
So as we're talking about the club championships with you guys, one of the things that you need to know is that means that there is more money on the table for the organization to kind of feed the entirety of the ecosystem for their team and their organization itself. That means that some squads that are in the hunt might play a bit more aggressive than normal. One of those that I've got my eye on right now is Vitality, who's kind of rolled into position, forcing Gam to play away from this angle that they've been kind of holding. I mean, Gam already kind of planned to surrender at this point, but whenever we talk about squads such as Navi, Vitality, that are really just trying to find some more out of this to see if they can catch up, VP on their climb, of course, Falcons as well, that means that they have to be a little bit more, I guess, on edge and really just trying to fight for that extra little bit in all these firefights, especially whenever you've got Vitality and Navi just 1 point separated from each other right now.
Exactly, and there's still a lot of games to be played, frankly. I know we only have 2 more here today, and then at the end of the day, we add 10 to whoever the top scorer is for points, whether that be VP or whoever. And then that's the threshold for tomorrow. Now there's a grenade right towards Setsuna. Doesn't take much from that. Only 6 damage going to clock into him.
Here, let's go ahead and break it down for you guys using just fake-ish math. Let's say that this was the last game and it was done. VP's at 106. That means that tomorrow, in order to win in the Smash Cup, you'd have to break 116 points and then get a win. It cannot happen in the same game. So let's say VP gets 12 kills inside, like 12 kills or something else like that in game number 1. They are now eligible to win. But if they got, let's say, 2 kills and a victory with 10 points in the first game, VP still has to play another game because you have to get the chicken dinner after breaking the threshold on points in the previous game.
Yeah, I like the way you said that. Eligible to win, I think, is a good way to describe that. And that's kind of what tomorrow is going to be all about. And then, of course, if we play 6 games tomorrow, and it just then comes down to whoever's at the top of the leaderboard if nobody can hit that winning threshold.
And that's why we keep talking about the win threshold capabilities, is because if Falcons are just 13 points behind, they're technically 23 points now behind the threshold to be able to get that chicken dinner. So the more Falcons can close the gap, the more everybody else can kind of sneak in. And that's why VP is getting, I like how the desk said, not necessarily focus, but just a lot of people that did their research and know where there's an opportunity to kind of stall out VP.
Yeah, and speaking of VP, they have a tough circle ahead of them here, Matt. Yeah. There's not a lot of great options initially, but they've been so good at finding, opportunities where it doesn't necessarily look like there are some. Now they're going to be under fire from 17 as they make their transition over to the west side, but they do have teams like Liquid, Gen G. They're going to be cutting ahead of them. You got a lot of teams rotating in from the south, including Falcons, who are just now trying to cut their way down to find some space, but look at this, VC getting really close to the Falcons.
T1 did get their players back. Gen G has spotted them, I think, in the skies. Could be chasing them down. Now it's all about setups. VP ready and raring to go. There is a red zone that is in the center of the circle, and that could be impactful. It's just kind of creating a couple more dips before all the mortar fire lands down in there to give you something to, I guess, initially start building from.
Yeah, no, for sure. And you can see VP doesn't like that initial angle, so they're going to try a different direction. That's a Panzer, and that's a dead player. Sung jumped down, but a Khan there to trade.
Okay, play it, reset the timings on it. Oh my God, Khan has to dodge the car of his own teammate, just rolling right through next to Vitality. Gedrox sees it all, but it's another Panzerfaust and a nade right on top of him. He's gonna go down.
That was his own grenade.
Oh no! Is he gonna take himself down there? Is he getting away? Barely manages to creep away from it.
That was his own grenade. It just bounced funny off of that pole or something. That is brutal for Vitality. Now, Hello My Bad has come in here and done some damage, but took down another teammate with it. This fight very chaotic.
He's put himself in the crossfire. He runs right into this point. They're trying to figure out where that last one is, but BC's already moving into a backstab position onto this, realizing how everything's set up on the leaderboard. So Vitality down to 2, and when we watch what's happening in this with DK, they're in trouble just down to 1, and VC just sees points in front of them and wants so much more.
Oh, they were just being active on the map here, looking for opportunities, looking for moments where other teams are going to bump into each other, and they have found a beauty. Tycon going to load up with the grenade, but it's going to be well short. Hello My Bad already left that building, gets in a vehicle and says, okay, I think maybe this fight might no longer be valid.
Vitality could get the blue chips and maybe cut over to the west, get to school, go for a res over there. T1's playing around that position, and Simon just denies it. Great shot coming out from the Panzer, and that was just, that's all you heard before he went down. So Vitality, this is now a big problem. Where does Hello My Bad go? He's the last one up. VC, man, just dominant the way they're playing right now. These guys got goals.
Fearless, dude. They are just completely fearless right now. They are just going to take every fight. They are just on one today, and they know it, so they are going to claim even more points, and it must feel great that it's Vitality, one of the teams that is just ahead of you on the leaderboard, only 6 points behind them now.
I'm kind of curious how far away that Simon took that shot from, because it looks like he was pretty separated away from that firefight. That had to be a pretty tight angle to hit on, but I don't know, we'll have to see. Maybe catch something later on. T1 making their wrap in down to the south, going to be next again. VC is going to have to kind of come along the same corridor, but they've been jockeying up against GAM for a while. Mit's got that high ground, but they're looking down into that 2-2 split coming up from Na'Vi. Falcons doesn't like it over into the east, so they're going to wrap more over to the north, and guess who that puts them up against? Rotating VP is that hillside that they're looking at could be pretty strong looking down into Hosan.
Yeah, you can see that both of our best teams in the lobby have similar ideas in this circle. It's a lot of rotations around the edge, just looking for enough space where they can kind of set up shop. Don't give yourself over. Look at this narrow angle through the door, up on the roof. Not super far, but far enough that it's a little tricky to get it through that door, and Simon T absolutely gets it nailed down to a T. And it's going to be Team Liquid. Ooh, takes a little bit of damage there, and it's actually VP. They've got an angle down this road. He's got to get out.
I mean, Hosan's about to pop off. Just too many people having angles on everything, and Team Liquid realizes it. 17's going to be more to the east. No clean sight lines yet. Gen G, friends from the previous game that they kind of were trying to, I guess Gen G was trying to hold out Team Liquid in the rotate. VP now gets control over the north. They've got plenty of space that they can play around this one. Curious to see where they go, as it is going to be Team Liquid having control around the res beacon. And other reses that could be happening, it looks like Shadows Kamal's did manage to make it over and get a res for his friends.
All right. I'm kind of curious about what Gen G wants to do with this. They are extremely fanned out on that western edge, have quite a bit of control. I'm very impressed that T1 has managed to get into some level of safety given the early game struggles that they had. A little bit of exchange of utility there for Kickstart, and Tig is going to use this glider to go up in the air, get some info, try to figure out where Falcons can go. They have safety in this next circle. It's the circle beyond that they're starting to think about already.
Gas it up a bit. Gam is got vision close range on the Jacob for Myth. They decided to go up the hillside. That's going to be a nice Tanvu hold. Just gets 2. Myth, where are you even going to go from here? There's Gam all around both sides of this. Is just Tanvu, man. This guy is so good.
He's cracked. I mean, for a while, he was the best player in the world. The other year, he was incredible. So definitely know that once he gets his kind of footing underneath him, he is a force to be reckoned with in and of himself. And Clories, Huang F, no slouches either. They're trying to wrap behind Myth. Now, Myth has a player in the blue. Baron doing some good damage.
Yeah, but Baron's now trapped. It's just full-on chase down to make sure they take him. It's going to be Duck Juice that gets the knock. Scappy's now trapped out in the blue, and near on nowhere to go. I mean, the focus of the circle is we're kind of watching it. Scappy's watching it. Oh! There you go. Baron, make it a little bit painful for him. Slow him down a bit, but that does open up some more maneuverability for Na'Vi to reset. And it does look like Na'Vi's going to regroup to see if they can pounce on this, but just couldn't get there in time.
Yeah, it's a good thing Duck Juice didn't need that helmet. His helmet is completely fresh, so he had to take it off of his opponent there. Scappy going to just try to rat things out a bit, get some extra points. Na'Vi hovering around the revival station. There's a lot of area that they can try to work into. Full Sense is sitting in a compound that's probably starting to look a little bit juicy for the side of Na'Vi.
Well, it's not even the compound, it's the hillside where we see the other 3 players from. For me, that is a strong point inside the circle that they're going to be trying to keep control over. And whenever we see so many teams that can't really play over into the east and nobody wanting to make a commitment in that area around Hosan, I mean, this is going to be really hard for Full Sense to try to defend, as the closest threat to them is VC. VC might decide they want that high ground.
I think Full Sense might not be reading that compound is going to be really juicy, and I hope that Tanadol has a good escape plan as we take a look at the just absolute chaos going on here, as I'm pretty sure this grenade just bounces off something inside of that awning. Yeah, he hits the very top of it there, right onto himself. Unfortunate for Gedrox.
But VP and 17 are fighting right now.
Yeah, they're down in the bottom.
Tian down, but it looks like VP in some trouble. 2 players already down and flushed for the VP side of it. Blue Zone Nade's going to be on top of him. This is a nice hold coming up for 17 and right on the edge of the zone. Team Liquid really can't get a piece of this just due to how Hosan is set. And VP finally gets actually a little bit of a counter knock going on over here, as it looks like Corexi's trying to creep their way forward, but where do you go, man? It's just full defended, and he has got so little information. Now, Falcons wrapping back behind all of this. If they realize it is going to be VP, they might opt into crashing this.
Yeah, well, they've got a mortar lined up there as well. Lil Ghost takes down his teammate with the grenade. Corexi, though, has a Panzer. If Lil Ghost pushes this corner, he's going to be in a world of hurt potentially. We'll have to see if he can bounce that grenade. It does do some damage. He gets the Panzer baited out. Now Corexi thinking about a frag of his own, cooks it pretty well. Lil Ghost going to shimmy over to the side, but out in the open, he's down and dusted. Corexi with the ace.
Just 1v1, finding a Jiawu on the other side, though. That's a much harder 1v1, and Jiawu is going to take it. Corexi just pulled in too many different directions. VP down, just 2 kills. Falcons finds another opportunity, but they can't find the circle.
So what are they going to do? Are they going to try to claim some of these 17 players' lives, or just maybe use a little bit of these hills and defilades that are created by the fields of over on this southeast corner of Hosan? Yeah, that's what I was looking at, that crash. And Tanadol did have an escape valve, so that's A-OK. Meanwhile, Tanvu did scoop up a Lynx. That's exciting, but this here by Falcons, a very important move to try to barricade out 17 as they pick up their pieces and try to hold out the other teams potentially. We'll see.
Team Liquid is pretty much spattered all across what we look at Hosan. They're down up over in the north with Luke 12, but that's opened up Vitality, have a path, get right in between all of them. New circle pops, and it goes off of Hosan onto the hillside that Full Sense and VC has control over. So VC, who's been on an absolute rampage, now has a great position to play in the circle, and everybody has to come to them.
Yeah, Vitality's gone. That's unfortunate. After the last game, that feels bad, man.
I mean,
bad, man.
It's Navi's in a little bit of a weakened position back behind them, but VC just finding more and more, just 7 points to try to catch up to Vitality. Remember, we look at this, that it's mostly going to be Vitality and Navi vying for that top position on Champions, so if anybody can kind of intersect and steal a couple of positions right in between them, it'll even make it dicier as we look at the overall championship.
Yeah, and everybody's probably pretty happy right now that VP, once again, low kill counts, low points. Falcons not able to find much just yet. They can't get anything off of 17, who now tries to make their way into the circle. Xiaowu just barely with 20 HP going to get there. Falcons trying to circumnavigate Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds really spread out, and Gustav goes down. That's actually Hakatori from range.
There's nowhere to go. It's Twisted on defense on this one side of it. Navi's got that compound for control. Gam's also encroaching back behind all of this, but Falcons is just trapped in the most open section of this circle. And they've realized, okay, fine, just cut through. They've just got to run right by. Navi's taking shots one side of them. This hillside could provide some safety, but you can see Full Sense has got vision on top of it. Shrimzy's going pretty deep into it, and that's going to put him right next to VC. He's got to turn that back around. They will not like him being that close range. Can he get any knocks? No, it is going to be actually Lou that gets the shot onto him.
Let's see who's going to get the point. It's going to be Tycon from VC, up to 5 kills now in this game. They are continuing their path of destruction, their reign of terror on day 2 of EWC PUBG Battlegrounds. Kickstart, you got anything left here for us, my friend?
If anything, they just need to find somewhere to hide and hunker down, because this is looking like this could be a decent game for Navi and VC both. Navi's got control over the east, while Gam and Full Sense are just on top of each other. Down to the south, we also do have Shadow and T1, with Gam also involved in that. To the north, we still have Team Liquid that's pushing pretty close to Twisted's positioning. So VC is just comfy in the center of the circle, and everybody else is just scrapping on top of each other.
Yeah, this is pretty quiet in the center. Oh, man. The mortar is coming really close to kick there. Also opened up some of that terrain in front of him, so it makes it even trickier. They're still coming up short, though, but he's taking damage from behind. Finally, it's going to be Tigger from Full Sense who's going to get him down.
Just had to get out of the divots because he was afraid of it, and that's the real thing. They had to step out of that angle, and that just opened it up for somebody else. Myth now also going to finally get eliminated. Twisted Minds just raining mortars over the hillside on anything that moves over there. Navi is going to be kind of moving up the hillside on their own down into the southeast, kind of backfilling where we saw Gam playing from a moment ago. Is Gen G also kind of coming over here to hang out?
Now I'm wondering if we're starting to create a little bit of a trench network, potentially. His kick already dead in that spot. Meanwhile, Gam dusting up with Shadow. Shadow's been able to get a little bit of value here, but not a ton. 5 kills still puts them at the bottom of the leaderboard. Mortar's raining in towards Clory's direction, but has the safety of a shack, so he will not be in danger to those necessarily. Gen G now beginning to make their rotate down to the southern side. I like what Soul's doing. He's found this open space. He's been hearing this fight go on.
I'm scared. I see Bean on a mortar. Looks like he might be kind of dialed into the area where Jexy is going to be at. I don't know. Maybe also keeps kind of glancing over to where Navi's going to be playing from. Full Sense has been pretty quiet on the top of this hillside. They haven't had to get too involved, and it feels like every peek that they go for gets punished. I think that they're trying to play this as quiet as possible because they don't want to deal with any mortars. This is a very mortarable position, and they know it.
And they're just looking for an opportunity. Bean hits Salute. The mortar?
Salute moved into the circle.
And that hit him.
And it hit him. So there had to be a miscommunication happening there, as that seemed like that was very well planned in advance.
Yeah, that's very odd. It just maybe a wrong dial in, and now things getting worse. There was a grenade in hand for Soul there. Almost goes down to it. Half into the knocked state for him. Hakatori is about to knock on the other side. Bean, you got to load your gun there, my friend.
What is
going on right now?
Gen G, this is a cacophony of errors that is just, I don't know.
Not sure.
Not my Gen G. That's all I'll say is Bean is still keeping some defense at distance. It looks like they're resetting and getting Salute back up. Soul might be resable as well, as it's going to be Gam going for a res. Pretty close to that position. Jexy doesn't want to get involved in anything, but Navi, with very little places to go, are getting closer and closer to that position. And this is not where Gen G wanted to play. They're now stuck back on the edge yet again instead of getting that more centered position.
I mean, they might be able to get all their reses through, though. Gen G going to have to hold off Gam. Gam finding an opportunity, but they're getting struck from behind. They're going to keep tunneling in towards Gen G. Want to make sure that Soul is flushed. We've seen him down for quite a while. They're pushing through, and Salute's not ready for it. Clory's then going to run through the vehicle, just expecting more players from Gen G to be there, but they are not. Tanvu up to 5 kills as well.
They've got a friend very close in Gen G on top of all of this. Navi's going to use the opportunity to see if they can try to get up next to full sense yet again. But no, it's going to be a nice hold coming up from Belma. Gets down a quick flush onto Hakatori. Navi doesn't have too many more options, though. They've just got to try to push for something over here, and that's going to be right into the waiting arms of full sense. Very defended. Navi is just going to falter as well as everybody at the top of the leaderboard starting to find problems except for VC. And it's all the guys at the bottom on the hunt getting down dirty and finding points.
Yeah, VC looking at this game as an opportunity to slingshot up into third place potentially. They can get some more points. They can get deep into it, which they certainly are in a prime position to do so. Jexy able to sidestep those blue zones rather easily. Gam, and they're having a nice little game for themselves. They've shot up 10 kills in this one, but then Jexy, what a timing there, gets Tanvu down. One more to go, but it's Belma from behind.
Just doing a perfect peak timing on to Tanvu of all people is just, that's something to be proud of. Glory is now kind of stuck over here. He's got Bean one side of him, full sense, still on their high ground control. Team Liquid going to be the squad that's trying to assault in VC's positioning. They've been holding down for so long. Simon manages to cook it perfectly, drop it right on top of Purdy Curdy. Team Liquid's got to be careful because the other side is still Twisted Minds. And I mean, Liquid is just stuck here, man. There is nowhere to go. They can't move an inch into this circle.
No, I mean, I think as Liquid, you might just have to try to find a different fight because VC is in the zone right now. Like, they are untouchable with the way that they're playing, the way that they are in the flow state. So maybe it's a chance to try to punish Twisted Minds around the edge of this hill. Twisted Minds aware of it! What a grenade from the two ends!
Perfectly cooked, rolls it right down into the face of Team Liquid. This is what we're talking about. There's nowhere to go. Twisted's got the high ground. They're going to wrap back behind this. Luke at least gets a counter knock on Petulins. He's got to deal with Lou low ground back behind him. Lou's just trying to wait out the smokes. Example runs up the hillside. Too many different ways to make it. Twisted manages to get it, but now they've got to walk into the circle. VC already counter moving to wait it out. Wait for them to crest the hillside and take the firefight.
But as soon as they went out there, they actually spotted Bean and kind of turned around and started shooting at him. Full sense trying to capitalize on the chaos in this situation by moving a little bit further forward into the center of the circle, but also keeping Gam under pressure, making sure that they can't do anything further, and they will successfully do so with a little bit of help from Bean.
Full sense high ground, VC low ground in the dips, Twisted to the north, now having to figure out how they're going to get in. And I don't know, even if you get into the circle, kind of, you have to deal with close range VC, and Full Sense is going to have so much vision. You can see Lou's just trying to see if he can get a knock onto Full Sense, and it's just not working. All the bullets just going right over as VC is fighting in the shade of all the bullets flying over their heads.
It is kind of a mess for sure. So we'll just have to wait and see now. Things calm down for a brief little moment. I think there's enough on the edge of this circle that Twisted Minds can stay safe unless VC wants to make that move. Yeah, there's enough of this hill left that they're fine for now. Please tell me that is a C4 on it. It does not. I don't hear any ticking. I wish it did because it would have been so perfect.
Simon.
That almost ran him over. That would have been incredible too.
That was the real plan, right? It wasn't the fact that there was a little bit more hill there than anybody was expecting. It was all to go after Simon, make him think it was a C4 so they'd all jump out of position and can shoot.
Oh, if only that had been a C4. It would have been so good. But it's still pretty funny. Simon has the safety of that dip. As examples should know, considering what we saw earlier in this event, that it's kind of hard to run people over inside of those things.
Yeah.
So, Full Sense, a pretty solid game here. Again, teams making moves all over the place today. I mean, look at this. From 9th to 16th, Matt, it's 9 points.
This is just neck and neck here at the bottom of it. And whenever we see VP and Pelicans going out a little bit early, not finding a lot, Twisted trying to really rally their games back together. Example is going to go down. But I mean, Twisted, there was so few options, nowhere to really go. Full Sense is taking control over every section of the circle that VC does not. And there is just nothing that Twisted can do. They tried to fight their way in, but what are you going to do? It was 8v3.
Get Tigger here, making a crazy aggressive move. They know that they've got VC on the ropes. They are losing players left and right. There's only one still standing. I believe it is Duckmai over there trying to just see if he can find some way to get something done. Will get the first. If he can get another, then I'm a believer.
He's already revealed in position. They're running right up into his face. Got to be careful. High side of this one's going to be Flash. Duckmai just trying to use a little bit of the divot. Is it enough? Doesn't have enough time after the reload. He's going to go down. And Full Sense are going to find themselves a match victory and push themselves further up the leaderboard.
Oh, they're shooting up the leaderboard. That is an incredible game for them. A fair amount of kills, managing their space really nicely on that southeast side. doing a great job just letting all the other teams fight around them, trying to find their kills here or there where they could. Had a great maneuver when they were ready for Na'Vi to crash into the compound that they had to abandon in the mid game. That's a really solid effort from our defending PGC champions.
Still for me though, Vicious finding more yet again. Late stages, these guys are just unrelenting right now. We still got one more game to go, and it feels like Vicious is just going to be in the middle of that end game over and over again.
Oh, I love it, dude. It's just so great to have some of the teams from APAC really starting to step up as we get into the second half of our finals. They're doing a really nice job finding their moments, getting into the wins, getting that confidence. That's the biggest thing.
So eyes on pretty much, does VP have a big game? Can they finally get the distance that they're so desperately hoping for? Can Falcons also find something to catch up with VP? They've been slowly inching their way up there, but they just can't get the big explosive game to put them right back in the thick next to VP and make this pretty much a two-horse race. Instead, it's everybody else that was in fourth, fifth, everything else like that that's creeping up and now trying to get a piece of both of them.
Yeah, it's a great question, Matt, and we only have one more game today to find out the answer, to see if either or one of those two teams can kind of solidify more distance, or if this kind of upper half tier of the lobby is going to keep catching up. These teams from 8th to 3rd really starting to make their moves, starting to get their groove. Let's see.
And you mentioned it. It's just so neck and neck there. Just a couple of kills one way or the other. A couple of placement points can really dictate tons of money right now. I mean, we can talk about club championships and everything like that, but there is just so much money on the table right now, and with it being so close, moving in with some type of momentum tomorrow is going to be so important. Let's get this last game of the day ready to go.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done. Raw energy. House and blow the house down.
Everybody, Poor Source here, and I am here to talk to a couple of members from Virtus Pro to figure out what the best strategies to survive if you found yourself in a PUBG type situation. Well, we had some fans that gave answers, and we're gonna rank those answers based on how well these guys think they would work. So let's start off with this. Tactical pack plus tons of first aid kits, EMT, hide and do fast heals in the blue until zone endgame. Blue zone until endgame.
Let me read it again.
Go ahead.
This would not work.
Not anymore.
Because it doesn't work outside the zone.
Exactly. EMT
so not effective whatsoever. You're putting it all the way at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like this one. Find some adrenaline and pills and then hope for a glider.
Ooh.
Just
glider.
Is the pilot low-key?
If he's a good pilot, it could be better.
Wait a second.
I mean, you
maybe a
survive for a while.
Yeah.
I think BT is okay.
Yeah.
We like it.
I just hope you don't find Tiggletons. He's gonna down.
All right. I'd be prone and not moving unless the blue zone was tickling my feet.
That's a good strat.
I feel like
if it's all about surviving, I think it's
I've seen a certain somebody be very successful using that strat in the past.
Low-key A, no?
Yeah, I would say
glider.
Yeah. We put that above glider. I like
it.
Yeah. I'm just hiding until the very end, lol. I'm playing foe the win.
Okay, now we need to be strategic, though.
Yeah, now you're running out of slots.
Like,
yeah.
Can we move around?
No. You're stuck.
I mean, we have to put C now.
Put a C and then we figure out what next is.
Yeah. Not a bad tech.
It's not the worst, though.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
They're not as good as glider. Golden pickaxe equipped. Left click, left click, left click, left click.
That's for sure.
That's it. Get digging.
Yeah.
Get digging.
Just get digging.
Yeah.
You hide the leg in.
Put it in the middle.
Bunga.
That's actually the first time we've seen that at S tier. Okay. Last one. Dropping school and dying within 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah.
This might be the best tier list made to humanity.
Honestly, I'm I feel pretty good about this.
Yeah.
I feel like this might be one of our better ones. Well, there you go. Guys, if you find yourself in a PUBG type situation, follow this tier list provided by the gentlemen of Virtus Pro, and you will be sure to come out ahead.
That S tier, the golden pickaxe. I don't think, Toffees, we have seen one yet. Yeah, I can't remember.
We've seen many fine pickaxes, but none that are made of gold. I will say, you talked about how Nixie likes to grind, and he gives it away in that one segment because everyone else, when they gave that EMT pack, and we're like, just hide in the blue and heal, he's like, that won't work. It got nerfed. It's not in the game anymore. Like, he knows. He's updated on the patches. He's playing the casual circuit, and that, I think, is important. But the way that this game is playing, so rapidly changing constantly, the players who have gone back to the old days and are putting reps in outside of scrims are the players that I think are going to be rising above this year.
I mean, it goes to any of the changes, right? Well, Nixie is just keeping that very strong mindset. You know what? If a lot of players don't like the changes, whether it's destructible terrain, whether it was a switch in perspective, doesn't matter what it is, he's going to take that as, you know what? I love these changes. I'm going to make sure that if anyone doesn't like him, I'm going to be the first one to come out and be strong. And that's exactly what he's doing. The amount of time Nixie and his team put into this game is absolutely disgusting, and it's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it has definitely showcased. By the way, Full Sense being able to get that chicken dinner in the last one. But the main storyline, boys, the Vicious Esports, this is their third game in a row that they've been able to get 10 or more kills. And they've been able to place now back to back top threes.
I mean, you got to be vicious. You got to have it in your name. You got to be out there to take some heads when it's time. 3 games of double digits in a row. It's gone down each time, but still getting 10 on that one is insane. The fact that they've gone from so little to so much, the fact that we keep comparing them to VP in these head-to-heads over and over again tells me this is a team who woke up. They said it's time to turn on, to get Tycon and going.
And that's the thing. I'm glad you mentioned it as we look at this beautiful... it sucks that it was on Liquid, but they're just having a day, I guess.
It ruined your whole thought.
Kind of ruined my whole vibe. Thanks a lot, Twisted. No, but the thing that's really impressive, as you mentioned, Tycon, it's not just Tycon. The fact that we also have YM, Pao, and Sir T in the mix, killing. They're all contributing to this team, and they're playing so damn lights out that a lot of the teams around them, I mean, the only reason Full Sense really was able to take them out in this game is because they had already dealt with 2 other teams.
Yeah. And Vicious didn't really have to do much of the rotation in this game, but they were still finding a way to make sure that they ended up getting those kills, which is pleasant to see when a team is able to just take full advantage of that and then just continuing with the kills. It's insane what we're currently seeing out of the Vicious. It's insane what we saw out of GAM in that last game as well, because this squad was able to, with that 14-point performance, jump up from that last place. As we were talking earlier, there is a lot of money still at stake where you end up being in the leaderboard. And for GAM, that's good. We saw some fans here earlier too.
Yeah. You know, we got a couple of shouts for GAM. They got some fans here. They get to make some big pushes. But I think really what benefited both GAM and Vicious, but particularly Vicious here, is that the expectations fell off when they showed up today. They were far enough behind that everyone just stopped looking at them. They across the board, you're like, okay, whatever we do today can't get worse. So you go out there and you just push. And Vicious is going to go from now on. They're going to say, okay, it worked. Even if I have one bad game, I'm not going to readjust after this one. I'm going to say aggression is my only option. And they're going to do this until either Smash Rule finishes or we hit the 18. I bet they go full force.
Yeah, and look at the leaderboards. They're currently in 3rd place. And again, you know, to talk about the roster, my favorite of that team, and one of the better support players for them, I call him YM Kood, but it's really Duckmai, but it's an old meme. But I feel like Duckmai has been so instrumental, and he's always watching the rear, right? He's always making sure that their anchor is safe, and then they have Tycon, who's able to just go forward, do whatever he wants, and the other 2 also supporting him, and they're just all fragging, which again is wonderful to see. And I think a big part of that is the expectations were gone and the confidence started to build.
And they're making a concerted effort to get out in front as quickly as possible.
Very proactive.
Now, Falcons, in that last game, I thought we had the shot. VP got caught up a little bit. Falcons was kind of slow playing it in town. In fact, it felt like they were even moving over to where that VP engagement started with 17 to see if they could play mop-up. I think the problem for them is they got there a little late. There was only one 17 player left. Then they got stuck down into how do we fight urban warfare to get out of this position. And that's not something you ever want to deal. When every window is a threat, you know you're going to lose people. They got kicked to the middle. He did his best to lay down. But again, that's just hopes for the best. You not every game is going to be a banger, but they are still gaining little by little.
Yeah, and Falcons was just looking to find some blessing from the zone, because even earlier on, they were trying to do some wide rotations. They were trying to go northwest, and then the zone just kept pulling and pulling away from them. But now we're going to talk about some of the other squads that we really haven't been able to fully talk about. Twisted, I mean, we talked about Twisted earlier, but this squad is just, we want to see a little bit more. Same with Navi and same with everybody else, because look what Vicious has been able to do now back-to-back games.
Yeah, and the thing is with Navi and Vitality, they're still, I mean, they're up there, 78, 77 points, right? They're still making those kind of quiet, concerted efforts to get these points. But with Twisted, this was kind of their last good game that we've seen after some unfortunate fumbles, as well as the top. Like when we look at teams like Falcons and we look at teams like VP dropping 0 points, 2 points only in those games, that is a massive open door for these teams to come up and start catching up on the points they desperately need.
And I don't know what's going on with VP, because again, they only got 2 points in that last one. And this is one of those things where I don't think they're playing defensively. I feel like they're still doing what they do. It's just not clicking
It's
the
just not
same way.
working
It's
today.
not. And I don't even know if it's not working. It just isn't getting the points. And so that is the story here. The fact that they have let this become a race here going into the final game is shocking to me, because if Falcons can close, if Vicious has another 10-plus kill game, they're literally right back into that hunt where they're only about 8 points back going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and the Vicious is just going to be looking to keep that momentum going until tomorrow, too. Are they going to be getting another 10-plus kills game for the Vicious? Or is VP finally going to respond as we head into the final game of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26, Day 2?
Time to set pole position. VP's been in the lead after a massive day 1, but day 2's been a little bit more quiet. VC been eating all of the points, where Falcons wanting to try to catch up. How are we going to move into tomorrow? Because remember, it's all about whoever is in first place plus 10 points, and then we go smash all the way.
Exactly, Matt. I can't wait to see how this one's going to end up, because now it feels like this has become a lot more of a wide open affair at the top of the leaderboard. Yes, VP still has a pretty comfortable lead, but it has been getting less and less so. They have been feeling that pressure all day, and they haven't been able to rake in a ton of points.
They had a comfy lead at the start of the day. Now they have like, you know, whenever your sock feels like it has like that wrinkle on the inside of it and you keep stepping on it?
Yeah.
You're still happy that you have your shoes on, but it's still kind of annoying.
And at least the sock isn't wet. Yeah,
That's true. That's true. That's the worst. Everybody knows that is. Now, playing path going to be very southern. This is could lead to some, I guess, weird starts as we look at this. Team Liquid's going to go away from Georgia Pole. They're going to go for a drop pretty close to AGAL. Gen G's going to be down here, as well as GAM. VC is going to have Novo to work around. So now eyes just kind of turn, I think, most notably to VP and Falcons. How much can they get out of a circle like this? If this goes up onto the main island, Falcon's going to love it, specifically if it pulls that Mill to Power side of it. VP also going to have control over the western side, but no. It is going to all come back down to a focus point on Radio Tower right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious to see how VC wants to approach this first circle, if they're going to be one of those teams that wants to get up to that radio tower and be that kind of damage-dealing, harassing team, or if they're going to look for like some of the positions that are a little more west, kind of anticipating, you know, future potential movements of the circle, I should say, is a very big question on how, you know, different teams like to approach that area. I think about some of the America's teams. I think they're more keen to go up to the very tippy top of that and just lock that down and try to play for some kills and things like that.
You say we play a little bit more wild? Is that what I hear you saying?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Is that okay?
Not going to argue. Well, Falcon's not so much right now.
No.
Team Liquid's playing very, I guess, aggro, but in a different style. Early game aggro, which I don't have a problem with.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, Liquid came in with a game plan, and they're sticking to it. You know, for the most part, it hasn't gone 100% to plan.
I think it's going to be APAC that goes for the top of the radio tower. They want to shoot all the things. I wouldn't be surprised if it's probably VC or maybe... I mean, AGAL has shown a lot of strength out of playing that position. They don't do it a lot, but when they do, it's scary.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just curious what Vicious's ideas are. That's where I'm leaning right now, especially given where they're at in the leaderboard and the day they've had.
Vicious is, they are, yes, vicious. We're not arguing that, but it feels like it's not just bloodthirsty. You don't want to say it's like barbarian rage, charging at whatever you can get. There is a methodology to the madness, and it is just a quiet strength that they bring out. Is popping a little bit of a, What do you call it whenever like a boat pops a wheelie? It can't be a wheelie because it doesn't have wheels.
I was just wondering the same thing in the back of my head. I'm like, what do you even call this?
A boatie?
When a boatie? There you go. Sure.
Boatie
we'll go with that for
McGoface?
now. Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. But Myth going to make a quick rotation across the bridge. Wants to get ahead of any potential campers. You know, who knows if VC had gotten really spicy. They are going to go up to the top here with Simon T. Just him for now. Curious if there's going to be more heading that way. Seems to be the case. Myth has the option for kind of the compound underneath the hill if they want.
I don't like this. I feel like Myth is like, nobody's shooting at us. Maybe we can go radio tower. Jacob, I think, I think they maybe spotted somebody a bit more on the top that was profiling them. Yeah, now they're going to go ahead and go the other side. I was nervous there for a moment.
You might have been right that AGAL wants the top of that radio tower. Like, they are driving in a direction that makes me kind of question what the plan is, or if they're just maybe thinking something very different, because they are moving away from the center of the circle.
Look at this coming up from Vicious. They have just a full commitment onto radio tower. They don't want anything else. They don't want the crossroads. They don't want the control compounds around it. They are just committed up here. And yeah, it can be good if you have this position for long enough and the circle stays over here. But if it leaves, boy, does it suck to get out of that point. I have to assume that they've got an emergency pickup or something to kind of like leapfrog over all of this, because trying to get out of that spot sucks.
Yeah, it can be very treacherous. There is no doubt about that. HAL went into Novo proper, so kind of curious if they're sort of hedging their bets maybe. I don't know if they're looking to gatekeep or looking for a boat, or if they've got a team in mind that they wanted to try to cut off in rotation in that direction potentially.
We do have those two emergency pickups, most notably with 17, but also Falcons has called one, and that makes me scared if they go all the way to the opposite side of it. Team Liquid's already got control over that southern coast, so Falcons going to be coming into this blind. Is it a full four-man, or maybe is it just a bit of a scout? It looks like most people are converging, and Falcons going to put their pole position placement trying to catch up to VP on an emergency pickup, blind send, and the military base.
I think I saw a P90 in the mix there for them on the back of Kickstart's bag, so I think that should be pretty nice stuff for Falcons to work with if they do get in a fight when they come down. Now, they do have some stuff west of the end of
is so tall, and they can actually hit these shots pretty easy.
That's not impossible for players of this caliber. You're absolutely right, Matt.
Are VC watching it? Oh, they're starting to beat in and look that direction. Are they going to take any shots just yet? I don't see anything coming out. They might let this one go, but there was a big opportunity to get something out of that. All right, Falcons, you made it past that section. You can see VC watching it. Longer range, actually, I think it was Gam was maybe taking some shots. I'm just afraid for wherever Falcons falls.
Yeah, Simon T did just scoop up a crate there as well for himself. Drove down off the top of the mountain. Nobody's watching the backside of it, really. 17's all the way tunneled in on the compound over on that other side. Now, there is a red zone here, and that can be a little bit scary for sure. Will help create some cover for the teams on the mountain if the circle ends up in this area. Just got to fan out about it a bit here as Falcons wait this out. VC has some safety inside of the compound if they so choose, but Simon T just going to be coming back. It is going to be the P90 that he scooped up for his squad from that crate to the south. And yeah, okay.
Another thing to note, we do have Vitalia that's going for an emergency pickup, but 17 actually after their emergency pickup, I believe, found the vehicle that was along the road. I think that Falcons was aiming to try to drop on that vehicle, pick it up, and then move wherever else. Saw the fact that 17 had picked it up, and that might be why they made more of a commitment back into radio tower, but that means that Tig, Shrimsy, and the rest of the boys are just going to be on foot, navigating that Badlands hillside, coming out of the radio tower and hoping the circle gives them some favors, because if it cuts far west up to the north, that's going to be a really hard trek on foot.
There is one boat, but it is a little bit dangerous, as we can see. Virtus Pro has settled in to one of those bridge camp positions where they're trying to hide that they're here. Lou's been driving around for a little while. The rest of Twisted just past Pachinki right now, so they're a bit far away. So if there's a trap that is sprung on top of him, he might be in trouble. Let's see if they want to mess with him as he goes to grab for this boat.
Grab the boat, but then the lighthouse could be a problem. I think it's Correxy that's playing up there right now. The rest of Twisted are making the rotate. They might be just going for the cove that's just to the north of where we see VP playing from. You know, the kind of one that leads into all the other houses. If VP just goes for a send it off the side, they could be harassed by a light. Actually, no. Lou looks like he's cutting more to the west. Interesting.
I think this means that Twisted won't fall into this trap.
Ferry Pier?
Oh, no, they're driving into it.
Oh, I thought they might just go Ferry Pier. Lou You might be safe, but nobody else is. That's a problem. 2 down already. Twisted took the path of least resistance, but it was actually heavily resisted.
Oh, and that's so smart there from VP to not shoot at Lou. Lou was trying to bait out some shots by getting in and out of the boat a little bit there to see if anybody was going to try to punish him. Turned out there was a punishment waiting, but Virtus Pro was even more patient. Who knew that polar bears could stalk their prey like that? They do a phenomenal job there. Get themselves two guaranteed points.
Vitality, where are you going to stop? As the circle does kind of move more center of everything. So Gam going to be in a great spot. Gen G, full sense, looks like they've got inside track to a great point to play from. Team Liquid's just going to continue to hold down the south. VC's got the radio tower, do those shots back over at DK. Anyone's Legend, Shadow also have to move in from the east. T1's going to cross that eastern bridge. They should be fine. Really, it's just about now what does Twisted do? Lose on the island, but he's all by himself. His Vitality's going to be landing on top of Gam, but this building doesn't have the best sight lines onto everything that's going on above it. Tanvu's actually rotating away while Vitality just sneaks in and takes the spot.
Yeah, this is a little bit concerning for Gam. Now they kind of have to hold on in this 2-2 split. Clories and Tanvu starting to hoof it back over, maybe even have a vehicle to work with. Duck Juice, though, underneath, able to take down Hello My Bad. So that's a nice start. But you do have Gedrox going down as well, so Vitality felt like maybe they were going to have the drop on Gam. No.
Fifth place right now, and it feels like that pack that's chasing Twisted Minds at 70 points, just going to be trying to usurp it, come up quick. GK's on a bit of a run of their own right now, so Vitality instead goes for the safer play. They surrender the building and just retreat to the oil derricks, and that's not very safe. There is no hard angles around that, so you always feel like you're vulnerable because there is no specific safe angle from everything.
Yeah, it is not fun to play out there, as anybody who has tried has found out. So Vitality going to be in a really precarious position, to say the least. PK just outside of the...
Gam was expecting them to push, man.
Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Gam has to. I mean, you have to be ready because as Vitality, you don't have great options. And so one of the options might just be to try and fight. But Vitality's going to try to squeak their way into the late game if possible.
VP's now leaving this point. So if VP leaves, Perfectix can swoop in back behind, get the blue chips, maybe fill up the trunk a little bit more with some of the basic loot and go for a blue chip because there is the res beacon that's just kind of the northeast of that. Lou doesn't have any vision on it, so he wouldn't know. Perfectix might just have to play this one safe, and yeah, he's actually going to move over into the west and doesn't know that VP's left.
Well, VP has a ton of circle for themselves, too.
Yeah.
A lot of teams have gotten clustered in the center of the military base, center of the circle as best they can. So that entire west side's open. Baron, that's a nice shot with the ace. Takes down E-End. E-End trying to scoot away, but cannot. Will be claimed by Kiss. So Myth, but Baron gets caught by a grenade from Raining right on top of him. Heather, 2 HP, trying to find some safety to heal.
You got to kill that man. You can't leave him on 2 HP. He will murder your whole squad. Na'Vi wanted a piece of what we saw just 1 second ago. Try to get themselves back into the point hunt, but Type pretty far away. He's just got to keep a control angle on what's going on with Hakatori and the rest of the crew. So this is going to be abandoned by the circle, and we move directly on to military base proper, and the airfields and Team Liquid already in a good point, left that coastline. Going to be kind of setting up around that, but BC, okay, now you've got to move down from the radio tower, and Falcons already kind of prepped for it, expecting it to go this direction. Is going to be moving into, guess what, maybe the bunkers position? That's about the best you can find there.
Yeah, it gets a little sparse on the southern side of the military base. Some of the buildings in the center give you some level of comfort and safety for sure. And some of those like missile silo things are not too bad at times once the circle starts to kind of work in that direction. Exactly where Gen G is. I don't know.
Run right back into shadow.
Dude, T1 is just, they've lost the script. They've lost the plot. I think they're going for the revive.
Maybe?
I'm pretty sure. No?
Shadow doesn't even take shots.
Or they're just making a wide wrap? Are they going to go up to the tower?
I might be trying to just go around the radio tower itself, because sure, I mean, Tycon's up there, but no, he's taking the shots. Na'Vi doesn't really like playing into the north, so they might just go ahead and jump back down to the south. That's going to be the field area that we can see the Team Liquid's got mostly under control, but no, instead it's just going to be a cut and run right down into the center. But Gen G's too separated to really do too much about this unless they get a knock right here. Nope. It's going to be mostly full sense again. That's going to try to get something out of it. Belmont gets knocked onto Hakatori.
Yeah, from those garage houses, Full Sense able to connect a ton of damage. Now, Boostic does have the M249. Finds a knock to try to relieve some of this pressure that Full Sense was able to create, but Tigger can find a good grenade here. Could spell the doom of Na'Vi, and it's perfect! Oh!
Okay, full sense. More control over the center would be good. Getting rid of Na'Vi would be magnificent. Na'Vi still holding on to 4th place, but just by 1 point. Vitality has to be loving watching this happen. The kill feed is now Ferris, the last one up. He's just going to be hiding in crates. There's nothing else that he can really do over here. Maybe he can sneak over and get these reses, but you can see everybody's just trying to chain crawl to him. Heck, Tori should be resable. I don't know about the other side of it, as Gen G is going to lose a player on the other side of this.
Yeah, I mean, again, Gen G really loves these widespread formations, and they just don't work in a lobby like this. There's just too many good players, and there isn't enough cover from the positions that the other players had taken to bail out anybody who gets under pressure. They just have to kind of sacrifice players left and right. Duckmai, ooh, he's got a knock there onto Hansi, I believe, so it's going a little bit awkward for... Yep, there you go. It's awkward for Shadow is what I should say.
Yeah, Shadow followed T1, and Vicious was just watching that the whole time. So this does cost Vicious placement in the circle, but there is some open areas down in the southeast that they can play around. Shadow, you can see, just kind of trapped out here right now with Duckmine out down. Jexy does get that knock. Tycon, though, is not going to let that go quietly. I think he wants some vengeance back. Blue Zone going to be putting in some work, and it just takes a couple of taps to get Jexy down.
Yeah, but you're kind of seeing the results of what you were talking about earlier, Matt, where coming down off this mountain sucks. Like, and like to VC's credit, they're trying to wait this out long enough that they don't have to deal with teams when they're coming down those slopes. But because Shadow took so long over in Novo, they got involved with a fight with AGAL, I think, early on that it's kind of getting a little bit tricky for them. Seeing some mortars come into play, Scappy doing some damage, Na'Vi losing their lives, and they are done for the day. Currently in 4th. Feels safe-ish, but then who knows with Geekay still there. Vitality still has 2 players up.
Okay, where do you go? VP looks like they're going to get control over to the southwest, what they're stretching out for. T1's barely touched the circle. Shadow doing the same, but they ran right into the Falcons. Remember, Falcons just kind of running down on foot. Shadow doesn't, at least has a vehicle. Get a little bit further into this, but I think that Falcons just might want those vehicles and might start chasing after Shadow.
Oh, no doubt. And also, you know, with Kamal's being knocked up front there, you're going to be feeling pretty comfortable to even scoop up a point potentially here and claim a lot of control over this eastern edge at the very least temporarily. You'll have the safety of these shelters. Gustav knows that there's a player in there, so thinking about the grenade, but Cessna dug in the back.
Gustav better be careful on the peak. They also don't want to do too much damage to the car, so wouldn't be surprised if they try to avoid going for the tires. Actually, they don't care. Just throw the nade right back behind it. Setsuna in some trouble. He has to run forward, runs right out, does get the knock. Bold play, does at least get 1 point before he goes down, and it's on to Shrimsy of all people.
Yeah, he had to go for something crazy, and he knew it, and almost converted with more than just one, but opted to just stick for the point, try to keep themselves out of that bottom position. In fact, it's a 3-way tie at the very bottom of the leaderboard with AGAL and 17, so keeping things a little bit interesting down there. Of course, every placement matters. You want to get a little bit more money. There is Tycon, one of the 2 survivors for Vicious, just taking a peek, seeing what's going on with Falcons, seeing if maybe there's a free point available, but none will be offered up to him, and he is going to have to find his way in. Now, there's options for him for sure. He has either like the side of the hill if Falcons abandon it, but because they're on the top of it, he's not going to have that available to him right now. There's some stuff to the west that he could drive to that has a little bit of cover, so there's things here that Tycon can work with, at least in the next circle, it looks like.
Pal's playing over into the east as well. Looks like they're just trying to find something. Luke 12 is going to go down on the rotate from Team Liquid. I think that they had managed to call back in one of their players, and it instantly gets punished. Cowboy, yep. He just tried to go for something, at least maybe scout out for the rest of the squad. Is now Team Liquid's just kind of the odd team out. There's nothing in this section of the circle that feels good, and they're just trapped over here, and this is just been kind of what's going on for Team Liquid. They're finding the kills, but they just can't find a way into some of these circles that are just so mean, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, and there's this little oil drum that Tycon has found for safety. Sees Curdy driving around the outside. Yep, Kurt just looking for any kind of safety. Him and Alo cross paths to see if there was something that they could do to get into this next circle, but there was not much.
Heard the Chinese casters over to my left here. They just flip it out. It's like, 17, managing to get up. Now tied up with Team Liquid, get that distance away from Shadow and AGAL if they can find it. Team Liquid now going to get eliminated. 17's got control over the south in that, I guess, more open territory, but VP is going to move to the crates to the west of them that they're taking shots. Is now Pal. I mean, what do you do, man? You've got Vitality. Remember, we saw them go to those oil derricks earlier. they're going to be gatekeeping you one side, and you still have to get where we've seen the compound that everybody keeps trying to just emergency pick up to, that GAM's got control over, the most eastern section of the circle.
Yeah, things get really uncomfortable for anybody not in this current circle, because trying to get through should be relatively challenging. VP's actually sending it pretty deep towards the center. I love the way VP has played this game from start to finish. Controlling that western bridge not only gave them points, but it also gave them so much space on the western side that they've opened up a lot of the circle for themselves here in the mid game.
Look at this weird thing they've got going on. Falcons got to run to the circle. They get a knock on to Tycon. But now Tycon feeds the information over to Pau. So Pau's going to try to sneak over here. It looks like he was maybe trying to backstab onto the Falcons. Remember, Falcons trying to see if they can catch up the VP. VP's in a pretty decent spot in the circle, while Falcons just got to chase. Gustav not going to let it happen, though. So Falcons getting both players of Vicious on opposite sides of the circle.
Oh, phenomenal reactions here by Gustav. Even though he's down to 1 HP, he's able to hold on just barely. But speaking of holding on, it's now just Quizzy for Vitality. He is looking to find some entry into this circle, but again, there aren't great options. Maybe he can get some kills, has the AK at the ready. Oh, switches over to Mark 12. Falcons trying to make the smoke bridge.
This doesn't feel good. I think they spotted. Nade's going to roll forward. There you go. Tig going to find another one. That's really about pathing, though. But guys, remember, Vitality tried to leave. They didn't like it that direction. They had to retreat back here. Falcons, you're about to just have to fight your way against Gam or Geek K, who's been hearing this firefighting and is now sitting up around the oil derricks waiting to catch. Remember, we talked. There's no safe angles around these things. Geek K is going to have one side of it, Gam on the other. Falcons are walking into a death trap and they don't know it.
And that was Tig's last smoke. So there just isn't any other ways to create extra cover and angles for yourself as Falcons. You have to do it just with your feet and your wits. And we'll see if Gustav has that available. Geek, I don't know how aware they're going to be of this. Gustav might catch.
Oh, Khan's playing the wall.
Akan is kind of watching it there, but there's some smokes over here. Some noise being made, though, and now it's danger close. Geek on guard.
Good peek round, but exchange. It's going to be Park Pro that gets the knock on to Gustav. Gustav at least takes down Akan. Now, Falcons, where do you go? Crossfire now being set up. Gam taking shots at Kickstart. He's just trying to cover any movement for the rest of Falcons to see if they get next to Gustav. But great shot comes out from Songjong. Hits it, and now Falcons in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the links there for Songjong. Spelling doom. Tiggleton trying to heal through this blue and get into that 8th place spot if possible. Oh! He gets the knock on to Songjong. They lose track of possibilities. Is Tig going to be able to get the heal off in time? No, they aren't able to get any placement points.
BP jumping on the other side of what's going on with 17 and Jin G. Now just fighting to see how much distance that they can get away from Falcons. VC down behind them. Navi down. Vitality down. Twisted down. So Falcons going to hold down that 2nd place position. It's just about how much more can VP get. 4 kills right now, and it's going to be moving into a very foot push friendly section of the map.
Yeah, this is still looking okay-ish for VP. I mean, again, they're going to have some opportunities with these barrels and other things that are in the way of the military base proper that they can work with to at least keep themselves somewhat safe, but it requires smokes to get there, and they're going to be sending it deep into the crates.
Okay, squeeze by there. Full Sense is going to be alerted to it, but they don't have the angles on anything going. AGAL is getting picked apart on the other side of this as they're trying to make their push next to Gam. Gam still just holding down the compound that they've held for so long, but it's not really inside the circle anymore. Jin G is going to be regrouping just in front of them. It's really just about how much more VP can get, and they've got center control in phase number 6 based off of this move. Uh-oh. That's all I can say for this lobby.
Whoa, there we go. I'm very curious as well about Full Sense's frag grenade situation, because we saw that they were able to really destroy Na'Vi with those in that moment when they dropped in there. So right now it doesn't seem like they're going to commit those just yet. Maybe trying to get a better idea of where Virtus Pro players are, or maybe just ran out. Hard to say which it is. Geek going to come through with 3 still alive, so not the end of the world for them. You do get Songjong with that Lynx back on his feet for them, so some heavy firepower still in the mix.
Big thing for me is AGAL, Gam. They've got to get in the circle. Jin G's still holding them out. Jin G's been kind of fighting up against them for a while, but D doesn't have the best defended angle against this approach that anyone's Legend's trying to do. You can see that they smoked wall around, moved over onto the other side of the silos, managed to creep in on this one. It's not quite in for safety, and really this back corner that we can see that AGL is playing, it's not inside the safe zone either. They're going to have to move to the more vulnerable side of it, and they much rather kind of play this position, but the other players for Jin G can defend D as long as he can find some safety, but they manage to peek up at the perfect side of it. But D holds it, gets the knock on a one, does go down to the second, but AGAL now down to just destroy, and they had to deal with Gen G. The timing on the other side of this, though, is GAM played it perfect. They ran across right as soon as AGAL made their move.
Soul had absolutely wrecked GAM, but because D couldn't hold on his own, he gets hit in a flank angle by Destroy. So he's going to have to crawl down to the safety of the inside of the missile silo to try to survive. But Tanvu, I think, might have a sense of it. The grenade bounces just shy of the mark.
GAM's got to do this fast. GK's back behind them. They need to move as well. Shots now starting to come on to GAM. There's nowhere to go. GK just absolutely massacring GAM. Big nade lands in the middle of them. Follow up. Duck Juice, the last one alive. But now DK's in trouble. Myth is taking shots at them, and this cross is going to be hazardous.
Well, I mean, for GK, getting some kills there is very nice because, again, tough run to make for you going forward, cutting across the sight lines of a couple different teams, but you just bailed Gen G out just a bit as well. So let's see how they're going to opt to try to make their move forward. Still have about 25 seconds until that next circle pops, so Park Pro going to use the folding shield to offer himself a little bit of cover. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, given the time, given the space, they are going to start creating those foxholes, start creating their defensive network.
Getting scarier and scarier for the lobby by the second. GK's got to move. Gen G's position in the silo to the north, not going to be too good. Destroy still alive for AGL to the south of it. Nothing good happening in the middle of it, as hey, in the middle of all of VP is going to be some mortars coming out. Kiss and the rest of the crew from Myth have got control of the north, but DK has the exact same idea that Myth had but we had GAM had a moment ago. They're going to push to the other side of the silo, and can they get any knocks? Nah, Jacob's going to go ahead and spot out EJ to start it off.
That was just short of correct. He hit the top of the crate, couldn't quite get far enough to do any damage to him, so Scappy not really connecting with the mortars, but very, very close with a few of them. But close is not good enough in a game like this where you need to be doing damage to VP to keep them from continuing to extend that lead that they have right now up to 114. GK looking for the res and then probably going to try to take this fight.
Can't really go for too much of a peek because of Destroy's positioning, but Gen G can't move because of where we see GK at. So Park Pro at least finishing one of those problems. Maybe be able to solve the second one here in just a second. Is no Myth still getting involved. Songjong going to get knocked again, and it's just go time. GK's got to jump down right into the waiting arms of Gen G. That's one. Can they get the last shots on Park Pro? No, trying to step up and around it. But the silo's providing some level of safety. Myth actually aggressively moving into this position as well. And Park Pro just getting cooked.
Beautiful coordination there from Soul and Bean. Just a perfect timing on the double molly. That was a thing of beauty. That looked like synchronized swimming for a second. Absolutely stunning work from them to keep GK out of their real threat range and problems. As now you have Corexy down. The problems starting to mount a bit for VP. However, Beamy able to respond, take Bean down from Gen G. More explosions rain in.
If VP can just outweight what's going on with Gen G, they'll have so much more control and safety to play from. Full Sense making in the later stages yet again, trying to see if they can touch that 70s pack that everybody's been hanging out at, but you can see that VP has to be cautious. Myth still getting more maneuverability over into the northeast, trying to get that space away from Full Sense. It's going to be Tigger that's really trying to hold them out. Gen G is the linchpin for everything that's happening right now. Myth can't move to the south because of Gen G's positioning, and VP can't focus on the circle because of Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G is left up a creek without a paddle, man. There is not a lot without a ton of smokes that they're going to be able to do in this scenario, or some unbelievably good frag grenades, some kind of utility going to be necessary to cross this space, it feels like. So there's one. Do we see two? There is a frag here from Soul. It is going to be up and over. Doesn't matter. He gets immediately taken down, and the grenade does not connect.
What do you do, Gen G? You're just, as you said, pretty much without a paddle over here. Spray's going to connect. More points to VP, though. That makes it even scarier for everybody else. It's going to be a squad down. 6 kills now, sitting at trying to touch that 120-point line. Myth, so few options. Kiss does at least manage to get a knock, but it's going to be Tigger that comes alive on the other side of it. This is Full Sense finding a great flank onto this. Tigger's been playing aggressively, but he goes down. That means that the whole push coming out from Full Sense on the side has collapsed, and the aggressive play coming up from Myth is punished.
And now it feels like this may just be a Virtus Pro win by nature of the fact that Myth and Full Sense have done so much damage to each other. Scappy going to take a moment to try to regroup or look at Corexy. He doesn't want to give them the opportunity if possible. There's still a lot of those emergency covers on the ground between Corexy and Myth, so he's having a tough time maybe finding the angle, but Lukarux immediately finds the re-knock, and there's the finish. It's Flash with the double.
More kills, more placement. VP is absolutely feasting right now. Full Sense, they managed to creep up just 2 points back behind Twisted Minds. That really it's going to be about that center dot. Lukarux going to be very close to it one side. Lots of compounds and Full Sense playing off, I guess, buildings the way they can really maneuver around them. VP's got the crates. Yeah, that's kind of good, but trying to bounce from one to the other feels so punishable, especially when you got VP playing mostly down into the southeast.
I like that our observers are showing us Belmoth right now because he's the key guy in this situation for Full Sense because he has a Lynx. That can be an instant difference maker for them. Meanwhile, Beamy has a Panzer, so two of the big key weapons that could be involved in this fight, that could turn the tide one way or another, are going to be big points of focus potentially. So Beamy, Belmoth, are you going to be able to do anything?
Here's my question. How superstitious are you? VP, if they manage to take the last round right before moving into the Smash rules, means the fact that they're pretty much going to have to double it up to follow out of everything. So VP, though, they want points. They want distance. They want everybody to be chasing after them. They want to be in charge to start punishing everybody else that could try to take the position. Nixie does get down Flash. That's going to open up Lukarux to get more aggressive on positioning above it all. VP cross side of the entirety of the circle, trying to make sure that nobody goes for a push after the down player. Gonna get a great line right onto Full Sense, walking through the smokes, and right in the face, Lukarux, no fear! VP comes up big last game, and they are setting the pace in a big way.
This is a huge moment for Virtus Pro. They are going to set that point threshold that much higher because of it and give themselves that many more opportunities to be your champions here at EWC 26 coming into tomorrow. A big win, a big statement game, and the threshold will be 136 points tomorrow.
Oh man, Falcons, you're going to have your work cut out for you. 15 points back behind you is going to be VC, who's been having a crazy day. Let's just be honest on that. They have just been charging up the leaderboards, but Virtus Pro, cold as ice, just locking it down at the end. It's been a bit quiet until it wasn't.
Right, and then that game essentially sets the leaderboard back to where it was at the beginning of today in terms of the distance between them and Falcons. It's almost the exact same point spread that we had at the start. So even though Falcons felt like they were maybe going to be able to catch up a little bit to Virtus Pro here, this last game just undid those first 5 games.
It breaks the mental of everybody back behind them because now Falcons have to know that VP are going to be trying to hold them back. They can play 6 games. They're confident in that. They're comfy with it. They don't have to worry about it. These guys get points every single time. Everybody else, we've been talking about how close that pack of points is, leading down into everybody. What, Navi at 78, Vitality at 77. Those guys can't go for big, huge plays because they don't want to lose the money. They don't want to lose the standings on the club championship. Everybody's going to have to start playing leaderboard positioning and eyes on their own individual futures rather than going after VP in that first place position.
Exactly that. Yeah, you can see Nixie as always the most excited out of the bunch. But another thing that we should point out is that if anybody wants to hit that smash where they win via chicken dinner, Falcons needs almost 40 points just to hit the threshold, and that's before even needing to then get the chicken dinner to get the win.
And we talked about this is a change up for IGLs for Falcons. Yes, it's been going great, but it is not the nigh immaculate VP that we've been seeing. Just what, one game where they didn't manage to find something off of it. And you can see the guys talking right now. It's just like, yeah, come on. Got to bring it a little bit. Gunnar and the rest of the crew knows that they're going to be following it up, and a lot of it falls onto that man's shoulders, Gustav. You've got to find something big.
Tycon, no, you guys played good today.
No, why?
No, it's okay.
Somebody made a bad call.
I love Tycon. He's so funny.
I mean, Vitality also having a very decent day for themselves. They've managed to touch up into that top 4 with a little bit of a slide here or there down into 5th place, but it's just 1 point.
Yep.
DC just a little bit ahead of them. And most of where we saw like Navi and Vitality losing their points was off of VC having those big come-up games just back to back to back.
Oh, what a day for VC. I love that, man. I just love when those APAC teams just kind of find their groove and just start hitting everything they're looking at. We know that their mechanics are cracked. We know that APAC stands for all players are cracked.
There is so much looming in the horizon that we have eyes on to tomorrow, and if there's one guy that knows how to fight your way through a desperate situation, it is going to be Batulins. Let's go ahead and throw it down to Barney to get some insights.
Okay, climbing the leaderboard, gradually but steadily. Twisted Minds, I've got Batulins here. One of the guys who's possibly, got the most reps on the stage. Doing an incredible job so far, but like I said, it's been a steady day for you guys. Tell us how it's been from your point of view.
Definitely for a team who is defending the title, and it's not the best day for us still. The beginning was amazing. Yeah, we really felt like we could manage to come back and get back there somewhere around first place. Unfortunately, we didn't, and that's only our mistake. But that's life. We have to learn on our mistakes and try to be better tomorrow.
Starting the day knowing that you obviously have a pretty large hill to climb, as Virtus.pro obviously soaked up all those points yesterday. Starting off with the chicken dinner, was that a nice morale boost for you guys? Did you guys feel a lot more positive after that?
Yeah, definitely. Every time you win a game in PUBG Esports, it's amazing feeling. And after that, we managed to get even a bigger game without a win, but with many kills. And we felt we can do that. But just as you have seen, it was not enough for today, and very unfortunate won the game, and last game VP killed us and then won a game. That's very unfortunate. We're sad about it, but that's how it is.
That's how it is. I mean, even saying that, I think if you take just today's points into consideration, I believe you're still top 5 on the day. I think 45 points on the day alone. So, like we've said, a little bit better each and every time. But, what do you feel like needs to change coming into tomorrow, possibly? Because tomorrow, everyone knows you've got to have a big day, like most of the other teams here.
For tomorrow, we have to come and be better than before, basically, yeah. Just do better in every single aspect of the game, individually, being aggressive as we've been today, and do less mistakes. That's how it is. Lucky is luck, luck is luck. I don't know if we're gonna get it tomorrow or not. We just have to try to do it by ourselves. Yep.
So do better in every aspect of the game. Okay, no pressure then.
Also, of course, we need VP to play very bad, Falcons to play bad, and other teams to play bad.
So quite a lot of variables going into tomorrow. Batulins, I really appreciate you joining me in this interview. Best of luck going into tomorrow, because it is going to be our last day of the grand finals. And of course, Smash Rule comes into play as well. But before you go anywhere, we've got another interview across the stage with Kalaris.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Barney and Batulins. I thought I'd change things up a little bit. I talked to Quizzy at the beginning of the day, and the VP fans are out in force. The Vitality fans are out in force, of course. I've got Quizzy once again to have a second check-in with him and see how things have gone throughout the day. Currently, Vitality is in 5th place at the moment. Talk to me about your games overall throughout the day, as well as the win that you guys got on Rondo.
I would say it was a pretty good day, pretty solid until the last 2 games. Last 3 games we kind of rolled, because for the first 3 games it's a win, 2nd place, 3rd place, we did everything we could. But I think last 3 games we had some mistakes, and it cost us a little bit of points that we could have get. But overall, I would say it was a pretty good day still, because we finally won the game.
Yeah, center spot on Rondo was able to keep you kind of nicely defended overall, I think is fair to say. A difficult scenario coming into day 2, though. We've not really had to deal with Smash Rule really ever before here properly in international PUBG. So what is the outlook now for day number 3 here for Vitality? Surely it's 2nd place is the direction. What are we thinking here?
I would say the highest we can get. Because, as you know, I did even ask you what place are we, because we don't count points, we don't count places before the games, we don't even know what place we ended. So basically, we're just gonna play our maximal games and see in the end how far did we get.
All right, well, thank you very much, Quizzy, for joining me here. That is, of course, Quizzy from Vitality. Also, of course, Vitality very much in the race for the club championships. That does it here. Let's head on back to the studio.
Boys, VP just want us to shut us up.
That's exactly what ended up happening. They pretty much just laid out a goose egg the whole day.
Yeah.
Until we got to the final game, and they're like, watch this. That's right. We're going to be able to get that chicken dinner. By the way, at the start of the day, VP had a 28-point lead to second place, Falcons. Ending day 2, VP has a 27-point lead to Falcons. They were able to close the game.
Yes. That's a tough end. It was a tough last game because everybody did what they had to do throughout that entire day today until the last game. And Virtus Pro just got a good shift. They really, I'm not saying they won because of the shift. They filled really effectively. They found their way through planes, 2 barrels, locked up a good spot. They earned that every step of the way. And not because other teams weren't trying, man. Falcons did everything they could, but they just ran into a wall after wall after wall of defenders. And it just is what it is, right? Like Virtus Pro, I think maybe let us hope. They gave us hope. That's why the first couple games were bad. They were like, we don't want you guys to give up early.
Just taking their foot off the gas so they could make all the other teams feel like they had a chance.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I mean, we did have some teams absolutely pop off today. Vicious, we talked about one of those teams, Geekay as well, an impressive run coming up. And it's difficult, man, when you have teams like Virtus Pro, all the way up the leaderboard, it can be discouraging to try to keep pushing. But man, that's also the beauty of it. Something else I want to talk about from the bottom of the leaderboard coming all the way up, there's only about 15 to 16 points separating 16th from 8th, which means the amount of money you can win in just one game for your team is astronomical as well. Don't forget about the club points either.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it right there. I mean, 12th place to 7th place, too. That is only 18 points separating them. And the jump up in regards to money, you mentioned it, too, especially once you end up getting into 8th place. Those club championship points do come into contention. But for tomorrow, there is a world where a team could end up challenging VP if VP does start slow, right?
True.
We saw what Vicious was able to do in 3 games in a row, making sure that they got 10 or more eliminations, being in the top 3. And right now, the Smash Zone to win via Smash Roll is set at 136 points. They have to hit that threshold first, and then they have to get a chicken dinner to do it. So we just need to see an insane, consistent day out of a lot of teams tomorrow if they even want to challenge VP.
Wildly consistent, and then you got to dodge VP's anger, right? Because that, I think, is also a risk. The Falcons may come under the wrath of Virtus Pro right out of the gate tomorrow. Its idea is they're the only team close, 40 to the next team. If they just hot drop Falcons or hunt them down, they can just wait out the 6 in a sort of game of attrition and walk away with that big prize.
They can, and again, other teams maybe having their target on their backs. If they see a third party and they choose between, hey, let's go for the Falcons or let's go for VP, they're obviously going to go for VP. But that's also the scary thing about VP is they just need 10 points and they just need a win, and they could literally end this tournament in 2 games.
Yeah. It's looking grim for everybody else. I'm just gonna call a spade, boys. I'll be here tomorrow. Things could go crazy, but VP looks good. And I mean, for a club team that right now they're in 10th in the cup, like the 1,000 points you get for this win would actually put them really up there into a fun little battle going into next week. So I think this is big for the club. It's big for them. It's definitely big for this roster's future,
100%.
if nothing else. So props to VP. It just kills me a little bit inside that I'm giving these laurels today with 6 games left to play.
You never know.
Yeah, exactly.
Tomorrow
it's PUBG. PUBG happens.
Maybe Falcons will do what Vicious was able to do in those 3 games.
I hope so.
And it's possible. You guys have been saying it. PUBG Battlegrounds does end up happening, especially here at EWC 26. But don't forget, tomorrow, the final day, Smash Roll is at play. Even though VP has a big lead, there's still a chance for all those fans out there, whether you're Falcons, whether you're Vicious, or maybe we'll get another insane surprise from tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. We'll be right here at the 7WG, Toffees, and Godspeed. Thanks for watching.